When the doorbell rang, Bai Zemin's mother practically jumped out of her seat and muttered under her breath, "Right on time. It hasn't even been 2 minutes since I finished getting all the things ready." Bai Delan was trying to act calmer, but anyone paying attention would notice that the man was also anxious. Sitting in his place, this man who had protected his family during the first few months of the apocalypse and risked his life on numerous occasions began to stir uneasily. Meng-Chi had no apparent reaction. She simply looked in the direction of the door with flashing eyes, as if she was waiting to see who this person that had managed to break into the heart of her proud and distant big brother was. "I'll go." Bai Zemin stood up before anyone could say anything about it, and after a deep breath walked towards the entrance. The only sound that could be heard was the sound of his footsteps and the sound of the hands of the clock hanging on the wall moving rhythmically. Even the three little lowlies had paused in their snake game as they watched from the couch curiously. Bai Zemin disappeared from everyone's line of sight as he turned the corner of the corridor, and moments later there was the sound of the door opening. No words were said, or at least no one in the house heard words of welcome or anything similar. After the door was opened by Bai Zemin, what Yilinger and the rest heard were footsteps getting closer and closer. This time it was more than a pair. A few seconds later, Yilinger and the other people in the living room saw Bai Zemin enter their line of sight once again as he turned the corner. However, the eyes of everyone immediately focused on the person, who just a second later turned the corner behind him and followed him a few steps behind like an obedient little girlfriend. A face not so bright but for some reason attracted everyone's eyes like moths attracted to fire. The body of this woman, who seemed no more than 25 years old, was the very meaning of the words charm and seduction, devilish curves capable of making even the blood of the dead boil. Her walk was delicate and elegant. Her bearing possessed a grace that no one in the room had ever seen in any woman before, making her look like someone who had been born into a prestigious family and received the best education on the planet. Dressed in a simple cream blouse and a pair of white jeans that clung tightly to her hips and legs, her upper and lower body conveyed a strange feeling of charm, purity, lust, simplicity, and nobility. Feelings that shouldn't be together in one place came together perfectly in a single body. "Whoa, big sister Lily." Luo Ning pushed the laptop to the side and jumped off the couch she was sitting on. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at the person who had stopped in sync with Bai Zemin and said enthusiastically, "Your big brother Bai's girlfriend. So what my big brother told me was true after all." Lilith, in her human form of Lily, smiled sweetly towards Luo Ning and the Wen twins. "You three, how have you been behaving? Have you been causing trouble for your big brother?" "Nope. Big sister Lily, we're playing the snake game on this laptop that big sister Meng-Chi gave us." "Big sister L. Illy, we've been good. You can ask big brother Bai if you don't believe us." The three lowlies were too enraptured, so they immediately started squealing all over the place. Lilith forced a smile into her heart but kept her expression on the surface. She looked at Bai Zemin's parents with a hint of panic before bowing hurriedly. "Mother, father, sister Meng-Chi, my name is Lily. I have heard a lot about you. Zemin often mentioned you in the past." Bai Zemin looked at Lilith from the side and couldn't help but feel a wave of warmth filling his heart when he noticed how nervous she was. Lilith's identity only Bai Zemin knew. She was a glorious and godly being. She possessed the power to destroy all of mankind with ease, and had the identity of being one of the two most beautiful women in the entire history of the cosmos. Countless beings would pay fortunes for a single word from her, and there were probably not a few who would be willing to fight bloody battles to catch a glimpse of her for another second. However, his parents were receiving an amount of respect that probably no one or only a handful of people had ever received from Lilith. This made Bai Zemin feel even more comfortable with her, and he felt more at ease with himself. It seemed to be that he had not been wrong this time. It seemed to be that his eyes had finally opened, and he could see the real world clearly. "Good, good, good." Yilinger muttered under her breath as she nodded weakly several times. She looked at the little miss in front of her with sparkling eyes, and for some reason Yilinger couldn't understand why the more she looked at Lily the more pleasant she felt. She had one of those strange maternal hunches that this little lady in front of her was definitely good wife material for her son. Even though she had only known Lily for a few seconds, Yilinger was already at ease with her, and had a feeling that she would feel much more at ease by the time this night was over. "Girl, quickly stand up properly." Yilinger hurriedly moved forward and helped her straighten her posture while placing one hand on her back and the other on her left shoulder, being secretly surprised that she could feel how soft her skin was even through the blouse Lily was wearing. Lilith in her lily form slowly straightened up under the support of Bai Zemin's mother. She knew that her natural charm would help make a good first impression, but it would be her words and actions that would decide whether her beloved's parents would be pleased with her or not. This one of the reasons she was so anxious. What kind of woman did not want to be accepted and appreciated by the family of the man she loved? Not to mention the fact that Lilith planned to spend all eternity together with Bai Zemin. Eternity was too long, so she hoped she could get along with her new family. Old man, what's wrong? You don't say anything. Did the mice eat your tongue? Ylinger looked at her gawking husband and reprimanded in an amused voice. Cough. Bai Delan hurriedly looked away before returning his eyes to the young woman in front of him. Standing up, he nodded with a serious expression. Your name is Lily. That's an interesting name. I am the father of this child Zemin. You can also call me father if you like. Bai Zemin and Ylinger rolled their eyes when they heard Bai Delan's words. In fact, even Lilith almost laughed when she saw Bai Zemin's father trying to act tough. She had seen Bai Delan as she followed Bai Zemin unnoticed, so she knew that this man acted tough, but was actually very kind and gentle to his loved ones. Old man, who are you trying to fool with that tough expression of yours? Ylinger snorted, and as she escorted Lily to the table to take a seat, she said in an amused voice, Do you think little Lily and I haven't noticed how you gawk at her? It seems our new daughter's charm is too outstanding, don't you think? Not bad. Bai Delan nodded as he sat back in his chair. He picked up a muffin and took a bite as he was secretly surprised. Bai Delan was a man who was completely devoted to his wife, so despite his current position that made him a man who could easily have several women with a single word, he never looked at a second one. Even a woman full of seductive mature charm like Sun Ling didn't linger in his mind for more than a few seconds. After all, despite his youthful appearance due to constant evolution, Bai Delan was an almost 50-year-old person who had been raised to have a simple and normal family. However, when he looked at the young woman his son brought home, Bai Delan had to try very hard not to stare at her. He couldn't help but wonder what the hell was wrong with him. Was he a perverted old man targeting younger rabbits? Such a thing made no sense at all. Bai Delan shook his head, refusing to believe it. Meng Qi remained silent. Her eyes followed the figure of the woman her brother brought home, and after she sat down with the help of her mother, Meng Qi asked with a faint smile on her face, Your name is Lily, isn't it? It seems that my big brother has told you about us beforehand. Lilith looked at Meng Qi, and a strange glint flashed in her eyes as she replied with a polite smile. Zemin told me a lot about you. All the way from the university until he finally managed to find you, there wasn't a day that he didn't talk to me about you. That's why even though you didn't know me until now, I have known you for a long time now, except that this is the first time we met. Lilith's words made Ylinger and Bai Delan sigh in their hearts. Although the family had managed to reunite mostly thanks to the colossal efforts that Bai Zemin made, that dark past that only lasted a few months during which they were separated would probably be remembered forever by them. It also made Ylinger and Bai Delan even more proud and grateful to the son that life gave them. At the same time, Lilith's words served to point out that she had been by his side during all this chaos and supported him in her own way when he was experiencing difficulties. This naturally earned a lot of extra points with Bai Zemin's family. So you and my brother know each other from college. Were you a graduate student there by any chance? Meng Qi asked without changing expression and keeping the same smile as before. Nope, I was not a student at Beijing University. Actually, we can say I was a kind of big sister and teacher to him. Lilith shook her head. You were my brother's teacher, Meng Qi asked in astonishment, but she quickly calmed down. In the past, student-teacher relationships would definitely not be looked down upon by society. However, things had changed. Now, forget about looking down on the relationship between a student and his teacher, but even if the relationship was even more scandalous than that, no one would say anything as long as one of the partners was strong enough to shut all mouths. Something like that. Lilith nodded and then continued chatting with Meng Qi, answering a few questions from Ylinger and Bai Delan in the process. Bai Zemin sighed in relief as the seconds turned into minutes. He had naturally taken a back seat in this matter, and his family was completely focused on the new guest. Actually, he and Lilith had planned to let her introduce herself in her true identity. However, after a better look at the big picture, the two decided they'd better avoid that for now, since the three little lolies were present, and Lilith couldn't suppress her charm so much in her real form. They feared that perhaps her parents would be too affected by her natural charm, and it would affect their rational decisions. For now, what Bai Zemin and Lilith had decided to do was to cleverly avoid as many lies as possible. As the minutes passed, Lilith naturally became the focus of everyone's attention. No one realized when, but at some point in the evening she had already practically integrated herself as a member of the family and was smiling sweetly while enjoying the food Yi Linger had prepared. Even Meng Qi, who at first seemed to be trying to find some fault in her or look for some loophole in her story, gave up after the first hour. Although she didn't intervene too much again, she would occasionally say a word or two with a smile on her face, but mostly she carefully watched the woman who had today become her brother's official fiancée after receiving the family's approval. At one point in the night, when Bai Zemin stood up and walked to the kitchen after noticing that one of the dishes was being emptied, Meng Qi quietly stood up and followed him. Chapter 741, Spending the Night Part 1. Chapter 741, Spending the Night Part 1. As Bai Zemin filled the plate he had brought to the kitchen, as it was being finished by everyone unnoticed in the midst of the entertaining conversation, he looked over his shoulder as he sensed a series of light footsteps. "Oh, Meng Qi, what's happening?" he asked with a faint smile before turning his face to continue with the task at hand. "Not much." Meng Qi walked over and without asking him if he needed help began to help cut the snacks. "Lily seems to be a good girl at first glance." "She's a good girl, a very good person. I'm sure you will like her very much the more you get to know her, and you will be good friends in the future," Bai Zemin said with a smile. Meng Qi simply nodded without saying much about it. However, after a few brief seconds of silence, she said somewhat worriedly, "But big brother, I feel like she is hiding something." The movements of Bai Zemin stopped, and a flash of surprise shone in his eyes. He didn't think Meng Qi was being paranoid or anything similar. Instead, Bai Zemin thought his younger sister had very sharp eyes or a terrifying sixth sense for things. Bai Zemin smiled bitterly and said in a low voice, "Meng Qi, actually, the real name, or rather, the full name of her is Lilith, not Lily." Lilith?" Meng Qi's eyes widened and she subconsciously asked, "Is Lily a simple abbreviation that you all use for Lilith?" "Something like that." Bai Zemin nodded at the same time as he sighed. He really didn't want to lie to Meng Qi, therefore, after thinking about it for a moment, he said in a low voice, "Meng Qi, Lilith's true identity is too shocking, let's say. Wait for a while and you will naturally learn about her." "The identity of the girl her brother brought home is shocking." Meng Qi blinked, dumbfounded. If Lilith's identity was something great in the past, then Meng Qi might not care too much. After all, the great identities of the past meant nothing in the current world, or at least no longer carried the same weight they used to. Wu Keqian was proof of that. Even though he possessed a great government title, the man obediently handed over everything when Bai Zemin arrived, even though he was nothing more than an ordinary young student in the past. However, Bai Zemin was saying that Lilith's identity is shocking, not that it was shocking. Was Lilith a shockingly powerful person? Was she something like a beast princess that had acquired human form after evolving to a very high stage, and for that reason she had such a perfect body like that? Thousands of theories, each one wilder than the last, began to flash in Meng Qi's head as she tried to figure out who this woman was. Bai Zemin naturally had no idea of Meng Qi's thoughts, or he might have laughed a little. However, he didn't explain much more either, so after a few words the two remained in tactful silence as they finished what they were doing. When the two returned to the living room from the kitchen, Yilinger reprimanded them in a kind voice, saying that they could have let her do the homework. After more than 2 hours, they had all eaten so much that, if it weren't for the fact that they were high-level soul evolvers with big appetites, they wouldn't have had any room left for dinner. Yilinger had gone to great lengths to cook all kinds of dishes, from white meats such as mutant chicken and first-order red-scale fish to red meats such as mutant pork or fresh mutant vegetables. Meng Qi and Lilith exchanged several glances throughout the dinner and seemed to be communicating only with their eyes. The not-so-subtle action of the two young girls not only confused Yilinger and Bai Delan, but also left Bai Zemin a bit speechless. When it was close to midnight, Lilith stood up and was preparing to take her leave when Yilinger stepped forward and stopped her. "Lily, why don't you stay for the night?" Actually, Yilinger wanted to propose to her new daughter-in-law to stay and live with them directly, but she felt that it was too soon and might end up scaring the girl, so she made a somewhat smaller request for now. "This?" Lilith looked at Bai Zemin as if she was asking for permission, and this caused Yilinger to give him a stern glare, as if she was warning him to be careful with his next words, unless he wished to meet her new pair of flip-flops that she had recently acquired. While Bai Zemin cursed Lilith several times in his heart, The culprit laughed and rubbed her hands together mentally like a little imp who was succeeding in her wicked deeds. Lilith would stay in the house even if Ylinger didn't ask for it, so her somewhat hesitant and fearful attitude was clearly faked to cause some difficulties for Bai Zemin. However, it seemed to be that Lilith still didn't know the new facet of Bai Zemin very well after his stone heart skill evolved. "Oh, that's a good idea, Mom." Bai Zemin walked over to Lilith and hugged her around the waist, marveling at the softness of her body even through the clothes she was wearing, and for a moment wanting to rip all the fabric into a million pieces before restraining himself. He looked at the stupefied Lilith and said with a smile, "We're both used to sleeping under the same roof anyway, aren't we? Letter 1D00 small cap L small cap L small cap N letter 1D0 F letter 1D20 letter 1D07 small cap L FU small cap L small cap L see letter 1D0 FM." There were different reactions to Bai Zemin's little gesture and his words. "Kaya, Big Brother Bai so bold. So disgusting, hey yeah, try to guess who it was." Luo Ning and the Wen twins started making a fuss right away. These three little elves seemed to have infinite stamina in their systems, as they never got tired even though they kept laughing and jumping all over the place. Bai Delan looked at his son's hand on the young woman's waist, and for a split second he couldn't help but feel a strange force of envy invade him, but he quickly shook his head, and the feeling disappeared so quickly that even Bai Delan himself began to doubt if it had really been there. The expression on Meng Qi's face did not change at all, and the faint smile on her face did not waver even for an instant, so it was hard to tell what her thoughts or feelings were. In fact, she even chuckled as she watched the scene. On the other hand, the eyes of Ylinger sparkled brightly as her intense glance went back and forth between her son and daughter-in-law. She was very pleased with Lily, and even though she was just getting to know the girl, Ylinger was determined to make her the first wife of the royal harem she had planned for her son in the future. As Ylinger watched how close the two of them seemed to be and the lovely blush on Lily's face, she couldn't help but think that she might soon be enjoying her first grandchild, and a big smile grew on her face at the mere thought of it. It seemed that her little boy had finally become a man after all. Time really flew by. Ylinger still remembered when she was changing his baby diapers, but soon he might be changing diapers. If Bai Zemin and Lilith knew about Ylinger's thoughts, the two of them probably wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, after some quick arrangements, and even though the house was considerably large enough for almost everyone to have their own room, things were fixed by Ylinger so that everything went the way she wanted things to go. In one of the rooms, Meng Qi would be sharing her bed with little Luo Ning. In another room of the house, Wen Yun and Wen Yan would be sharing a bed. The twins still did not feel comfortable sharing a room with another person, even if it was someone of the same age as them, so they could only be together. The master bedroom was naturally occupied by Ylinger and Bai Delan. As for Bai Zemin and Lilith, "You little scoundrel, you're happy about this, aren't you?" Lilith asked with an adorable pout on her face. "Stop acting as if it's the first time we slept together." Bai Zemin rolled his eyes as he teased her. "Bah, cheeky." Lilith gently patted his chest, and just like Bai Zemin rolled her eyes. They were both lying on a double bed. The lights were off, so the only source of illumination they both enjoyed was from the moonlight and starlight penetrating the glass of the closed window and the semi-transparent curtains on the second floor. Next to the bed were several pillows placed on the floor and even quilts and sheets, forming a temporary bed. There, inside, a metallic gray egg glowed dimly in silence while something in it seemed to be beating like a heart. The bodies of Bai Zemin and Lilith were delicately covered by silk sheets and a thick feather quilt that reached up to the chest area, exposing the wide shoulders of the male and the delicate shoulders of the female. Bai Zemin couldn't help but gently caress Lilith's shoulder at the sight of the moon's radiance raining down on her skin, and an involuntary sigh escaped his mouth as he honestly praised. "Your skin feels as soft as if you just rubbed large amounts of cream on it. I don't think I'd tire of it even in a million years." "A million years? You offend me." Lilith chuckled softly, and her body under the sheets jiggled tantalizingly even though she didn't do it willingly. "You know what I'm talking about. Let's go to sleep for now, okay?" Bai Zemin withdrew his hand and casually placed it on his crotch as if he had finally found the right position to step into dreamland. However, Lilith was not someone easy to fool. She knew exactly what was going on, as she had known many men react to her body and get embarrassed even though she had never been as close to any as she currently was to the little man she was lying with at the moment. "Instead of hiding this, why don't we put it to good use?" Bai Zemin didn't even have time to say anything, let alone react, when the hand of Lilith shot out from within the sheets, and with agility that he couldn't follow, let alone comprehend, she caught the hand resting on his crotch quite naturally. Before he could tell her to stop, Lilith had already lifted his hand from there, and what he had tried to hide in shame naturally revealed itself to the world. The heavy, thick quilt stuffed with goose feathers was easily lifted by a strange object that was draped underneath, but pointed steadily skyward. That object occasionally seemed to shudder or pulsate, causing the quilt to move in sync before returning to its position. "Lilith, you little witch." Bai Zemin blushed slightly when his boner was discovered, but he didn't try to hide and instead blamed it on the woman next to him. Lilith looked at the object hidden under the sheets, and without thinking or realizing it, her little pink tongue came out of her mouth, licking slowly and tantalizingly on her lips. "What can I do? I'm too hot after all," she said, getting on her knees. Movement naturally caused the sheets covering her body to slide down, revealing that underneath she was wearing a seductive, jet-black baby doll. The bewitching bed dress was made of a special fabric that tantalizingly revealed the milk-white skin barely hidden underneath, leaving the bust area especially exposed, and the now hard nipples barely covered from the eyes by the perfectly shaped rose embroidery embroidered to heighten the men's imaginations. "Lilith, what are you doing?" Bai Zemin's voice sounded husky, and his eyes grew hot practically instantly, roaming over the figure of the kneeling woman just inches from his grasp. Even though Bai Zemin had seen her put on that baby doll before they both went to bed, and he even reprimanded her for teasing him, the stiffness still covered by the quilt grew even more as the blood in his body began to pump faster and with more vigor. Lilith watched the growth of his male root intently, and the heat in her eyes also began to rise. At the same time, her beautiful boobs began to rise and fall heavily in sync with her increasingly erratic breathing. She couldn't help but rub her thighs together as she said in a whispery voice, "Maybe I should take responsibility for it." /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// 742, spending the night /part 2. Take responsibility for it. Bai Zemin couldn't believe those words came out of Lilith's mouth. Not because he thought she was being a cheap woman, or because she was out of character, of course. The reason he couldn't believe she was saying and bringing up the idea of taking responsibility for his boner was completely different, but at the same time normal. Lilith. Bai Zemin bit his tongue from how nervous he was, which was why he had to pause. Unfortunately, there was no way he could calm down in this kind of situation. What kind of man could act calm in front of a woman like Lilith was? Not even those who had appreciation for those of the same sex would be able to stand their ground. Bai Zemin was sure of it, even less so when it was a virgin man, as was his case. Least of all when what he was about to say might lead to his greatest wish in this moment to not be fulfilled. His black eyes practically spat burning flames as they roved over the ravishingly soft white silhouette dimly illuminated by the moonlight. She was so close that Bai Zemin only needed to reach out a hand to feel her velvet thighs, and if he dared, he could even go beyond the short baby doll that stopped just inches from revealing all of her. "Are you worried about my charm affecting your mind?" Lilith asked in a low voice. Actually, even she was surprised at how excited she had become after seeing that Bai Zemin was getting such a potent hard-on. Could it be the fact that the person reacting to her beautiful and sexy body was the man she loved? Lilith didn't know. She just knew she needed to do something with herself, or else she might jump on him and eat him right there. Bai Zemin hurriedly shook his head and, out of fear of being misunderstood, immediately explained, No, it's not like that. I do know charm is an untrackable passive stat, just like critical hit percentage is. It's not something we can really control. It's already impressive that you can suppress yourself all this time. But if you and I have relations with our current power difference..." I know what you mean." Lilith nodded as if she understood, but her ruby eyes, still fixed on Bai Zemin's manhood, were somehow like the eyes of a beast staring at its prey and anxiously waiting for the right moment to swallow it whole. Lilith extended her left arm next to her right hand, and her index finger slowly came out of her clenched fist. Her movements were very careful, as for the first time her ruby-colored eyes moved to look at the face of the man lying next to her. However, Bai Zemin was too busy following the movement of her arm, so he couldn't care less whether she was looking at him or not. His black eyes slowly widened as he focused on her fingertip, and a glint of incredulity flashed in his pupils as she used the tip to touch the tip of his stiffness. Bai Zemin gritted his teeth, and a small growl was trapped inside his throat, echoing raspily within the room. It wasn't that he couldn't stand a simple touch. The reason behind his reaction was different. It was because, even though it was just a little push through the sheets and not even a direct touch, the person who was doing it was the woman he loved and had been lusting after for a long time. It was like when you wish with all your heart to taste a delicious dessert, but you can only taste it after several years. You would surely close your eyes and sigh with great pleasure. Bai Zemin had resisted the temptation of many women, and even though he could have enjoyed many beautiful women in this span of time, he never did it. Even in the midst of all the tension he lived in, he did not give in. This only served to add fuel to the flames. Don't worry, as long as it's only small actions, we should be fine. Bai Zemin turned to look at Lilith. She was still looking at him, her little mouth opening and closing tantalizingly with each breath, causing her prominent breasts to jump up and down like two bunnies trying to get attention and in search of some affection. And indeed, they would soon receive the affection they so desperately craved. She said it was okay, didn't she? Like a tiger finally released from its bonds, Bai Zemin sat on the bed and without warning grabbed Lilith by the shoulders. She didn't struggle at all when he pushed her down, and in just an instant the two of them were looking into each other's eyes with engulfing warmth. Then, it's okay as long as we don't go too far over the line, right? Bai Zemin's hoarse voice was proof of how dry his throat was, and Lilith knew he was thirsty, but not precisely thirsty for water but for her. Surprise me, champion. Lilith narrowed her eyes and a playful glint shone in her pupils. She blew gently on his face and whispered in a particularly appealing voice, I'll return the favor depending on how much of a man you prove to be. A slightly wild smile grew at the corner of Bai Zemin's lips. Re-yip. Let me show you how much of a man I am. Bai Zemin's voice echoed through the four walls, along with the sound of cloth being torn, and the gasp of a woman followed immediately behind. Brat, that was one of my favorites. Be obedient and be still. Bai Zemin whispered in her ear, making Lilith's bones feel weak at his soft but strangely commanding voice. Bai Zemin looked intently into her eyes as he used a piece of cloth from the torn baby doll to tie Lilith's hands. He brought her hands up, just above her head, and using the long end of the spare piece of cloth tied a knot in the back of the bed. You little minx, you've teased me long enough, don't you think? Bai Zemin straightened his posture and stayed on his knees. His eyes flashed with passion, but somehow he managed to hold back the desire to pounce and devour the woman on the bed. If I don't make you call me daddy tonight, then I'd rather stop being a man. Lilith was lying on her back. Her arms had been raised and her hands brought to the top of her head with her wrists bound with a piece of cloth that could easily rip and tear free. But she did nothing of the sort. Her black hair was a tantalizing mess, and her ruby eyes burned with desire as she stared into the black eyes of the man towering over her like a dominant beast. First you wanted me to call you big brother, but now you want me to call you daddy. Your pervert level is rising, little brother Zemin Tilda, she said mockingly and clearly trying to mess with him. He. Bai Zemin chuckled softly, and a dangerous glint flashed in his eyes as he whispered in a raspy voice, Let's see if you can continue playing like this later. You dare to make a bet with me? Who fears whom? Lilith raised her chin boldly and challenged him. Well, the game is simple. Bai Zemin watched her face and his eyes slowly lowered gradually. Phoenix eyes, small nose, little mouth teamed with a beautiful pair of kissable lips, slender and graceful neck. When Bai Zemin's eyes reached the chest area, he stopped there for a moment. The baby doll had been torn by him, so the center was open, revealing the interior of the deep valley but leaving the mountains covered for his imagination to play with. As his increasingly hot eyes continued to drift down to her flat, fat-free abdomen, he said in a choppy voice, If within the next 60 minutes I can't get you to climax, then it will be your turn to play with me. However, during those 60 minutes you are not allowed to use any force or free yourself from your bonds. If you win, then for one day I will do anything, whatever you ask of me, no matter what it is. If you lose, then you will do whatever I say for 24 hours. If we both fail, then we will repeat it again for another 60 minutes each. How about it, do you dare? Just before he finished his words, Bai Zemin gently reached his hands forward, and with only 2 fingers of each hand, grasped the tip of the 2 ends of the torn baby doll. His eyes locked onto hers as he slowly began to move the torn fabric sideways, revealing more and more of her beautiful creamy skin with the moonlight and starlight as the only witnesses to the wonderful sight his eyes appreciated. Lilith felt the soft touch of the fabric caressing her skin, and for a split second a flash of worry was born in her heart before it quickly died. When she noticed the beastly fire burning in her partner's eyes, Lilith couldn't help but smile internally and immediately knew victory would be hers. "Done, let's play." She smiled disdainfully and whispered in a slightly arrogant voice, "However, I also have my own rules." Bai Zemin's eyes glinted strangely, but Lilith didn't notice. He nodded without replying verbally, as he seemed too enchanted with the wonderful body in front of him waiting to be devoured. The confidence Lilith felt grew as she saw him drooling over her and said, "New security. We can't touch our lower private parts with anything but hands and fingers. The current you just can withstand so much thanks to several of your skills, but you will definitely have to wait until the second order before we can go a step further, and until the third order before we can take the final step in our relationship." "That's all," said Bai Zemin in a low and almost inaudible voice, even as the house was in total silence, and the outside world seemed to have fallen under a mysterious mute spell. Lilith puckered her lips and whispered tantalizingly, "Come to me." She expected that when her words fell, Bai Zemin would immediately attack her. This was especially true because he had just finished opening her torn baby doll completely, and her body was fully revealed before his eyes. However, to Lilith's surprise, nothing could be further from the truth. Under the faint moonlight and starlight that penetrated from the window, Lilith's white skin glistened and showed itself unhindered for Bai Zemin to feast his eyes on. Her body could only be described as perfect, as there were no words worthy to truly describe it, and even though Bai Zemin thought he knew what he was about to encounter, he couldn't help but be stunned for a brief moment. He took his time to appreciate her. His eyes stopped first on her long legs that shined like two ivories, and whose softness he could feel even though he had not yet touched them. His hot gaze slowly ascended to her fleshy thighs that begged to be worshipped before slowly moving to the junction of both legs. Even though Lilith had both legs closed, Bai Zemin did not open them. He would take his time with this. He was definitely going to win this game. His eyes moved to her small navel and continued their ascent, making Lilith feel as if several small ants were stinging her, even though he had not touched her yet. That trepidation she had felt before grew in her heart again, except that this time it didn't disappear easily as it did before. "What's wrong? You think you can give me pleasure just by looking at me with lust? Your time is still running out. Don't you think it would be nice to look at me later?" Lilith kept her composure and said mockingly, "How about you better give up? This big sister will let you see her body later if she's in a good humor, Tilda." However, Bai Zemin did not immediately retort to her words. When his burning eyes landed on the area he had most wanted to see of her all this time, the lust that flooded every cell of his body, and that Bai Zemin believed could not continue to grow shot skyward in the blink of an eye. Lilith's breasts were just wonderful. She was very well equipped in the breast area. Each of those two giant marshmallows seemed to have their own anti-gravity skill, as even though Lilith was upside down, her pink nipples pointed towards the ceiling of the room without sagging at all. Those two pink tips were the tops of both snow-capped mountains, white mountains, and completely free of any stain or impurity. As Bai Zemin stared at her mirror-like bosoms reflecting the silver-white light of the night world coming through the window, he had no problem admitting that Lilith's boobs were by far the most beautiful thing he had ever seen in his entire life. Not even the gods would be able to recreate such beauty, and not even the most famous painters in history could portray such perfect charm if they had the chance to see them. Of course, a possessive man like Bai Zemin would never let another man see the body of the woman in his bed. Less so now that he knew how beautiful this work of art was. Bai Zemin felt a horrendous amount of pain in his crotch, but he didn't need to look down to know what was happening. His level of arousal had reached such a high point that his manhood had grown to a peak he didn't know it could reach. Suddenly, the blood inside his body began to rush out of control, and Bai Zemin moved to pounce on her like a rabid lion. However, he bit his tongue so hard that he almost tore off a piece, and small drops of blood greeted his taste buds, waking him up. He quickly used blood manipulation, and though barely, he began to regain the composure he had almost completely lost. His eyes moved higher, meeting Lilith's surprised eyes. What's the matter? Are you afraid?" "I just let out some of the charm I'm keeping locked in. What's wrong with that?" Lilith snorted and didn't try to hide what she did. Bai Zemin had already noticed it, so there was no point in hiding it. Bai Zemin smiled devilishly, and his eyes glinted as he said in a hoarse voice, "My little Lilith, you seem to have forgotten that my two fortes lie under the names willpower and perseverance. HMPH, words will get you nowhere." Even though she said those words, Lilith couldn't help but doubt in her heart. Bai Zemin was still something of a mystery to her, even though ironically she knew him so well. Lilith had no idea what kind of man he was in bed, but she was slowly becoming aware of his preferences and innermost lust. Had she really made a mistake? Tonight I will definitely make you call me daddy and beg me obediently no matter what. Backslash 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 backslash. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 743, Victory and Defeat Part 1. Chapter 743, Victory and Defeat Part 1. The first thing Bai Zemin did was something very few men would do. Instead of immediately rushing to the chest area, instead of touching those two beautiful, soft, firm, and fluffy-looking treasures, he leaned forward while resting the weight of his body on his two hands and buried his face in Lilith's neck. Lilith felt his breath caress her skin tenderly, but the next thing Bai Zemin did sent a shiver throughout her body. After delighting to intoxication with the exquisite rose scent of Lilith's body, Bai Zemin closed that small distance of an inch or two and very carefully and delicately planted a small kiss on the left side of her swan neck. The body of Lilith twitched slightly, probably due to surprise, but Bai Zemin knew that a simple kiss would have no effect. But he was really looking forward to see what would happen after several minutes. 1, 2, 3. Bai Zemin planted delicate small and long kisses on the neck of Lilith. They were not quick kisses, but he took his time and let 2 or 3 seconds pass between each of his kisses, moving from the top left to the middle, and then moving down to the clavicle area before moving to the right side and applying the same treatment. After 5 minutes, Bai Zemin added one more small but not insignificant step. His hands, which had been supporting the weight of his body, moved downward and in an instant disappeared from Lilith's line of sight. She realized that he was supporting his body with his leg and hip muscles, but she didn't have time to think too much as she soon realized what he wanted to do with his hands. The movements of Bai Zemin stopped for a split second when he heard a small sound similar to the weak meowing of a little kitten. The sound was so low that it could easily have been missed by even the strongest soul evolvers, but given that the night was particularly silent, and he was planting little kisses on the kitten's neck, that sound did not go unnoticed from him. Lilith thought she had not been heard, so she secretly gritted her teeth and said nothing. In reality, her mind was slowly starting to get a little fuzzy, so there were little details that were slowly being overlooked. She had already been quite aroused even before all this started, however. The little kisses from Bai Zemin were like adding fuel to the fire. But when he started to caress her legs using nothing but his fingertips as if he was afraid of touching them too hard and hurting her, Lilith felt a shiver running through the area between her legs, so she couldn't help but let out a small sound. At the same time as Bai Zemin started to gently and very delicately caress the top and outer sides of Lilith's thighs using only his fingertips as if they were feathers, he moved his body further down as he planted little kisses on every inch of her skin. The sound of the sheets accompanied his movements, along with the sound his lips made each time they met her skin. A minute later, Bai Zemin reached the top of her breasts and paused for a moment to appreciate such a wonderful work of art. Lilith thought that Bai Zemin was finally going to pay attention to one of her sensitive areas and subconsciously lifted her upper body slightly to present her left breast to him. Bai Zemin's eyes burned with fierce fire looking at that pink tip tempting him and could easily be reached if he stuck out his tongue, however. He didn't linger. He bit his tongue again before moving his body and started planting more delicate kisses all over her left arm. Lilith let out a small growl of frustration as she was surprised at how good, but at the same time how frustrating, felt to be kissed on the arm. She knew very well that arms were not erogenous zones, but Bai Zemin's little feather-like kisses were so soft and delicate that it felt like several hundred ants were walking on the parts he kissed. After 2 minutes, he moved again and began kissing her other arm for the same amount of time as the left one. During all this time, his hands moved as gently as his little kisses, roaming her outer and upper thighs with extreme care. What are you doing?" Lilith growled in frustration as she felt Bai Zemin's little kisses circling the outline of her breasts but not touching them. He had been planting feather-like kisses on the circumference of her boobs, and his hands that had been teasing her thighs now moved to her midsection, caressing it so softly and delicately that it bordered on torture. Bai Zemin stopped as he heard her voice, frustrated and tinged with annoyance. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath before saying in a lust-filled voice with a dry throat, "Can you smell it?" Smell it? Lilith was surprised. However, when she sharpened her sense of smell, her face blushed and a flash of embarrassment shone in her eyes. Small cap I Cyrillic letter 493, small cap letter 1D0F letter 1D1C, letter 1D21, letter 1D00, small cap N, letter 1D1B, letter 1D1B, letter 1D0F, small cap R, letter 1D07, letter 1D00, letter 1D05, letter 1D0D, letter 1D0F, small cap R, letter 1D07, letter 1D04, small cap H, letter 1D0s, letter 1D18, letter 1D1B, letter 1D07, small cap RS, letter 1D18, small cap L, letter 1D07, letter 1D00S, letter 1D07, letter 1D20, small cap S, small cap I, letter 1D1B, letter 1D00, small cap L, small cap L, small cap N, letter 1D0F, letter 1D20, letter 1D07, small cap L, F, letter 1D1C, small cap L, small cap L, letter 1D04, letter 1D0F, letter 1D0D, letter 1D1B, letter 1D0F, letter 1D07X, letter 1D18, letter 1D07, small cap R, small cap I, letter 1D07, small cap N, letter 1D04, Cyrillic letter 493, letter 1D00, S, letter 1D1B, letter 1D07, small cap R, letter 1D1C, letter 1D18, letter 1D05, letter 1D00, letter 1D1B, letter 1D07, S, letter 1D18, letter 1D07, letter 1D07, letter 1D05. Even though this is the first time I smell it, my male instincts know that this is the scent of a woman in heat. Bai Zemin's husky voice was low and enticing, like the devil's voice in Lilith's ears, seducing her step by step. Your female pheromones float through the air, tempting my male pheromones to take care of you. Lilith's eyes flashed with a hint of embarrassment again, and she was about to say something when she stopped and hermetically closed her lips and eyes after seeing Bai Zemin submerging his face towards her breasts. It was finally happening. Lilith was inwardly happy that the torture was over. But she was being naive, too naive. Small cap N, letter 1D07, letter 1D21. Small cap N, letter 1D0F, letter 1D20, letter 1D07, small cap L. Letter 1D04, small cap H, letter 1D00, letter 1D18, letter 1D1B, letter 1D07, small cap RS. Letter 1D00, small cap R, letter 1D07. Letter 1D18, letter 1D1C, small cap B, small cap L, small cap IS, small cap H, letter 1D07, letter 1D05. Letter 1D0F, small cap N, small cap A, letter 1D07, letter 1D07, letter 1D2N, letter 1D07, small cap A, small cap N, letter 1D0F, letter 1D20, letter 1D07, small cap O, letter 1D04, letter 1D0F, letter 1D0D. In the middle of the room, dimly lit by the glow of the moon and starlight, the sound of silk sheets ruffling in tune with a woman's body moving uncomfortably, as well as the sound of soft, delicate kisses, were the only two sounds heard for a long 5 minutes. After 5 minutes of having Bai Zemin gently kissing her right breast, while the fingers of his right hand tortuously slowly caressed her left breast, Lilith finally could not bear it as a frustrated growl accompanied by a moan of pleasure created a strange sound that echoed loudly in the room. Bai Zemin raised his head slowly, and his eyes black as night met two ruby-colored eyes looking at him with naked lust and a hint of anger caused by frustration. Zemin, why are you doing this? Are you going to give me pleasure or are you going to torture me for the whole hour? Lilith's voice echoed off the walls, and considering that even the weakest soul evolver in the house was around level 20, the odds that her frustrated words dragged out in a long moan of discomfort had been heard were not necessarily low. However, the male and female were too lost in lust and desire to notice such things. SHHH, you will suffer a little at first, but believe me, when the time comes to release all that frustration, you will feel much more pleasure than usual. And how do you know these things when you are just a virgin boy? I have the author's knowledge, don't forget that. Again with your novels and Aang. The words Lilith was saying were interrupted by a sudden groan. She arched her back up and her head back as she felt Bai Zemin's hands now beginning to tease her inner thighs. Even though she knew he would continue to torture her with tantalizingly slow movements that felt good but also tried her sanity, Lilith couldn't help but feel hope in her heart. Hope that the cruel man towering over her body would finally show her some mercy. The feeling of constantly going up and down was similar to a roller coaster for Lilith, a roller coaster of pleasure and discomfort. After playing with Lilith's boobs and teasing her for about 7 or 8 minutes, Bai Zemin suddenly stopped and moved down. Lilith was so confused at this point that she didn't even notice the shadow towering over her disappear, and it wasn't until she felt one of her legs leave the bed that she finally woke up from her dreamy state. What are you doing?" Lilith asked softly and with gasps in between. Bai Zemin carefully lifted her left leg and let the back rest on his right shoulder while using his left hand to gently caress the inside of her right thigh. As his black eyes met Lilith's blurry, dreamy eyes, Bai Zemin brought his lips to her beautiful feet and began to kiss it sweetly. A cry of anxiety mixed with a tinge of pleasure filled the room as Bai Zemin's lips touched the side of Lilith's left foot. Wait, that's ah. Bai Zemin turned a deaf ear to Lilith's words, and she could only continue moaning for the first 2 minutes, as soon the room was occupied by three sounds. The sound of kissing, the sound of the silk sheets rustling under the erratic movements of the female writhing in pleasure and discomfort, and the sweet moans and grunts of her. The foot was one of the erogenous zones of the body usually forgotten. Not for nothing many people were willing to pay for massages in that area. What Lilith felt at first was a mixture of pleasure with tickling due to the gentle and torturous treatment from Bai Zemin. However, once her body adapted to his kisses, all she began to feel was pleasure, and the tickling disappeared without a trace. Bai Zemin kissed Lilith's left foot for 5 minutes while using his opposite hand to caress the inside of her right thigh for the same amount of time. He did the same with her right foot, and the same with her left thigh for 5 minutes more. During those 10 minutes, Lilith was slowly turning into the mess that Bai Zemin wanted to see. Her hair was disheveled due to how many times she shook her head. Her posture was sloppy with her legs spread wide open. Her blurry eyes seemed to be starting to fill with tears of pleasure and powerlessness. A glimmer of drool could be seen at the corner of her half-open little mouth, through of which sexy low growls were continuously slipping out. However, there was another point at which Bai Zemin was watching. The room was dimly lit by the moonlight and starlight coming in from the window. There was a special smell inside the tightly closed room where the ventilation did not run freely. This smell was so sweet and fragrant that Bai Zemin could not help but take several deep breaths as his black eyes flashed fiercely looking at the source. Due to the strange feeling of pleasure and lust she felt, Lilith couldn't care less about her sloppy posture. With one of her legs raised and the other obediently spread outward so that Bai Zemin could have better access to her inner thigh, he could see the dark stain on the white sheet resulting from the dampness escaping from her femininity. The eyes of Bai Zemin were like two torch lanterns, bright flashlights in the midst of the darkness. While he made sure to pleasure and torture his partner a little, he had to make use of every fiber of his willpower and perseverance as if he was fighting a powerful enemy and great amounts of pain were assaulting him. This was because if he didn't restrain himself, he would definitely pounce on her. Those two beautiful, soft, and delicious-looking full lips seemed to be tempting him again and again, opening and closing slowly and delicately, every so often like a thirsty little mouth begging for some water. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// 744, Victory and Defeat Part 2. Chapter 744, Victory and Defeat Part 2. Bai Zemin was keeping track of the time he had left mentally. By the time about 40 minutes of the initial 60 minutes had passed, he finally put Lilith's legs down and adjusted his body so that he was almost completely lying down on the bed. With her wrists still bound and her hands above her head, Lilith looked down obediently and watched wide-eyed as Bai Zemin planted delicate kisses on both legs, slowly moving higher and higher in tune, with the sound of the sheets beneath their bodies accompanying their movements. She didn't even notice that when he approached her crotch area, slowly kissing her thighs, she spread her legs even wider as if inviting him in. Bai Zemin naturally noticed the hope and weak pleading in Lilith's eyes as she looked at him, but even though he was tempted to fulfill her wish, he bit his tongue and endured. He had already come so far and had about 1/3 of the original time left. He knew that for his plan to succeed he needed to be slightly mean. As Bai Zemin ascended further and further up Lilith's legs, the smell of her arousal flooded his nostrils more strongly than before. However, when he began to kiss her inner thighs, and that place that only he had seen since she reached a certain age, when her private zone came into his range of vision, that sweet rose-scented smell became especially enticing, and for a moment Bai Zemin was tempted to drink from the fountain itself. Lust was truly one of the 7 deadly sins, an extremely dangerous feeling and emotion. Lilith was so horny at the moment, and needed so badly to release the buildup of frustration that had been building up by Bai Zemin all this time, that she didn't even realize the danger he was in. Lilith was a succubus, and while the legend that succubi were beings that needed to absorb the life essence of men through sexual acts was false, the reality was that a succubus was indeed a charming demon. This was especially so in Lilith's case. Due to the abnormally high charm of Lilith, her natural juices had an exquisite and tantalizing aroma that enticed males to taste them. Although she didn't know what would happen if someone drank them from the source itself, since she had never had a man so close to her as Bai Zemin was at this moment, Lilith knew that man definitely couldn't get enough of her if such a thing happened. What if a first-order existence tested Lilith's excitation? Even if Bai Zemin possessed skills such as immovable heart that helped him resist certain status effects, he would definitely fall prey to Lilith's charm without a doubt. Fortunately, however, Bai Zemin remembered the words Lilith had said to him before his 60 minutes started running into reverse. Just hands and fingers, for now. Bai Zemin murmured and with great difficulty moved his gaze from that precious Garden of Eden to her teary eyes. Bai Zemin began to kiss the inner thighs of Lilith, but the sound of his lips caressing her skin was completely suppressed. Anged. Ugh tilde. Ugh. I tilde. Lilith's moans and grunts started out soft and low, but after 5 minutes, those low moans and grunts practically turned into screams similar to that of a wounded beast moaning in lamentation and in loneliness. Bai Zemin had no choice but to use a lot of strength to hold Lilith's body in place as she was constantly writhing, and with only 15 minutes left, Bai Zemin decided it was time to put everything he had built up over the past 35 minutes to good use. He reached his hands up, and while now powerfully licking and kissing Lilith's inner thighs, he began playing with her nipples and squeezing her breasts using varying levels of mild strength. The eyes of Lilith opened abruptly, and a cry of joy escaped from her wide open mouth, followed by a moan of uncontrollable pleasure. Finally, she had never been touched by a man like this before, but she definitely didn't expect such a cruel form of torture to exist. Bai Zemin practically devoured Lilith's inner thighs, and while using his thumbs and forefingers to play with her rock-hard nipples, he molded her luscious breasts to his will. Bai Zemin's mind went almost completely blank as his hands practically slid on those two big fluffy soft marshmallows. The sheet under Lilith's butt was simply a puddle at this point, and the scent of her excitement had flooded the room by then. Her legs were shaking non-stop, and she was shaking her head furiously as tears ran down her face. Finally, by the time 5 more minutes had passed, Bai Zemin brought one of his hands to Lilith's crotch, and for the first time in 50 minutes began to play with her lower mouth. "Ah!" A loud cry of surprise that immediately turned into a terrified moan fled Lilith's exquisite lips. Her moans simply grew and slithered from within her lungs as if from her very soul, echoing inside the room. Bai Zemin carefully caressed the edges of her lips at first, gradually moving closer to the center, and finally used his thumb to reach the hard, but at the same time, soft little pearl that was hidden at the top of her swollen lips. Lilith's butt practically jumped off the bed as he began to play with her clitoris, but her biggest reaction was when he used his index finger to tentatively touch the little hole from which juices were gushing out like a broken dam. Yes, 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 yes. I'm almost there. Lilith closed her eyes tightly and gritted her teeth in a gleeful smile on her tear-streaked face. She had long forgotten about the piece of cloth that bound her hands and had shredded it several minutes ago. However, perhaps subconsciously, she held her hands together and above her head as if still imprisoned by invisible bonds. Bai Zemin had no choice but to let go of her breast and use his free hand to pull her body down and hold it in place as Lilith's back arched and her body began to spasm uncontrollably. "I'm coming. I'm having an orgasm." Lilith began to mumble incontinently, not even sure of herself as her eyes slowly began to roll as she felt a finger thrusting into her precious place. As Bai Zemin carefully moved his thumb around Lilith's little pearl, he didn't hesitate to slowly insert his index finger into that little hole that looked like a tiny mouth constantly opening and closing in search of air. He felt her soft flesh clinging tantalizingly to his finger, and Bai Zemin got the feeling as if thousands of little tongues were licking him all over, making his steel-hard manhood tremble at the mere thought of getting in there. When Lilith's body began to quiver rapidly, and when the soft juicy walls that clung delicately to his index finger began to tremble intermittently, Bai Zemin knew instinctively that she was on the verge of the climax. If he pushed a little harder, he would definitely succeed. However, Bai Zemin had another goal besides obviously giving pleasure to his partner. Therefore, the worst of Lilith's tortures happened. She, who felt she would soon reach the 9th cloud and see the real heaven, suddenly opened her eyes abruptly, and her pupils contracted repeatedly as she hurriedly looked down and screamed anxiously. Don't stop, I'm about to get there." Lilith was no stranger to orgasms. Even though she was a virgin, this did not mean that in her entire life she had not indulged in self-care. After all, sexual release was one of the best ways to release some of the stress that built up after so many deadly battles. Even Bai Zemin had helped himself sometimes when he felt he couldn't take it anymore. However, Lilith was 5,000% sure that the orgasm she was about to have now was by far the most powerful one she had ever given herself. She didn't know it, but she was still sure that she was one step away from ascending, even if her strength didn't go up at all. Unfortunately for her, Bai Zemin didn't hear her words and stopped his thumb movements as he pulled his index finger out of her cave, but still continued to kiss her inner thighs and kept her turned on. No, 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 no. Lilith cried out in fright as she felt that beautiful feeling from before start to disappear. Just then, Bai Zemin attacked her precious pearl again, and the index finger returned home. Ah, right there. Lilith immediately felt as if she was being rescued from the abyss and quickly climbed back up the ladder to heaven. She could feel the stimulation on her clitoris and how her man used his forefinger to gently, but at the same time, roughly stroke her insides. However, the same thing as before happened. No. The house practically rumbled as she screamed in frustration, anger, but mostly sadness as she felt the movements of Bai Zemin come to an abrupt halt. Lilith was in such a weakened state of mind that she didn't even realize that if she really wanted to she could pleasure herself. However, she subconsciously knew that the pleasure she would receive from herself would not be able to take her to the heights she would reach if he gave it to her. For a little over 5 minutes, Bai Zemin gave Lilith pleasure and torture, both feelings at the same time. Every time she was about to reach the summit, he would stop, but when she was getting too low, he would quickly start stimulating her right away and make her climb back up to the same place she was before, making her fall down again. The feeling of having everything, but at the same time having nothing, was truly terrifying. Lilith's face was a mess of tears, and her moans were mixed with increasingly desperate sobs. She seemed to have forgotten her strength and everything else. She looked really pitiful but incredibly sexy at the same time, a true work of art that any man in the universe would be more than willing to sacrifice himself for. With about only 5 minutes left, Bai Zemin stopped kissing the inside of both of Lilith's legs, and at the same time as he accelerated the movement of his hand and fingers, he moved his body upward. His firm, hard chest pressed hard and dominantly over Lilith's two beautiful creamy breasts, causing their shape to change to that of two gorgeous ovals overflowing outward. Bai Zemin couldn't help but groan softly at the feel of her hard nipples caressing his chest, but he endured the pleasure and brought his mouth to her ear while using his free hand to hold her head still in place. "Do you want to come, my little Lilith?" His voice was incredibly sexy, husky and raspy, dripping with lust and desire. The hot breath caressing her ears and his voice made Lilith open her eyes weakly, and as she looked up at the ceiling dazedly subconsciously, she nodded in between sobs and moans. "Then just say it," he whispered, as if he were a true sex demon trying to seduce his victim with sweet words. "Say it," Lilith sobbed in a low murmur. "Did you forget? Just call me like you know and I'll let you come." Bai Zemin continued to press while secretly biting his tongue so hard that more and more blood filled his mouth. His lust had reached a level too dangerous at this point. He wouldn't be able to take much more. Tilda. In between moans and grunts, Lilith's eyes flashed several times as her blurry mind cleared just enough for her to remember the key word she needed to say for her torture to finally end. Die. Bai Zemin's movement stopped for a split second, but he immediately began to stimulate his partner with a lot more enthusiasm than before as he said in a slightly anxious and happy voice. "What did you say? Louder, I didn't hear you." "DDY," Lilith whispered in a simply inaudible voice. "Louder." Bai Zemin gritted his teeth in frustration and lightly squeezed Lilith's clitoris like a button. Lilith's body jumped as her eyes opened, and as if on automatic pilot mode, she finally shouted out the word that Bai Zemin wanted to hear so badly. Lilith's scream was so powerful that the walls literally vibrated for a moment, and as she screamed, her moment of release finally came. The mind of the proud and powerful Sixth-Order Succubus, one of the two most beautiful women in the universe, craved and desired by countless beings, went blank, and as her eyes rolled to the back of her head as she screamed like a banshee finally released from her jail. ////////////////// small cap n letter 1D07 letter 1D21 small cap n letter 1D0F letter 1D20 letter 1D07 small cap L letter 1D04 small cap H letter 1D00 letter 1D18 letter 1D1B letter 1D07 small cap RS letter 1D00 small cap R letter 1D07 letter 1D18 letter 1D1C small cap B small cap L small cap IS small cap H letter 1D07 letter 1D05 letter 1D0F small cap N small cap A letter Windows 07 letter Windows 07 letter Windows to win letter Windows 07 small cap A small cap N letter Windows F letter 1 to Zera, letter 1 to 07 small capital, letter 1D04, letter 1D0F, letter 1D0D. Chapter 745, Victory and Defeat, Part 3. Chapter 745, Victory and Defeat / Part 3. It was about 5 minutes after Lilith had the most wonderful orgasm of her life, the orgasm that gave her more pleasure than she ever felt. Yet, ironically, that same orgasm was the one that made her suffer the most and tortured her to the point that she could not even think with clarity about her own existence. The dark room, dimly lit by natural moonlight and starlight, was silent except for the heavy panting of a man and the now more relaxed breathing of a woman. Lying on her back on the queen-sized bed, Lilith covered her face with her right forearm at eye level while keeping her mouth closed. Next to her, Bai Zemin was panting like a dog while looking up at the ceiling with gritted teeth. His hard-on was harder than ever at this point, so much so that the head of his manly root was beginning to turn a monstrously terrifying purple. "Say, Lilith. You don't think you should, you know." Bai Zemin tried to call Lilith several times, but she didn't reply back. If not for the fact that he knew she was definitely awake due to the occasional movement of her still trembling body, Bai Zemin might have thought she had fainted after he made her reach climax, because from that time on she didn't utter a word again. Bai Zemin was suffering, as if he had been thrown into the last level of hell at this moment. The natural smell of a succubus, arousal, was terrifying, something Bai Zemin did not know until today. Lilith's bodily fluids were not different from aphrodisiacs, and considering that she had been spreading her scent all over the enclosed room, one could only try to imagine how great Bai Zemin's suffering was. However, if the aforementioned were all, then Bai Zemin might not be suffering so much. The real problem began when Lilith reached the peak of pleasure. He could still remember how powerful her climax was. Lilith had literally turned into a fountain at that moment. Her feet had planted on the bed, her butt and back arched up, and her head supported the top as she drenched Bai Zemin's body. Fortunately for everyone, only his lower half suffered, and not a single drop went into his body, or else he would be in serious trouble right now. The smell inside the room was the smell of sex. There was no doubt as that obscene smell could not be mistaken even by an inexperienced person. However, unlike the smell of normal sex, this one was much sweeter and more tempting, except that Bai Zemin didn't know it since he had never been close to such situations in the past. It was only after 5 minutes of her coming that the quivering in Lilith's body began to calm down. That's how powerful her orgasm had been. However, 5 minutes had passed, and she had not said a word, barely moving in her position as she had fallen weakly after finishing. This meant that Bai Zemin had been exposed to a powerful aphrodisiac for several minutes, and worst of all, he couldn't stop the effect with his blood manipulation skill. I will get revenge for what you did to me." Lilith's voice rang out in the middle of the almost completely silent room. Bai Zemin's eyes shone as he heard her speak, and was secretly relieved that despite the content of her words she didn't sound angry at all. In fact, there was softness and relief in her voice, as if she had finally vented frustrations that had been staying with her for years. Despite his condition, Bai Zemin was like a pig who was not afraid of hot water and coldly snorted as he proudly said, "You lost, I won. Not only did I manage to bring you to climax in less than the agreed time, but I also made you call me daddy. Come on, my little Lilith, why don't you call me daddy a few more times?" He. Lilith let out a giggle and slowly lowered the arm covering her face, looking at Bai Zemin for the first time in over 10 minutes. Bai Zemin subconsciously backed up a little as his black eyes met Lilith's eyes. Lilith's ruby-colored eyes had always given Bai Zemin a feeling of kindness and maturity. They were full of charm and pride that made him feel warm every time he looked into them. However, Lilith's eyes at this moment were like the eyes of a true sex demon from human legends. "Your eyes, what's wrong with your eyes?" Lilith's red eyes seemed to be glowing. No, they didn't seem to be glowing, but literally were glowing in the middle of the darkness. That red glow was so strong that Bai Zemin almost died of fright when he was taken by surprise, but the most surprising thing of all was that even then his boner didn't weaken at all. "What's wrong, Daddy Zemin?" Lilith smiled devilishly and slowly moved her body until she was on her knees and hands. She stared at Bai Zemin as she slowly moved like a cat toward him and whispered in a tantalizingly sweet voice, "Are you scared? Come, let your baby take care of you." What do you want to do?" Bai Zemin immediately raised his guard and sat up before backing up again until his back touched the back of the bed. He looked at the seductive demon cat that was tempting him with her every advance, moving her body as if she had no bones, and warned in a serious voice, "Lilith, you're using a skill to raise my lust, aren't you? That's cheating." Although Bai Zemin was incredibly excited, at this moment, he couldn't help but fear for his personal property as he was being watched under those glowing red eyes. Fu, skill. Lilith stopped when her hands were only a couple of centimeters away from Bai Zemin. She looked into his eyes and smiled charmingly as she said in a whisper, "Daddy Zemin, your baby hasn't activated any skills, I promise. I've been a good girl for you." What the fuck was going on here? Bai Zemin began to sweat as he noticed Lilith's glowing red eyes now focused on his rock-hard crotch. "It is just one of my passive skills that hadn't been activated until now, as the opportunity hadn't presented itself, finally got activated." The voice of Lilith was very sweet, and she really sounded like a good girl trying to please her husband. However, in the midst of that sweetness and obedience, Bai Zemin noticed lust as high as a skyscraper about to completely overflow. "This skill of mine has a very simple name. It's called lust. El lust." Bai Zemin almost bit his tongue as he held his breath. His eyes were fixed on Lilith's flawless little white hand, now reaching out towards his groin. "Uff." A sigh of relief that sounded more like a grunt than a sigh fled from his mouth, as his head automatically jerked back, and his eyes closed when his boner was enveloped by Lilith's soft, warm hand. Even though she had only touched his manhood with her hand, Bai Zemin could not believe that the difference between his hand and a woman's hand could be so different. However, remembering the identity of the woman who slowly began to move her silky smooth hand up and down, Bai Zemin understood that this feeling was special. Lust, as I said before, has never been activated until now. This is because this skill is only activated when I have a partner in my bed, conducting some kind of sexual activity, and after I reach the climax. Lilith whispered in a dreamy voice as with misty eyes she followed the simple but seductive movement of her right hand. She tilted her upper body so that her breasts were squashed into the bed and her face was only an inch from her man's hardness. Still, I must say this one is quite a bit bigger than I've seen so far. Though that's also obvious considering the others weren't standing up, hee. Bai Zemin had been enjoying the sweet movement of his girl's hands when suddenly his previously closed eyes opened abruptly. He looked down, and for a moment forgot everything as he frowned and said softly, "Have you seen others?" Lilith rolled her eyes before lifting her head and saying with a chuckle, "Of course, I did. I've seen many of these, I'd guess a few million." When the words "many of these" left Lilith's mouth, she tightened her grip on Bai Zemin's manhood a little tighter, causing him to growl under his breath as he glared at her with lion eyes. "Why are you going mad? All the ones I've seen in the past belong to my enemies, hee. Their armor shattered into pieces when I fought many of them so naturally, I saw them." Bai Zemin almost spat out 7 liters of old blood, and died right there when he finally realized that Lilith was taunting him. "Anyway, as I was telling you," Lilith reached out her free hand and began to play with Bai Zemin's balls. Before continuing with her explanation, she brought her face close to the tip while keeping her glowing red eyes on Bai Zemin's. Just as his eyes widened and he mentally prepared himself for what was coming, Lilith stopped just an inch away and took a deep breath. Tilda, this smell is just so good," Lilith whispered as she looked at the object only an inch from her nose with bent eyes. "My skill lust is activated after my sexual partner manages to give me an orgasm. This skill has 2 passive activations. The first is always present and makes all my bodily fluids tasty and adds aphrodisiac properties to them. As for the second activation..." Lilith paused, and as she looked into Bai Zemin's eyes steadily, she put out her tongue very slowly. "El Lilith." Bai Zemin began to pant heavier and heavier, and his face turned red as his eyes focused completely on the pink tongue that even now continued to emerge from Lilith's mouth. His eyes widened like plates when he saw how long the tongue of Lilith was, and his heart almost stopped completely when she started to move that long snake tongue around his hardness. She didn't touch it, she just moved the tongue tantalizingly in circular motions around. My God, if she used that long tongue to wrap his root, Bai Zemin was sure it would be the most heavenly feeling. The second activation makes every part of my body and my partner's body become a sex delight tilde. Lilith's voice sounded in Bai Zemin's head, only that he could no longer pay attention to such things. The lust that was already driving him crazy now had finally managed to completely overwhelm him as he watched the slow and sensual movements of Lilith's long tongue, while drops of hot drool fell around his member. As if he had lost his mind, Bai Zemin reached out both hands and grabbed Lilith's head before pushing down. Or so he tried. Fufu tilde just hands and fingers. Remember it, little scoundrel. Lilith's tongue movements stopped and accompanied by the slurping sound quickly returned to her mouth as it swayed like a living creature and spewed drool everywhere, further increasing the wetness on the messed-up bed and raising the temperature in the room. Lilith easily grabbed Bai Zemin's wrists and put both of them on the sides of his body. The difference in strength between the two of them was too great for him to fight. Lilith, you! Bai Zemin glared at her with anger in his eyes, to which she replied with a devilish smile. What's wrong, Daddy Tilda? Didn't you torture me before? Do you understand your baby's suffering now? Bai Zemin gritted his teeth and really felt like spanking her butt red right now. But don't worry. The red light in Lilith's eyes grew, and with tantalizingly narrowed eyes, she whispered softly, I'll be a good girl and reward you for making me feel so good, Tilda. Under the wide-open eyes of Bai Zemin, she raised her body slightly and moved forward. Those two gigantic breasts, perfectly white and gleaming under the moon's glare, approached to his crotch, and before Bai Zemin could even do or say anything, he felt his world enveloped by a sensation so soft that it threatened to send him to heaven in a single step. She let out a giggle as she watched Bai Zemin's mouth opening and closing. Lilith pursed her lips, and as she used her hands to apply pressure on her treasures, she said in a playful voice, I think we can use these babies of mine too. Lilith moved her hands up and down in sync with her upper body. Her boobs really were like two giant cotton balls wrapping gently but firmly around Bai Zemin's root, and his mind went blank as he stared wide-eyed at those two beautiful works of art that practically glistened, due to their softness gaining speed with each passing second and altering between slow and fast every few intervals. The amount of precum coming from the tip of his weapon was such that, inside the silent room, the sound of Lilith's breasts squeezing tightly around Bai Zemin's powerful hard-on sounded like a professional masseuse using creamy hands to rub a client's body. After 5 minutes, Lilith changed the way she moved her beautiful bosoms. Instead of simply moving them up and down, she moved them in opposite directions so that when her left breast went up, her right breast went down. This change of rhythm and movement caused every muscle in the body of Bai Zemin to tighten powerfully, and subconsciously, he closed his eyes to enjoy the delicious 5 minutes during which the room was filled with his grunts and the gasps of the woman between his legs servicing him, as well as the sound of her breasts now drenched with his pre-cum. Small kappa, letter 1D0F, letter 1D1C, letter 1D21, letter 1D00, small cap and letter 1D1B, letter 1D1B, letter 1D0F, small cap R, letter 1D07, letter 1D00, letter 1D05, letter 1D0D, letter 1D0F, small cap R, letter 1D07, letter 1D0 for small cap H, letter 1D00, letter 1D18, letter 1D1B, letter 1D07, small cap RS. Letter 1D18, small cap L, letter 1D07, letter 1D00S, letter 1D07, letter 1D20, small cap I, small cap I, letter 1D1B, small cap A, letter Winda07, letter Winda07, letter Winda to win, letter Winda07, small cap A, small cap in, letter Winda0F, letter Winda to 0, letter Winda07, small cap O, letter 1D04, letter 1D0F, letter 1D0D. Letter 1D1B, letter 1D0F, letter 1D07X, letter 1D18, letter 1D07, small cap R, small cap I, letter 1D07, small cap N, letter 1D04, letter Winda00, S, letter Winda Winba, letter Winda07, small cap A, letter 1D1C, letter 1D18, letter 1D05, letter 1D00, letter 1D1B, letter 1D07, S, letter 1D18, letter 1D07, letter 1D07, letter 1D05. How am I doing? Lilith asked, panting as her bright red eyes focused on the eyes of her partner, trying to figure out the spots that gave him the most pleasure. Bai Zemin looked at her with gritted teeth, and the sparkle in his eyes revealed that it wouldn't be long before he shot his load. He had been holding back for over an hour after all. Despite the lust and desire in the eyes of Lilith, despite the fact that he was on the 9th cloud, Bai Zemin was not completely swept away by the pleasure. He could notice some insecurity in her voice, which after some thought he found very reasonable considering this was definitely the first time she was doing something like this. He reached out his right hand and stroked her hair gently as he assured her in a deep husky voice, "The pleasure you're giving me is one I never knew existed." The eyes of Lilith sparkled with joy, but instead of showing it on the surface, she acted arrogant and powerful as she confidently said, "Little brother Zemin, if you can hold on for another 5 minutes, this big sister will call you daddy for life, Tilda." Bai Zemin was about to open his mouth to say something when suddenly his mind went blank. Under his disbelieving eyes, Lilith quickly increased the speed at which she was moving her tits while working on his weapon with alternating movements. She was moving her breasts with such speed that, in a matter of seconds, they became two beautiful white blurry flashes. This sneaky woman. These were Bai Zemin's last thoughts before the terrifying but delicious pleasure managed to overwhelm even his soul. Forget about holding on for another 5 minutes. Bai Zemin's white load flew out like an endless torrent after only 3. The power behind his shot was such that Lilith cried out in surprise when she was hit on the chin, but her surprise soon turned to delight. She giggled like a little devil, and instead of stopping, she continued to move her boobs up and down in a blur. We can't let it waste, haha. The little minx even giggled as she watched with narrowed eyes as the white liquid bathed her body. She even opened her mouth and thrust out her tongue to catch several strings of cum. Bai Zemin had the biggest orgasm of his entire life too. Probably no man on earth had ever come as much as he had that night. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// of battle. Considering that Bai Zemin had failed to endure the 60 minutes they had both agreed upon earlier, and Lilith had managed to make him climax before the time limit, it was not wrong to say that he had suffered a defeat. However, since he had also managed to bring Lilith to the peak of pleasure within the stipulated time, it was not wrong to say that he had won. Victory and defeat, this applied to both Bai Zemin and Lilith. Lying on the double-sized bed, a man and a woman were panting heavily while keeping their eyes closed. From the window with semi-transparent curtains that had been set up mainly to prevent the view from the outside, but barely obstructing from the inside, the rays of rising sunlight began to illuminate the inside of the room. The color of the sky had turned from deep black to beautiful multicolor where orange, red, yellow, and an initial trace of blue slowly spread out and took the place of the other three. The interior of the room was a mess to say the least. The smell that permeated the atmosphere within the four walls could simply be described as obscene, so much so that even a person inexperienced in carnal matters could easily and correctly identify what happened there. However, even the most experienced person in the world would definitely not be able to correctly identify that all that strong nose-burning smell was not the product of an orgy, but was the result of the fierce match between just one man and one woman. It's dawning. Small kappa letter window 07 letter window 07 letter window to win letter window 07 small in letter window 0 f letter window to 0 letter window 07 small kappa letter 1d04 letter 1d0 f letter 1d0d. Bai Zemin slowly opened his eyes and looked to his left. A flash of disbelief and at the same time helplessness shone in his eyes as he muttered in an exhausted voice, "It's dawn." Lying to his right, Lilith copied Bai Zemin's movements, and as she noticed the increasingly bright rays of sunlight she couldn't help but sigh. She turned her head again so that her face was pointing directly towards the ceiling, and as she closed her eyes softly, she said in a sweet and pampered voice, "Zemin, you are a monster." "I don't want to hear that from you." Bai Zemin sighed and adjusted himself so that his position was the same as Lilith's. After Lilith brought Bai Zemin to orgasm once, she didn't stop there simply because she had already achieved the main goal of the little sex game. The two of them had set up for the purpose of driving away the embarrassment they might come to feel as first-timers and encouraging each other to take the relationship they shared a step deeper. With over 40 minutes remaining, Lilith made sure to make the most of every second. She managed to make Bai Zemin come 3 more times using different parts of her body before reaching the time limit and delighted in the sexy grunts he made for her, making her feel more confident and proud in the fact that she was doing a good job despite being physically inexperienced. After those 60 minutes, Lilith's horniness had reached an extremely high level again, so she didn't fight back when Bai Zemin pushed her down and began to play with her body for the second time in the night. The two had gone to bed shortly after 12 o'clock at night, and considering that the clock currently read 6:10 in the morning, the two had been engaged in sexual activities for about 6 hours in total, each giving pleasure to the other for 3 hours. During those 3 hours, Lilith had been brought to the peak of pleasure a total of 10 times by Bai Zemin, while she had managed to give him maximum satisfaction more than 20. In fact, the two had stopped because the slowly rising sunlight had awakened them from the state of lust and bestial desire for each other that they had fallen into, or else they would probably be doing it even now. If Bai Zemin or Lilith were normal humans, then there was no way such a thing was possible. However, since they were both soul evolvers, things were different. Lilith turned her head to look at him, and a glint of satisfaction flashed in her now normal ruby eyes. She said with a smile full of pride, "Zemin, you're only level 50, but you managed to put me to battle in bed even though I cheated a bit by using agility in my movements to please you. Even under the effect of powerful aphrodisiacs, you didn't lose yourself in lust and withstood my attacks for 3 whole hours. You have no idea how monstrous a feat you accomplished tonight." Lilith was proud not because of her, but she was proud of the partner she had chosen to spend her whole life with. Bai Zemin was already capable of satisfying her body like this despite the huge difference in levels between them. Lilith was sure that in the future he would be a real monster in bed capable of completely satiating all her succubus needs. In fact, she was secretly frowning in her heart, wondering if she would really be able to keep up with him. Lilith knew that the natural stats of the little man lying next to her would skyrocket rapidly once he managed to break the stages between each order, and if his current stamina was already this brutal, she couldn't help but shudder at the probably not-so-distant future. However, Bai Zemin shook his head softly at her words and remarked wearily, "Although in fact, my body was affected by your skill lust, doesn't the same apply to you? Besides, you used agility while I had to replenish my stamina several times using regeneration. I even controlled my blood flow on several occasions to delay the inevitable." Although Bai Zemin was aware of the difference in level and stats between the two, he couldn't help but feel a bit of bitterness in his heart. No matter how he looked at it, this encounter had been his defeat. Lilith didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she looked at the bitter smile on her beloved's face. He really had no idea how impressive his feat was, even if it was on a different battlefield than the normal one they were both used to. She sat up slightly on her left side and without warning pecked his lips before pulling back to see his expression. To her surprise, however, Bai Zemin's expression was rather indifferent. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me with those eyes as if you were looking at an alien?" Bai Zemin raised an eyebrow in surprise. Don't you feel disgusted?" "Disgusted?" Bai Zemin's eyes widened slightly, and he looked at her dumbfounded as he said with some concern in his voice, "Lilith, what are you talking about? Could it be that something bad happened without him noticing?" However, Lilith's next words made Bai Zemin almost fall to the floor when he heard them. "Well, I know men don't like to give kisses on the lips to their partners after your, you know what, I swallowed your thing. I don't know if you know what I mean." Lilith's voice alone would be enough to make Bai Zemin laugh. She sounded shy and careful as she said such words even though they had fallen into a sexual frenzy throughout the night. A stark contrast to the bold, brave, and proactive Lilith that Bai Zemin faced in bed. However, what made Bai Zemin finally burst into laughter was the reason why she was worried. "Hadiyahasa." Lilith watched as he rolled on the bed and covered his face quickly in an attempt to suppress his laughter, but seeing his shoulders shaking, she knew he was laughing as hard as ever. She pouted adorably, and despite her age felt like a little teenager experiencing her first love. "What's so funny?" She tapped the back of his head gently and said in a questioning voice. Bai Zemin laughed for a few more seconds before slowly beginning to calm down. He turned his body again, and as he sat down Lilith noticed a big smile on his face, as well as affectionate eyes as he looked at her. She blinked in surprise and confusion when he kissed her gently on the lips, pausing there for 2 or 3 seconds before slowly pulling back. "Lilith, if you are willing to take something that belongs to me, then how could I refuse a kiss from you?" Bai Zemin shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and said in a joking tone, "Besides, my essence is quite sweet, isn't it?" "That's probably because of my skill," Lilith muttered, looking at him in surprise. She had met many couples in her life, but only a pitifully small number of men did not refuse kisses from their partners after the woman performed certain actions with her mouth. Lilith always felt a certain disdain in her heart for selfish men who, after receiving pleasure from their partners, simply asked them to go wash their mouth. But as the years went by, she simply took it for normal. Now that she knew that her partner was not a selfish man, Lilith was naturally delighted, and her heart felt as sweet as honey, so she couldn't help but jump on Bai Zemin. She bathed his face in kisses, but when she felt the hard object starting to awaken and poking her abdomen, she stopped and quickly got off his body. "Pervert! Can you blame me?" Bai Zemin cleared his throat and said in a righteous voice, "You lunge at me with your naked body and your soft skin touching mine. The room is filled with essence with aphrodisiac properties. To top it off, our bodies are bathed with sexual fluids full of properties that drive the desire to mate. As you can see, I am innocent." Hearing his words, Lilith couldn't help but look around carefully for the first time in hours, and a flash of disbelief shone in her pupils. For the love of God. Satan will be angry if he finds out what you just said. Lilith ignored Bai Zemin's little joke and quickly pushed him off the bed. You go take a shower now. What? Let's take a bath together. Let's save pure water and avoid wasting such a precious natural treasure as water. Bai Zemin proposed as she pushed him towards the private bathroom in the room. Bathe together? You think I don't know what you have in mind? Not to mention that I can wash myself using mana, Lilith retorted as she used her index finger to point downward. Bai Zemin looked at the little Zemin who was slowly starting to raise its head, and finally gave up when he realized that there was no escape for his perverted mind. Both his body and Lilith's were dirty with her or his juices mixed, so they really needed to shower. Finally, under Lilith's insistence, Bai Zemin locked himself in the bathroom and started showering. On the other hand, she opened the window wide, and with a wave of her hand that obscene smell that flooded the room began to be quickly swept away and replaced by fresh air. Lilith looked at the bed, and noticing the wet mess the two had made to the point of turning it into a pool, her face blushed. She waved her hand and her space storage ring glowed for an instant, making a luxurious and comfortable-looking bed appear floating in the air. After replacing the bed, Lilith nodded and said quietly, although this little rascal's family will notice the change of. Her next words caught in her throat and her eyes widened in shock as she finally realized something that, in the midst of lust, had been forgotten. My God! This wasn't a light novel where cultivators waved their hands and raised anti-sound barriers. Lilith didn't have any of those skills. Considering how noisy they had been all night, there was no way the others wouldn't know what had happened behind the door of this room. Lilith really wanted to dig down to the Earth's core and bury herself there for several millennia, instead of going out to breakfast with everyone in a couple of minutes. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// 27. Elle didn't know you had that kind of preferences. Elle can call Yaudity if you like. Part 1. Bai Zemin's house, although large and considerably luxurious, did not have a bathroom pool, but it did have a bathtub about 1.6 meters long and wide enough for two people to get in together without it feeling crowded. Because the time was tight, he couldn't wait for the water to warm up and had no choice but to cheat a little. Little fire, we have an important mission to complete. His voice sounded serious. He sounded like someone about to face a powerful enemy. The little blue flame did not immediately respond to its master's call as it usually did, and just as Bai Zemin began to panic, he felt something stirring in a corner of his soul and quickly identified the little flame that a second later appeared before him, floating in front of his face and flickering rapidly. Although Bai Zemin knew that such a thing was not possible, for some strange reason he could not help but feel that his trusty flame was mocking him and glaring at him even though it had no eyes. After clearing his throat and shaking off such thoughts, Bai Zemin pointed to the tub and asked the flame to heat the water. He made sure the water did not evaporate, and in a matter of seconds the temperature reached a good point, so he quickly put his friend Little Fire away again. Bai Zemin took a quick shower instead of staying to enjoy the warm water, and after about 10 minutes he came out of the bath. He had to change the water 3 times, because the water had repeatedly become completely soiled with the sexual fluids that had practically stuck to his skin. When he came out of the bathroom in a simple robe, Bai Zemin saw Lilith sitting on the bed. The first thing he noticed was that she was completely clean and had returned to her lily form. However, what caught his attention the most and made him frown was that she had her face buried in her hands while muttering unrecognizable words in a voice that was too low for even him to hear despite his good sense of hearing. He walked over and sat down beside her, but just as he was about to ask what was wrong with her, the door to the room was knocked softly from outside. "Big brother Bai, big sister Lily. Auntie said you two should go downstairs. Breakfast will be served in a few minutes." The expression on Bai Zemin's face froze as the voice of little Luo Ning reached inside the room from the other side of the wooden door, firmly closed from the inner part. "My God!" The same exact words that Lilith had uttered about 10 minutes ago came out of Bai Zemin's mouth in a mumble as he finally realized what was going on and the mistake they had made all night. Because she had not gotten a reply for several seconds and probably because she could not hear any sound, little Luo Ning on the other side of the door knocked a little louder on the wood and said in a curious voice, "Big brother Bai, big sister Lily, are you two sleeping?" "How strange. Big brother Bai always wakes up very early and often he is not at home at this hour." Bai Zemin did not answer little Luo Ning's call. Instead, He sat on the edge of the bed next to Lilith and, like her, buried his face in his hands with his elbows resting on his knees. "I'll go tell Auntie that she'd better come herself." Bai Zemin stood up abruptly when he heard Luo Ning's murmur and quickly shouted, perhaps a little too loudly, "Wait! Big brother Bai, if you were awake, why didn't you talk back to me until now?" Bai Zemin could imagine an adorable pout in Luo Ning's expression, but he didn't have the heart to worry about something like that, and his mind was elsewhere. He cleared his throat and said in a more quiet voice, "Little Ning, you go down first. Your big sister Lily and I will be down soon." "Okay." Bai Zemin heard the footsteps of Luo Ning hurrying away with little trots, until she finally moved far enough away from the room that he could no longer hear her. He didn't even have time to say any words when the temperature inside the room suddenly plummeted, and before he knew it, he felt a sharp object rubbing against his neck but not hurting his skin at all. "Do you have any wishes you haven't fulfilled yet? Maybe last words you'd like to say or a message you'd like to give?" Lilith's chilling voice sounded from behind him. "Smolkappa letter winda 07 letter winda 07 letter winda to win letter winda 07 smolkappin letter winda 0f letter winda to 0 letter winda 07 smolkappo letter 1d04 letter 1d0f letter 1d0d." Bai Zemin raised both hands to shoulder height in surrender and slowly turned around to meet two beautiful, but at the same time terrifyingly cold red eyes. Bai Zemin's eyes flashed as he realized that this was probably the first time he had seen Lilith with that kind of glare. But for some reason, it was quite similar to the attitude Shangyu and Bingzu had towards him some time ago and still had towards others. However, his current situation did not allow him to dwell on useless thoughts. After a few seconds of silence, and while his eyes carefully looked at the plain-looking sword in Lilith's hands, Bai Zemin closed his eyes and said in a defeated voice similar to someone who had already accepted death as imminent fate, "My only request to you is simple. When you see my mother after you go downstairs, please tell her that her son has died as virgin and pure as she brought him into the world despite being tempted by a sex demon." "Bastard!" Lilith's cold eyes disappeared, and the sword with which she was pointing at Bai Zemin vanished without a trace. She let herself fall to her knees and began to sob like a little girl as she murmured in a whiny voice, "What shall we do now? Yesterday I met your parents, but I already showed them such an ugly side of me. They'll surely think I'm a little pervert who cajoled you with her abilities in the bedroom." Bai Zemin noticed that her eyes were quickly beginning to flood with tears that might fall at any moment, and he quickly moved forward, letting himself fall to his knees and hugging her tightly as he hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I was just joking before." Bai Zemin really wanted to bang his head against the wall as he hadn't expected Lilith to be so affected that she would be brought to the brink of tears. If he had known, there was no way he would joke about something like that. Lilith raised her head from his chest and looked at him with pleading eyes as she said in a low voice, "Say, Zemin, can I not go down? Are you planning to stay locked in the room forever?" "No, I might as well just disappear for a couple of months or 2 or 3 years from your parents' sight. They'll probably forget about it after a while." To be honest, Bai Zemin was also as anxious as Lilith was. After all, this was the first time he was put in this kind of situation. However, when he heard the unreasonable request from Lilith, he almost burst out laughing, but fortunately he stopped himself in time, or he might really be cut in two by the blade of the woman in his embrace. "Listen to me, Lilith." He moved her, clutching her shoulders gently so that their eyes met, and said in a firm voice, "My family will only love you even more now, okay? Knowing my mother, she will welcome you with more love than ever, thinking that soon she might be holding a grandchild." Lilith looked at him with teary eyes and said, unconvinced, "Are you sure about that? Won't she think I'm a sly little bitch?" Bai Zemin was tempted to roll his eyes but wisely resisted the temptation and said in an assuring voice, "My mother knows the kind of man I am, and naturally knows well that for me to be interested in a girl enough to bring her home and introduce her to the family, sex will definitely not be the main reason in any way." Lilith hesitated and after a moment asked in a low voice with some uncertainty, "So, what about your father?" "My father?" Bai Zemin blinked before answering hurriedly. "He will definitely bother me later, but he won't think anything bad about you. On the contrary, he will probably see you under new eyes. My father knows that I'm not the type of man who casually sleeps with a random woman after all." "So, what will happen to the Wen twins and little Ning? They definitely heard something, especially little Ning." "They're just innocent little girls, Lilith. There's no way that—" "Like I was saying, There's no way they'd know anything about things between adults, don't you think? Come on, we've got to get moving. If we delay any longer, we'll really start to be looked at with weird eyes. Bai Zemin cleared his throat and casually stood up to prevent Lilith from seeing the flash of anger and unease that shone in his eyes as he remembered how cruel Wen Yan and Wen Yun's past had been. Lilith had naturally heard the bad things that the twins were probably forced to do. It was just that her current emotional state was quite unstable in terms of worry, so it would probably take her a while to realize that Bai Zemin's words were not completely true. As she watched still on the floor as he quickly put on his clothes, her eyes flashed strangely and she said in a somewhat peculiar voice, "So, what will happen with your sister?" "Mengqi, what about her?" Bai Zemin didn't stop and quickly buttoned a pair of rather fashionable jeans as he needed to look presentable for the meeting he would be attending after breakfast. "What do you think his reaction will be?" Lilith asked as she slowly stood up. "Huh? I guess she'll look at us with weird eyes." Bai Zemin wasn't too sure either. He finally finished dressing and clapped his hands once. "All right, enough worrying. Lilith, we didn't do anything wrong or commit any kind of sin, okay? Maybe, and except for the little girls, all of us sitting around the table today are clear that babies are not brought by a stork. Not to mention the fact that the two of them had not even come relatively close to completing the final step. But probably no one would believe such a thing even if Bai Zemin and Lilith explained it with pictures and dialogue boxes." After she heard his words, Lilith took repeated deep breaths before finally calming down. At the end of the day, she was used to all kinds of scenarios, and the reason she was worried had to do solely and exclusively with the fact that she really hoped to fit into this family without being looked at with raised eyebrows in the future. Lilith rolled her eyes as she noticed Bai Zemin's eyes focused on her generous bosom being tantalizingly hugged by the white blouse she arrived in yesterday, and as she walked past him to open the door, she paused for a moment before whispering in his ear, "You little pervert." Many thought he had no sexual appetite or that he had different tastes than others, but few of those people knew that Bai Zemin could become very lustful when the conditions met, and Lilith had confirmed it completely. Bai Zemin took the egg in which his future adopted daughter was resting, and quickly followed Lilith downstairs to face together what destiny had in store for them. Backslash 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 748. L didn't know you had that kind of preferences. L can call Yaudity if you like. Part 2. As Bai Zemin and Lilith walked downstairs to the dining room, they both looked at each other in silence, and for a moment, they both paused as if by prior agreement in an attempt to listen for sounds coming from the lower floor. In fact, it was strangely silent. Except for the sound of dishes being moved and kitchen utensils being moved on what appeared to be the marble kitchen countertop, there was no sound to be heard. Bai Zemin shook his head when he noticed Lilith's questioning eyes before taking the initiative to go downstairs, being followed a step or two behind by her like a good and obedient wife. As they reached the corner of the staircase and entered the main corridor, the sight of the large living room attached to the dining room came into the line of sight of both of them after walking a couple of steps. "Ah, big brother Bai." Luo Ning jumped off the couch she was sharing with Wen Yan and Wen Yun before rushing towards Bai Zemin. Her eyes shone with a pure light as she said with a small pout on her lips, "Big sister Lily, why didn't you talk to me earlier? Did little Ning do something wrong?" Lilith blinked and a flash of tenderness shone in her eyes. She leaned forward and gently stroked Luo Ning's lustrous black hair as she said with a gentle smile on her face, "Little Ning, what are you talking about? You have always behaved very well. All the big brothers and big sisters, as well as the aunts and uncles, love you very much because you are sensitive and obedient. Big sister Lily was a little sleepy. That's why I didn't talk back to you at that time." Just when Lilith's words had fallen, Mengqi appeared inside the living room followed by her mother. Both of them were carrying a tray on which there were various dishes. There were even several boxes of milk imported from abroad, which even when the economy of the base was decent was still considered a luxury among luxuries, and only officers of the highest rank could take some home occasionally. "Oh, Lily Zemin, you two are finally downstairs." Yilinger smiled sweetly, especially at the daughter-in-law her son recently introduced to her. "Give me a moment, let me finish this first. Breakfast is coming soon, you sit here, child." "This, mother, but I want to help." Yilinger didn't give her time to finish and waved a hand while saying in an irrefutable, but at the same time sweet voice, "Just sit here and wait obediently. I can't let a newly integrated family member work during the first morning at home, don't you think?" Lilith had no choice but to do as she was told and obediently sat down, earning a satisfied nod from Bai Zemin's mother. Although she felt a bit helpless, Lilith also managed to sigh in secret relief and gave Bai Zemin a sidelong glance as she told herself that the little scoundrel was right after all. Far from looking at her with strange eyes, Ylinger was treating her like a treasure fallen from the sky now. Bai Zemin also sighed in relief and took a step forward as he looked at his sister and said with a smile, "Meng-Chi, let me help you with that." Meng-Chi looked at him with an expression full of complaints and said in a mocking voice, "Don't worry, my dear big brother. You must be tired after training so hard at night. Why don't you better sit there and wait a bit? Breakfast will be here in a moment." Bai Zemin froze for a brief moment before smiling bitterly in his heart. Even if he were an idiot, it would be impossible not to notice the annoyance in Meng-Chi's voice, which was completely understandable considering the two black circles under her eyes. "Hey, hey, big brother Zemin, big sister Lily." Wen Yan approached with an innocent expression after passing the laptop to her twin sister. She looked up and her bright little eyes met the curious gazes of the two people she was looking for. Why did big sister Lily scream daddy out loud last night? Is it because she misses her daddy and had a nightmare? She even screamed so loud that Yun and I woke up in the middle of the night. Wen Yan blinked and stood there waiting for her big sister Lily's answer, however. Several seconds passed, and not only did her big sister Lily not answer her as she expected, but everyone inside the room became silent as they stared at her in a daze. Lilith really wanted to die right now and leave no trace that she had ever existed in the cosmos. She felt her face begin to heat up, and even though she was a very experienced existence in many matters, this kind of situation had never happened to her. Although Lilith knew that everyone in the house had probably heard her scream from before, she had a small hope in her heart that such a thing had not happened. However, it was clear that such a thing was not possible. Meng-Chi looked at Lilith in her lily form and said with a faint smile on her face, "Sister Lily, why don't you tell little Yan about your daddy and how great he is?" "Meng-Chi, you." Bai Zemin looked at his younger sister, not knowing whether to laugh or cry at her behavior. But there was no need for him to say anything. After all, Lilith could defend herself. She took a deep breath and forced herself to smile. She stroked Wen Yan's hair, but her eyes were fixed on Meng-Chi as she said in a low, dreamy voice, "My daddy is a very fabulous and strong man. Although he has all kinds of people seeking his affection, my daddy only has eyes for me and cares so much about my well-being that he is even willing to stay up all night to relieve my body heat." Meng-Chi's expression turned ugly, but she quickly pulled herself together, and with a snort turned around and went back to the kitchen. When Yan had no idea what was going on, so as she looked at Lilith, she said aloud, "Whoa, big sister Lily, your daddy must be a very good man. Why don't you call him over so we can all meet him? Our mother and father would also stay up all night when Yun or I had a fever and our bodies got hot." The innocence of the children was truly wonderful. Bai Zemin sighed in his heart as he gave Lilith a glare, silently telling her not to go too far in front of the little girls. Bai Delan entered the living room where everyone was starting to gather, and was about to say something when he almost fell to the floor with what he saw. "No, my 5210 points." Wen Yun shouted in terror as she stared at the laptop screen. She suddenly pushed the laptop to the side and with a leap jumped down from the couch before running towards Bai Zemin with teary eyes. Before Bai Zemin or the others could understand what was happening, Wen Yan's twin, Wen Yun, jumped towards him and clung to his body like a koala bear while saying with pitiful eyes, "Daddy Zemin, the snake grew too big, and I couldn't stop it from colliding with the tail, so now I lost my maximum score. Daddy Zemin. My goodness." Bai Zemin almost fainted when he felt two piercing gazes poking his back. "Zemin too." Bai Delan looked at his son with a frown. He had naturally heard the guttural moan of his son's partner echoing throughout the house. The word daddy practically made his wife Ylinger jump out of bed as she looked towards the wall in the direction of the room where Bai Zemin and Lily were spending the night. However, a little girl of about 10 years old was using that word to call his son now. Bai Delan naturally did not think good things. Bai Zemin was about to say that he had nothing to do with this, but suddenly stopped when he saw Wen Yun's mischievous eyes. "This brat is really messing with me." Bai Zemin secretly gritted his teeth. Wen Yun was much more mature than her twin Wen Yan, even though they were both around 10-11 years old. Probably due to the events that happened in the north, the girl grew up mentally too fast, and because she felt safe and confident that Bai Zemin would never do anything bad to her, she did not hesitate to start teasing him. But worst of all, even though Bai Zemin knew the truth, no one would believe him even if he explained it 1,000 times. Bai Zemin cleared his throat and carefully pulled Wen-Yun off of him from above. The girl had almost made him drop the egg he was carrying in his hands. He pointed at Bai Delan and said in a serious voice, "Wen-Yun, why don't you better go to Grandpa and give him a good morning hug?" Wen-Yun was really smart. She quickly realized that Bai Delan was angry with Bai Zemin, so she quickly ran to him and said with shining eyes, "Grandfather, good morning." Bai Delan's eyes immediately sparkled, and his earlier anger disappeared without a trace as his gaze focused on those sweet and pure eyes like those of a little angel. He smiled from ear to ear and nodded, "Good morning, little Yun." Despite his appearance of a 30-year-old, Bai Delan was over 50. He naturally wanted to have a grandchild, so, without hesitation, he immediately began to like this good little girl. Bai Zemin sighed in relief as he saw that his father's attention was taken off his shoulders, and Wen-Yun managed to fix the situation that she herself had caused. "I'll go help in the kitchen. I'll be right back," Bai Zemin whispered to Lilith and shook his head when she tried to follow him. Yilinger was kind and loving, but definitely fierce when it came to making herself obeyed. As Bai Zemin was heading to the kitchen after turning the corridor around the corner and thinking about how he needed to give Wen-Yun a good lecture for her mischief later, it just so happened that on the way to the living room was Meng-Chi, so the two naturally crossed paths. "HMPH," Meng-Chi snorted, still irritated. She tried to walk past Bai Zemin, but he stopped her. "What?" Meng-Chi asked in an apathetic voice. Bai Zemin forced a smile and said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, "I say, my dear little sister, this big brother of yours did something to offend you. Other than being one of the main culprits who kept me up all night while I listened to the perverted things you did, and how you grunted with pleasure while that girl named Lily you brought home moaned nonchalantly and without a care in the world. Don't worry, my dear big brother, you haven't offended me at all." Bai Zemin was at a loss for words to say for several seconds after he saw and heard his sister speak fast and loose, as if she was a robot, or as if she had planned it in advance. As Meng-Chi looked at him with wide eyes and gasped in indignation while catching her lost air, Bai Zemin finally sighed and nodded. "I'm sorry, it's my fault. The Goblin War just ended, and you two fought on the front lines for days. You must have longed for a good night's peaceful sleep, but in the end you couldn't close an eye all night. I apologize on behalf of myself and Lily. I will make sure the same thing doesn't happen a second time." "What? No, it's not that." Meng-Chi wanted to go crazy, but now that her brother had apologized so honestly, she had no room to unleash her fury. She didn't want to blame Bai Zemin. After all, Meng-Chi was aware that her big brother was the person who needed the most rest, given that he hadn't slept in 5 days counting the night before. Meng-Chi stomped on the ground and an adorable pout appeared on her exhausted face as she said in a voice that was filled with hidden bitterness, "Big brother, you always do the same thing every time I get upset with you about something. Even in the past you were the same way. It's not fair." Bai Zemin kept his expression on the surface, but in his heart he was apologizing to his sister. He knew that to appease Meng-Chi's anger when she was about to turn into a little devil, the best way was to admit mistakes, and she would end up feeling aggrieved and even apologize for her behavior later. Meng-Chi took several deep breaths, and after a few seconds during which they both remained silent, she surprised Bai Zemin with a faint smile. Bai Zemin had seen many kinds of smiles on his sister's face. He often compared them to flowers or cute animals when they were small. However, this was the first time he felt that his ever-reliable and mature younger sister's smile resembled the smile of a cunning little fox. For some reason, he felt he didn't want to listen to her next words, or he would be too surprised by what she was about to say. However, he didn't have time to open his mouth before Meng-Chi opened her little lips. "My dear big brother, I didn't know you had that kind of preferences. I can call you Daddy if you like." Meng-Chi's voice lived up to her little fox smile. Despite her youthful appearance and real age, she sounded like a woman with a lot of experience in the life of seduction, and for a moment Bai Zemin was at a loss for words to say. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 749 New Target, Hadean District Part 1-2. After several seconds during which both Bai Zemin and Ming Qi remained silent with him, trying to comprehend and analyze the words his sister had said, and with her watching his face in an attempt to understand the effect her words have had on her brother, Bai Zemin's frozen expression finally broke. Meng-Chi felt her heart beat a little faster, and she didn't deny the fact that she felt a little scared when she saw her brother's serious expression. However, as she felt footsteps behind her, an idea popped into her head, and before Bai Zemin could do anything, she turned and ran towards Yilinger, who was approaching carrying another tray full of food. "Princess, don't run while carrying the dishes," Yilinger sighed. Meng-Chi turned a deaf ear, and while hiding behind her pointed at Bai Zemin with a shake of her head as she said with fake fear, "Mom, Daddy Zemin is bullying me." "Daddy Zemin?" Yilinger's hands trembled and she almost knocked over the tray she was holding. However, she quickly calmed down, and seeing the incredulous expression on her son's face, she couldn't help but secretly shake her head. Yilinger had naturally heard when her son's partner screamed out loud the night before. It was only natural for Meng-Chi to hear it too, considering that not only was her level higher than Yilinger's, but Bai Zemin's and Meng-Chi's room were closer to each other compared to the master bedroom. "Okay, princess. Stop messing with your brother. Look at the surprised expression on his face. He looks like he will faint soon. Let's go eat breakfast before the hot dishes get cold." Yilinger smiled slightly and shook her head before continuing on her way. "Okay." Meng-Chi nodded and quickly followed her mother, but not before stopping to stick out her tongue and wink at her brother before making a hasty escape. Bai Zemin, who was only a second short of getting angry at Meng-Chi, was speechless as he looked at the backs of his mother and younger sister. "That little minx." He shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry before finally following behind the two. During breakfast, Lilith's fears did not come true, and except for the occasional glares from Meng-Chi, she was treated very well by both Yilinger and Bai Delan. She had integrated into the family so well that Bai Zemin's mother had asked her to at least stay for the day so that the two of them could talk more about Bai Zemin. Lilith naturally agreed, since she would be able to learn things about Bai Zemin during his past years, while Yilinger would be able to learn more about the months she was separated from her son that seemed like centuries of time. After breakfast, Bai Zemin together with Bai Delan went straight to the government building, where practically all the high command officials of the Chinese Renaissance faction had gathered. Of course, people like Shangyuan Bingzu, Chen He, Zhang De, Nangong Lingxin, Kai Jingyi, Evangeline, and Shen Mei were also present. As for Wu Yijin, she was in charge of another important task that Bai Zemin delegated to her, so she was not present at this time. In fact, after breakfast, Meng-Chi had gone to Wu Yijin's house. The meeting lasted about 2 hours, and it was close to 9 a.m. when everyone started to leave the premises. Some of them had shadowy expressions on their faces, while others were relaxed and walked normally, full of confidence. In the meeting room, Wu Keqian forced a smile and said, feeling a bit helpless, "Say, Zemin kid, wouldn't it have been better for you to wait before announcing that you would make a reform in power?" Wu Keqian had arranged this meeting to inform that from today he would be stepping down from his position as top leader, and that from this very moment onwards, the person with full power was the young man who had been getting some weird looks because of the egg he was holding with wariness. Even though Bai Zemin's popularity had skyrocketed over the past few days due to his incredible feats of not only obtaining technology that was far above the current Earth, the acquisition of a powerful futuristic warship, and of course, his performance in the war against the goblins, there were actually some people who seemed to have never heard of him until today. Uncle Wu, those kind of wide-bellied people that only know how to eat, sleep, and have sex with several women, don't need mercy, nor do they need time to adapt to changes. Bai Zemin said as he gently caressed the egg in his embrace. If they accept the changes and adapt, they will survive. If they cannot accept the changes and do not adapt, then it means they are not fit for the new world we live in. Those people didn't even have a clue about the situation in the base. The proof is that they didn't even hear my name all these days. Bai Zemin had no problem keeping lazy survivors who didn't want to do anything behind his walls, as so far all of them eventually looked for work after realizing that they couldn't go on like this. However, he would definitely not allow a couple of old bums with no ability whatsoever to enjoy luxuries just because. All the people you want to strip of their positions and titles were once people with some important position in the previous world. Wu Keqian pointed out, trying to get Bai Zemin to reconcile his idea. They were once previous world, past tense not present, Sun Ling added from the side. Wu Yijin's mother was wearing leather clothing belonging to some mutant beast that clung to her body tightly, covering her completely but still leaving little to the imagination. She looked at her husband and said with a slight smile, "I think what this little guy is doing is the right thing to do." During the early stages, it was okay to protect those people since they had connections that could be exploited. But now, it no longer makes sense to give them privileges they don't deserve. Ukekyan sighed, and after several seconds he finally gave up, nodding his head without adding much more. He was no longer the lord of this place, and it was only a matter of time before everyone accepted Bai Zemin as the new leader. In fact, Wu Kekyan had lost much of his power after losing his subclass, but he was fine with that as long as things could stabilize and his people could live better. Because the news needed to spread, Bai Zemin had not yet received an upgrade in his subclass. After all, for the sole record to identify him as the leader of a human settlement, it was necessary for the humans of that settlement to know of his existence, and such a thing would probably take a few more days. However, what surprised Bai Zemin was that even when the 200,000 or so reconverted humans who stayed with him and decided to serve him joined his faction, his subclass had still not advanced at all. Counting those who were in the northern base, and the approximately 200,000 reconverted humans who were temporarily staying in the Sky Destroyer, the total number of survivors under Bai Zemin's command numbered approximately 235,000. It seemed that the gap between the Lord level and the next was a lot bigger than the previous gaps. After the meeting ended, Bai Zemin and the others headed straight to the Wu family mansion, where they spent practically the entire afternoon reading a tiny portion of the books obtained from one of the 5 silver pagodas. Those books contained precious information for them and needed to be understood so that in the future they could exploit that knowledge to its fullest potential. Books of medicinal herbs with illustrations and explanations of their possible uses or functions, poisonous herbs and different types of poison, edible herbs that could replace certain vegetables without any problems, etc. Cookbooks detailing different methods that could not only make food more delicious, but also explain the way in which the meat of mutant beasts or mutant vegetables needed to be cooked in order for them not to lose their properties, and for the body to absorb as many of their benefits as possible. Farming books that explained how to make the most of the land in different types of areas. It was also detailed that from the second stage of evolution, the Earth would experience changes in its territories, and that even the warmest places could have cold areas. The same applied in the opposite case, so it was now possible to plant or find things that usually would not be there. Rune books. These books were Meng Qi's focus since the others could not understand them at all. She spent the entire afternoon and evening completely immersed in them, starting at the basic level and soaking up knowledge like a sponge. The amount of books was simply colossal, so much so that even with more than 20 people reading several of them had not even reached 2% of the total after a whole evening. This was because there were so many books covering a single subject and advancing in difficulty that they had to start reading from Volume 1 to understand Volume 2. By the time night began to descend, everyone was planning to stay at the Wu family home as it would be more comfortable that way. The mansion was large enough to accommodate everyone without any problems and even provide private rooms for each of them. They could rest when they were tired and continue reading books comfortably instead of having to move around, wasting precious time. However, Bai Zemin shook his head, and once he had a rare moment alone with Shangyu and Bing Zhu, he told her about the matter of the zombie attack in alliance with the mutant beasts on the North Base. When Shangyu and Bing Zhu heard that the Eastern Sea race was targeting the human establishments on the mainland, a flash of anger shone in her blue eyes. "Do you think that mermaid princess doesn't have something to do with all this? Don't you find it suspicious that just when we decided to form an alliance with her, one of her brothers shows up trying to dominate the human camps? It seems too much of a coincidence to me." Bai Zemin looked up at the now completely dark sky from the top of the mansion and said in a deep voice, "I don't want to think that Xian Mayer betrayed us in any way. Zio will wake up in a few hours. She will deliver Xian Mayer's message to me, and depending on that I will see which direction we will move from here." Shangyu and Bing Zhu nodded. "If you have already decided, then I am fine with whatever you have in mind." After a moment of silence, Bai Zemin looked sideways at her and said softly, "Bing Zhu, have you thought about what you will do now?" "What do you mean?" She looked at him in confusion, to which Bai Zemin replied, "Depending on the words Xian Mayer could say, in a week's time we will move southward to conquer Hadian District." Hadian District, Shangyu and Bing Zhu muttered before turning her head to look up at the starry sky. Hadian District was where her mother lived, someone Shangyu and Bing Zhu wanted to see anxiously. These anxieties were the source of her greatest fear that her mother had failed to survive, or that she had to do low acts in order to have something to eat. However, Shangyuan Bingzu was also worried that the loving mother she knew might have completely changed considering everything that had happened in this short period of time. At the same time, it was in Hadian district where the highest officials in all of China were located, the true core of the country. It would probably be the most difficult district to take over as there would definitely be many military establishments there. But Shangyuan Bingzu knew that the reason Bai Zemin was asking her that question was another one. Bingzu's real surname was Xuanyuan, not Shangyuan. Her father, the person she had hated the most throughout her life, the person she had wanted to surpass in every way, and the reason she had worked so hard to the point that she had practically abandoned the life of a normal girl completely from a very young age, the main source of Shangyuan Bingzu's hatred and distrust of men. Xuanyuan Wenchen, the president and the highest authority in all of China, also resided in Haidian district. "Have you made your decision?" Bai Zemin asked in a low voice, and just like her, he looked up at the distant sky as he calmly said, "Remember, Bingzu, whatever you decide you will have the entire faction backing you, and naturally it include myself. If you want the man named Xuanyuan Wenchen to live, then he will live. If you want the man named Xuanyuan Wenchen to die, then he will die. If you haven't decided yet, then that's fine, you still have a little more time to think." //////////////////// Chapter 750 New Target, Hadian District Part 2-2. No matter how much hatred Shangyuan Bingzu might feel in her heart, and no matter how much she wanted to crush Xuanyuan Wenchen, this person was, at the end of the day, her father. Even if Shangyuan Bingzu did not care at all about the fact that this man's blood ran inside her veins, she also had to consider her mother's feelings and thoughts on this important matter. She did not know whether her mother was still in love with that man or not. Shangyuan Bingzu wanted to believe that this was not the case, but taking into consideration the fact that her mother had never tried to be happy again and only devoted herself to raising her, she could not rule out this possibility. Therefore, she had to think very carefully about the direction of her next course of action. Bai Zemin returned to his family home by himself this time. Bai Delan and Meng Qi decided to stay overnight at the Wu family mansion. Especially Meng Qi, she had not even stopped reading rune books or similar content and was completely absorbed in them. He explained the situation to his mother before heading to the back of his family's property, leaving Lilith and Yi Linger alone. The two women seemed to be getting along even better now. This was true to the extent that Yi Linger was practically ignoring Bai Zemin now, and all her focus had been practically entirely on her new daughter-in-law. Upon reaching the edge of the pool, Bai Zemin squatted down and peered inside with nothing but starlight dimly illuminating the surroundings. Zio seemed to still be asleep. She would probably wake up soon, though. Bai Zemin didn't know the reason, but he just knew. He took off his boots and put them aside before sitting on the edge of the pool and dipping his feet into the water. "Hugh, cold as hell," Bai Zemin muttered under his breath, and as he raised his head to the sky, he couldn't help but notice that winter was approaching. The nights were already so cold now, and sometimes one or two corpses were found, stray survivors that had frozen to death in the middle of a freezing night. When winter came, it would definitely be a horrendous situation that Bai Zemin didn't even want to think about. Although it was still about 1.5 months before winter descended on China, this was an estimate according to the previous world. With all the changes the Earth had experienced and would continue to experience, nothing was 100% certain anymore. I need to get the wool machines to start producing more warm clothing, but I'm afraid I'll have to invest a lot of mutant beast furs to reinforce the normal clothing with some mana. Bai Zemin thought under his breath as he swayed his feet gently in the water. The wool or cotton of the past would definitely not be able to fight against extremely low temperatures. China had regions in which snow was common during cold seasons, but with the laws of the earth enhanced after the evolution and absorption of huge amounts of mana, Bai Zemin was 100% sure that what was coming in the future would be something never seen before. While it could be that he was thinking too much or maybe he was being too pessimistic, Bai Zemin believed that it was better to expect the worst so that the future would not catch him with his pants down. After all, a single mistake or a small detail ignored could be the cause of death of hundreds of thousands and the downfall of entire nations in this new world. Bai Zemin did not realize that he had been sitting in the same position for more than 2 hours. This was a rare moment of solitude that he could take advantage of to clarify many of his thoughts, and it was also because he managed to think of several new ideas as well as countermeasures to possible future problems that he did not notice the passage of time. Pooh! A joyful sound characteristic of a single existence brought Bai Zemin back to the real world, and as he lowered his head, his eyes darker than night itself met two beautiful bright pink eyes that looked at him with happiness and enthusiasm. Bai Zemin's eyes flashed slightly and chuckled as he leaned his body forward and dipped his hands into the icy water. Zio quickly swam towards him, and with a small sound similar to cats purring, let herself rise from the water. Bai Zemin did not mind his clothes getting wet, and while holding the little pink dolphin in his left arm, he did not lose his grip on the egg in his right arm. "My dear Zio, how are you feeling now?" "Pooh." The little dolphin's eyes sparkled as she nodded her little head as if to show that she was full energy and could fight several hundred deadly battles right now. After a minute or two of chattering, Bai Zemin's expression slowly turned serious as he asked in a low voice, Zio, did Princess Xian Mayer reply to your message from before?" Zio's eyes also took on a certain seriousness, and with a mighty nod, she quickly activated one of her spiritual skills. Bai Zemin saw Zio's eyes brighten, and a second later he felt something hit his head. The spiritual earring in his left ear seemed to light up for a moment, but as if the treasure knew that this was not an attack, it immediately turned off and did not get activated, allowing the spiritual wave sent by Zio to directly hit his brain. Bai Zemin's eyes went blank for a brief moment. He lost all sense of the outside world. His head hurt as if someone had given him a fierce hammer blow to the back of his head, but all that strange feeling disappeared so fast that his brain didn't even have time to really feel that pain, as if it had been an illusion. When his eyes cleared, his expression was uncertain, as he remained silent for several seconds, during which the only sounds that accompanied him were the sound of the pool water moving and the wind blowing from the different wooded areas. Zio looked at him without making a sound, and after a full minute, Bai Zemin gently kissed the small animal's forehead as he thanked her with a faint smile. "Thank you for your help, Zio." "Pooh." The little pink dolphin's eyes closed and took on a crescent shape as a soft, sweet sound came out of her little mouth. She was clearly pleased with the compliment and reward she had just received. Bai Zemin looked up at the sky and muttered under his breath, "Looks like that mermaid princess finally woke up from her soft and gentle personality. That's good for me. Now I can progress with my plans for the future." The message Xian Mayer had sent him was very simple, but at the same time complex, as it revealed a lot of information despite its little content. "Let's meet at the northern shore of the place you call Yangfeng District in a month's time. I accept your previous offer. I will aim for the throne." A faint smile that slowly began to grow into a rather terrifying one appeared on Bai Zemin's face as he looked up at the white stars shining amidst the dark sky. It was those seemingly insignificant little dots that prevented the terrifying darkness from achieving its goal of swallowing the entire world. "You and I are like those tiny white dots in the middle of a huge black blanket, Xian Mayer. The two of us may seem insignificant in everyone's eyes, not knowing that we can scatter the darkness together." Great heavies of the past with high positions in the government or the army would definitely not pay attention to a young nobody like Bai Zemin. They definitely took advantage of their influence during the first 2 months to establish powerful factions. Probably some of them even had 500,000 or more in their bases. However, Bai Zemin had already managed to take down people like this, with the most recent being Wu Keqian, a mayor of an entire large district who, thanks to Wu Yijin's intervention, wisely surrendered after realizing that he had no hope of defeating Bai Zemin in combat. It definitely wasn't going to be a bloodless path from now on. The same was true of Xian Mayer. She was ignored by her family and had never been seen as a danger. However, Bai Zemin knew that she had talent, and all she lacked was decisiveness and ferocity in her blood to increase her hunger for power. The entire East Sea royal family would be shaken to its foundations when Bai Zemin and the seventh princess that had always been ignored and despised by all would join hands. With him on land and her on the seas, the two of them would be like the small but bright stars in the sky, small but whose influence would one day be able to cover the whole world. Time really does fly, and in what seemed like a single instant, a week passed. It was time to face the former president, probably the most terrifying human enemy the Bai Zemin faction would face for some time. Of course, many things happened during that week. Among them was the birth of the future queen of the ants, Bai Zemin's adopted daughter. However, an accident of sorts happened during the birth process of Bai Zemin's daughter, something that would make everyone's life more interesting. Backslash 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 backslash. Chapter 751, Super High-Quality Equipment, Part 1. 5 days after Bai Zemin received the message from the 7th Princess of the East Sea Xian Mayor. In the western part of the base that had now officially become part of the Transcendent faction, after the Chinese Renaissance faction changed its leader, homeless people could often be seen wandering around. 3 days ago, the streets were filthy, and there were even human feces casually lying around the corners. People sat in the alleys or outside makeshift wooden huts that could not even protect their residents from the night cold properly. Although Bai Zemin knew that a place so large, and with a population of such magnitude, would naturally have its low areas since the current rules were not as firm compared to the past, he did not expect to encounter this kind of situation in the base that Wu Keqian had raised from the ground. Therefore, after arriving at that area of the base and seeing the situation, he immediately questioned Wu Yijin's father about it. It was then that Bai Zemin learned that it was not that Wu Keqian did not want that part of the base to improve, but that he also had his own difficulties. There were some gangs in the area, gangs led by soul evolvers whose levels could not be ignored, and with skills that could cause certain headaches if they were assaulted. It was precisely because of this that Wu Keqian came to an agreement with those soul evolvers, and as long as they did not step out of line, he would turn a blind eye to certain issues. Wu Keqian needed time to establish the society, so naturally he had no choice, but he had planned to clean everyone out once things improved. Bai Zemin naturally did not have the same patience as Wu Keqian, and the way the two of them led or saw things, as well as the way they resolved them, were different. Therefore, he personally charged deep into the western part of the base, and in one night of roaring and explosions, he dyed those lands with the blood of over 7,000 armed militants, and among whom surprisingly there were over 500 soul evolvers with 10 of them above level 40. Although some innocent people were unfortunately affected and lost their lives, Bai Zemin would definitely not let a malignant tumor exist within his establishment. Even if he had to take some losses, he was willing as long as he could completely extirpate it from the root. Selfish? Disheartened? Maybe, but being a soft-hearted leader would only lead to everyone suffering more in the long-term future. The clearest proof of this lay in the fact that in order to avoid the deaths of innocents, Wu Keqian did not realize that he was inadvertently affecting the daily lives of countless others. After 2 days of hard work by a team of over 2,000 survivors in charge of doing all kinds of jobs in exchange for food and some food vouchers as pay, the place was completely cleaned up to the point that, after one night, all bad smells were blown away by the wind. A large part of that area of the base was taken over to start building factories. There were steel and other metal machines that could be used. There was even specialized machinery for making clothing and charcoal that was being installed there. At the same time, in the most secluded area of all, with the nearest factory under construction about 1 km to the south, a simple-looking workshop had been quietly erected. Except for a very limited handful of people, no one was allowed to approach it, as shown by the warning signs posted everywhere. If one approached the door of the workshop, or the walls made from the union of several bones of a big-sized mutant beast, one would be able to hear the sound of metal hitting metal coming from inside. Inside the workshop, Bai Zemin's movements were much more graceful and less brutish compared to his past self. His right arm moved up and down with constant swings, causing the clanging of the rank 3 hammer in his right hand to be strangely pleasant to listen to each time it met with the chest plate almost completely finished. The blue flame danced lazily in the forge furnace, dimly illuminating the surroundings with a sort of ominous but beautiful light. From the small flame occasionally spread a thin, small flame that resembled a small tongue, receiving as an occasional reward some soul stones that it was quick to devour. Although it had not yet evolved, the current endless blue lotus flame was undoubtedly several times more powerful compared to when Bai Zemin signed a soul contract with it. This was all thanks to the good daily nourishment it received, of course. Standing a few meters away, Meng Qi silently watched the movements of the hammer in her brother's hands with a somewhat stunned expression. She was the only person currently present, and thus the only one who could enjoy the beautiful sight. Even though it was just swinging a hammer, there was a certain charm that was hard to describe, and the more one looked, the more enchanting one found it. In fact, Meng Qi had hardly realized that she had been standing there for the past 3 hours. Approximately 20 to 30 minutes later, Bai Zemin finally stopped, and with a sigh of exhaustion that also contained satisfaction, He set the forging hammer down on the work table as he looked at the chestplate he had just completed. No, the chestplate was not really finished yet. One last step was missing, a very important one, and also the main reason why Bai Zemin finally decided to forge a chestplate using materials with metallic properties instead of the typical leather armor, something that would obstruct his overall movement speed. He turned to look at Meng-Chi, and for the first time since her arrival he showed her a smile. "Meng-Chi, I'm sorry for ignoring you earlier. It's just that I was too focused since I haven't worked with metal chestplates very often." Meng-Chi shook her head and advanced towards the work table as she said with a smile, "There's no need to apologize for anything, big brother. I didn't even notice the passage of time as I watched you work, so it wasn't wasted time at all." When one did not notice the passing of time, it was because that time was being well spent. Of course, Bai Zemin didn't really believe Meng-Chi's words and thought that she was being kind to him as she had always been. This was because he was unaware of how elegant his movements were in the eyes of girls, thanks to the passive effect of immovable heart, and his blacksmithing skill now evolved to the second order. As for the reason why blacksmithing evolved to the second order, this was because Bai Zemin had been locked in his newly erected workshop since the first moment it was possible for him to set up the forging tools inside. "I'll have to trouble you to help me like before." Bai Zemin nodded with a smile as he stepped back and made room for her to take his previous place. Don't worry and leave it to me." Meng-Chi nodded with a serious expression, and from the small leather bag tied to her waist, she took out a chisel that her brother had built for her previously. "Big brother, this will take me a few hours so you can go do other things if you want." However, Bai Zemin shook his head and said slowly, "I'll be around. I need to check some of my recently acquired records that I didn't pay deserved attention to." "Okay then." Meng-Chi nodded and quickly got to work. Letter 1D00 small cap L, small cap N, letter 1D0F, letter 1D20, letter 1D07 small cap L. Under Bai Zemin's now unsurprised eyes, she stabbed the chisel into a first-order soul stone, and after a few seconds the soul stone turned into a pile of luminous dust that disappeared before it hit the ground. She took the chisel, which now glowed with a faint multicolored light, and slowly began to draw strange patterns on the chestplate. Her movements were very slow, and her expression extremely serious, as the process of inscribing runes was far from simple, and a single mistake would waste all the work previously done. Bai Zemin shook his head after a few moments and stepped back silently. He really couldn't understand rune engravers. They were a mystery, as they were existences capable of damaging soul stones that even for someone as powerful as Bai Zemin were indestructible. Arriving at the wooden table located in a corner of the workshop, he carefully observed the objects he had been working on for the past 3 days with practically zero rest. These pieces of equipment were very different from the ones Bai Zemin had forged before, and this was because apart from the normal smithing and magic smithing process, these pieces of equipment were surrounded by strange, mysterious-looking engravings that gave each piece a more ancient, and at the same time more profound appearance. Precisely, these pieces of equipment had received the care of Meng-Chi's beautiful hands. All of them were covered by a series of mysterious and complex runes that perhaps no one in the whole of today's Earth would be able to understand, but that when joined together added one, and sometimes even two special effects more than usual to each piece of equipment. Backslash 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 backslash. Chapter 752, Super High Quality Equipment, Part 2. Bloody Prowler's Pants. Underside Armor. Rank 2. Defense 4200. Durability 3000/3000. Special options. 1. Increases defense by 5%. 2. Chances of being noticed by an enemy, treasure, skill, or technological device decrease by 20% when using stealth-type skills. 3. Absorbs enemy blood to repair itself. 4. Its weight is halved when the wearer possesses more than 500 natural points of agility. Description: a piece of armor forged by a blacksmith that slowly begins to advance between ranks, gradually graduating from its novice status, using 2 rank 2 metals as a core and a soul stone as a booster. Low-level runes have been engraved on it. Bai Zemin slowly removed his hand from the surface of the deep red piece of armor, and a glint of satisfaction shone in his eyes. These pants were forged after more than 6 hours of hard work, during which several scales of a level 52 mutant bloody snake were mixed in, giving the equipment an appearance similar to the armored pants used by dragon slayers in legends. Thanks to Meng-Chi's runes, the improvement of this piece of equipment compared to his previous one was simply colossal. Bai Zemin now looked at the two bright red gauntlets that resembled dragon claws, and with a faint smile touched one of them. The records immediately flashed in his retina. Thunder red steel grips. Double gauntlet. Rank 2. Defense 1200. Physical attack power 2400. Magical attack power 2300. Durability 2400/2400. Special options. 1. Strength plus 30. 2. Increases attack speed by 5%. 3. Increases resistance to lightning by 10%. 4. In the hands of the wearer, the weight of an object is reduced by 20% without affecting its actual nature at all. Description: a pair of gauntlets forged using fragments of a rank 2 metal and scales of a mutant electric eel. Thanks to the forging tools used and the runes drawn, the overall power of this piece of dual equipment can be considered among the highest levels of rank 2. Because it was a paired functioning piece of equipment, if one of them was destroyed, the overall power of the remaining one would plummet, probably even below 50% of what it was before. However, together, these gauntlets were undoubtedly wonderful. With these gauntlets, not only was Bai Zemin gaining some extra strength, but he had also gained natural resistance towards an element, which was incredibly rare considering that Bai Zemin previously only managed to acquire fire resistance thanks to the endless blue lotus flame, a natural treasure that at its peak could even strike down gods and demons. The increase in attack speed might be small, but that small 5% in conjunction with the fourth characteristic had become something that Bai Zemin truly appreciated. Now, he would be able to wield his greatsword with much greater ease than before, and his attacks would be at least 30%, 40% more terrifying than they already were. Bai Zemin's eyes locked onto the next piece of equipment, and his eyes flashed brightly. This piece was actually a large, deep red cape, but with a large blue lotus drawn on the back, but oddly enough it flickered as if it was alive. At the same time, this cape was actually the piece of equipment that had left Bai Zemin most satisfied in certain aspects. Great Cloak of Infernal Fire. Special equipment. Rank: Defense 1500. Current magical attack power 17,000. Durability 1800/1800. Special options. 1. It has the ability to store fire-type energy inside it to be released by the user at will when he/she deems it convenient or necessary. 2. Water ice-type attacks are 20% less effective when directed at the back. 3. Allows the user to confuse heat detection systems or skills. 4. As long as it possesses fire-type energy within it, the durability of the Great Cloak of Infernal Fire will not drop. Description: a special piece of equipment born partly as a miracle under the combination of 10+ mutant beast hides with fire-type energy stored in them. The rune encryptor managed to understand the blacksmith's feelings and will to perfection, thus being able to finish the job he entrusted to her. Even though he had confirmed the records of this cape a day ago, Bai Zemin still got excited every time he saw them. How could he not get excited after seeing so many awesomeness together? This cape was undoubtedly the second piece of equipment that Bai Zemin was most satisfied with, second only to his main weapon. Thanks to Meng Qi's invaluable help, things that would have been impossible in the past were now open to him. With the power of the endless blue lotus flame waiting to be released all at once, Bai Zemin could only imagine the expressions of shock and disbelief from the pitiful existences that would force him to use it. Bai Zemin's eyes finally focused on the second-to-last piece of equipment on the table. They were a pair of shoulder pads, large heavy shoulder pads of the same color as the chestplate Meng Qi was currently working on, and the pants, deep red. The shoulder pads looked quite ominous. Even Bai Zemin didn't aim for them to look like that, and it just happened during the forging process. With 3 huge dagger-like spines that practically reached his face but fortunately were angled outwards, Bai Zemin could only apologize in his heart for those who, in the middle of a close combat, would receive a shoulder blow from him. Soul Shoulders of Bloodshed. Heavy shoulder pads. Rank 2. Defense 3000. Physical attack power 2000. Durability 3500/3500. Special options. 1. Inflicts tearing wounds and produces inevitable bleeding for enemies whose health stat is below the wearer's. 2. Its weight is halved when the wielder possesses more than 500 natural agility points. 3. Can release the blades from the surface to perform a surprise ranged attack in times of need. 4. Absorbs enemy blood to self-repair. Description: a set of heavy shoulder pads forged by a blacksmith with an interesting but dangerous imagination. 3 lower runes were formed after the union of over 10,000 engravings made by a novice encryptor. Honestly, Bai Zemin was really satisfied with these shoulder pads. Although the shoulder pads could be considered a kind of bonus since it naturally could not compare in importance with chestplate and pants, the shoulder pads that he and Meng-Chi had created together were of such high quality that they could even help the wearer in the midst of combat. Finally, Bai Zemin's eyes fell upon the last piece of equipment, another set that together formed one. They were a pair of leg protectors, and at the same time they were not. This was because their appearance was especially dominant, and not because Bai Zemin wanted them to be, but because of their natural characteristics and the materials used during the process of normal smithing and magic smithing made them so. Leg plates of unholy vengeance. Special item. Rank 2. Defense 4000. Physical attack power 4200. Durability 7000/7000. Letter 1D00 small cap L, small cap L, small cap N letter 1D0F letter 1D20 letter 1D07 small cap L. Special options. 1. Hitting with the knee gives the user a 100% chance to penetrate any defensive armor below rank 2, 50% for rank 2 defensive armor, and 2% for rank 3 defensive armor. 2. When hitting with the knee, the chance of inflicting a critical hit is increased by 10%. 3. After receiving a wound and counterattacking with the knee, the attack power is doubled. 4. Decreases its weight by 20% without obstructing the user's natural movements. Description: leg protectors. Who said that leg protectors only served as an extra means of defense? A piece of equipment born under the marvelous imagination of a blacksmith and a rune encryptor. If you're a man and ever get hit by these things, at least try to make sure you protect your crotch or there'll be one less difference between you and a woman. Bai Zemin forced a smile as he silently shook his head. The description of the object was really interesting, to say the least. However, the description wasn't wrong at all. The leg protectors went from the calf and covered even the knees. Normally, covering the knees with leg guards was unwise as they would become hindrances to the movement of the whole body in general, but with the fourth option present, Bai Zemin would not have that problem. As for the reason why Bai Zemin had created such troublesome leg protectors, Bai Zemin stroked the 2 red scythes protruding from the knee area, and a vicious glint shone in his eyes for a moment before disappearing. He had used 2 of the scythes he obtained from the corpses of the third-order weaver ants he killed inside the hall where the Sky Destroyer was located. Only Bai Zemin himself and Shang Yuan, Bing Zhu knew how terrifying and deadly those scythes were, but their enemies surely wouldn't want to find out. He finally sighed and turned to look at his younger sister. Meng-Chi was working really hard and with extreme concentration in her eyes, solely focused on the deep red chestplate before her. Bai Zemin was really very grateful to her. Thanks to Meng-Chi and her ability, Bai Zemin's overall power had risen again even though he was still stuck at level 50. He did not doubt that in the future, and when she was able to comprehend and draw better runes, the future pieces of equipment he forged would be so terrifying that he could not even imagine it. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// could also engrave runes on other things such as bracelets, rings, earrings, necklaces, and boots. Bai Zemin did not forge any such items. This was because his current bracelets, rings, earrings, and boots were of much use to him. Even if Bai Zemin ignored stat points, what he really cared about were the skills and effects attached to his current accessories and boots. Taking his boots as an example, the fact that he could activate a skill that increased his agility stat by an extra 100 points was simply too tempting and useful for Bai Zemin to be willing to give up on them so easily. 100 points of extra agility was no small thing at this stage. 100 points was more than enough to decide winner-loser and who lived or who died in a fight. This was especially true if the boot skill was used wisely at a crucial moment in the combat. At least until Meng-Chi could master more about the runes and expand her knowledge and ability about them, Bai Zemin preferred to keep his current treasures rather than replace them with accessories he had forged himself. After all, the soul record treasures had their own unique characteristics that a normal piece of equipment could never possess. Attached skills, for example. After the pieces of equipment, Bai Zemin rested some of his body weight against the wooden table before finally focusing on his records. Congratulations, You have fulfilled all the requirements to advance to the next stage in your subclass. Intelligent existences under your rule are now over 300,000, and they all see you as a worthy and respectable leader to follow. Keep it up. Your subclass Lord has evolved to Marquis. Continue recruiting more subordinates to advance to the next stage. A faint smile slowly appeared at the corner of Bai Zemin's lips, now slightly raised upwards. These records had flashed in his retina exactly 2 days after Wu Keqian had announced to all the top brass of the base that Bai Zemin was taking full leadership and control from that moment onwards. With the support of several workers and soul evolvers who admired, respected, and appreciated the courageous behavior of the young man who had gone days without sleep, and refused to leave the front lines even for a single moment during the Great War against the Goblin Army, Bai Zemin's feet spread like wildfire through every corner of the base, and soon it was also announced that the previous leader had given up his seat in order to allow this new star to lead them to a better future. At first, there were some problems as a certain group of people dissatisfied with the inevitable changes that would occur once the leadership changed from the previous one tried to spread evil rumors, and even a mysterious group of survivors appeared claiming that Bai Zemin had been doing evil deeds in the shadows. Fortunately, no one believed the words of those survivors who were clearly in disarray. Their words were not only senseless, but even a fool would be able to realize that the reason they were doing what they were doing was solely and exclusively due to benefits received with threats mixed in. As for the group of troublemakers, they all disappeared without a trace. However, everyone knew in their hearts that they had been purged during the night, but no one dared to point it out. Everyone had understood that this new leader could be an angel, but also a demon when it was necessary to change masks to adapt better to the situation, and honestly, no one wanted to see the demon's mask. Bai Zemin scoffed in his heart before finally focusing on the records his new subclass possessed. Marquis increases your overall power by 9%, and in situations of mortal danger your natural stats are multiplied for 5 seconds. The number of loyal followers you can appoint is now increased to 10, and those who become your loyal follower will never be able to betray you. In addition, each of your loyal followers will have access to 20% of your total strength in life and death situations, and will have access to 5% of your strength without affecting you when they go into combat mode. Bai Zemin's new subclass was, by far, much more powerful compared to his previous one. Marquis not only increased his overall power by twice as much compared to Lord, but also granted Bai Zemin a huge lifeline by multiplying his natural stats. Even if it was only 5 seconds, those 5 seconds were more than enough for him to dodge the decapitating guillotine or even end his enemy's life thanks to the massive stat buff. Although the subclass Marquis did not grant overall power as a percentage based on the number of intelligent beings under his leadership, Bai Zemin thought it was natural for such a thing to happen considering the colossal step-up that was required for Lord to evolve into Marquis. He was more than satisfied with the new ability to multiply his natural stats for a short period of time, and had only lost a pitiful 1.7%, which was actually immediately outweighed by the 9% increase in his overall strength granted by this new subclass. Bai Zemin looked at his pieces of equipment, and after confirming the potential of his new subclass, he came to the conclusion that the current him would not necessarily lose in battle against Shangyuan Bingzhu, even with the difference in stats, and without him using his more destructive attacks. In fact, he was over 70% confident that he would be the victor in the hypothetical and clearly impossible event of such a thing happening. I need to forge new equipment for Bingzhu. I'll take a few days off first and focus on her as we move south. Bai Zemin muttered under his breath as he rubbed his chin. Shangyuan Bingzhu was indisputably Bai Zemin's right-hand person on the battlefield. She was the only one who truly possessed the ability to take on not one, but several third-order existences at the same time. Moreover, in contrast to the current Bai Zemin, Shangyuan Bingzhu was becoming stronger for every enemy defeated and soul power orb absorbed. Because she was using the poor-quality pieces of equipment they obtained in Oblong World during the war against the Usura race, Shangyuan Bingzhu's power did not shine as brightly as it could shine if she had better equipment. That was precisely why Bai Zemin was determined to forge for her, as she was definitely worth it. He fully trusted that she would never betray him, and thus, the stronger Shangyuan Bingzhu was the better it would be for everyone in the Transcendent faction, not only in terms of safety, but also in terms of expansion speed. Bai Zemin walked silently to the side of the forge furnace. His steps were light, trying to make as little noise as possible so as not to disturb Ming Qi and cause all the work she had done so far on the chest plate to go to waste. There, in a corner, the metal-colored egg rested quietly. Bai Zemin embraced it and took it to a corner before he began to observe it carefully. It was not difficult for him, who had been next to the egg practically every moment since the previous Ant Queen handed it to him, to notice that most if not all of the mana and records surrounding the egg's outer layer had been completely absorbed. Even those strange pulsating veins had practically stopped moving and now were mostly just there, still as if they had fallen asleep. What's going on? Bai Zemin frowned tightly and a glint of worry shone in his eyes. He had no idea how to be a father. He hadn't even changed a single diaper in his entire life, forget about knowing how to hatch an ant's egg. A mutant ant and the queen at that. Could it be that something went wrong? Bai Zemin's heart squeezed tightly and a wave of panic began to overtake him. Putting aside the fact that Kong Jun would definitely not spare Bai Zemin ever, even if he could not hurt him directly because he was under the effect of the loyal follower subclass, Kong Jun would definitely find ways to give Bai Zemin a lot of headaches. And to fight against that monster, perhaps only the union of him and Shangyuan Bingzu could lead them to a secure victory. But fighting him would also cause the loyal follower effect to fade away, which would mean total freedom for the Third Order apocalyptic ant. But what mattered most to Bai Zemin was not the consequences or Kong Jun's reaction. What really mattered to him was that, for the past few days, he had been very attached to this egg and had actually become a little fond of the life that was supposed to hatch soon. No matter how one put it, the little creature sleeping in there was, at the end of the day, the adopted daughter he had accepted. All this not to mention the fact that Bai Zemin had made a promise to Queen Shilin that he would guard with his life, this little future queen yet to be born. Seeing that Meng Qi was still working and would probably take another hour or two before finishing, Bai Zemin softly walked to the door and soundlessly opened it before stepping out and then closing it. He needed to look for Lilith and ask her if she knew anything about it. Although Bai Zemin didn't have high hopes, it wasn't as if he could just stand still and do nothing. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Part 1. Bai Zemin was like a mother duck taking care of its little duckling, and as he ran quickly towards the base, he watched the surroundings cautiously, while holding the metallic gray egg close to his chest, as if he feared that some kind of predatory eagle or egg-eating snake would appear and snatch it away from him. Fortunately, and his movement speed was extremely fierce, so the survivors only felt a powerful gust of wind pushing them sideways without even seeing a flash, or else Bai Zemin would definitely have been looked at with weird eyes, and many rumors would have spread in a matter of hours. Bai Zemin was so anxious about all this that he even forgot that he could use invisibility to avoid some possible minor inconveniences. All Bai Zemin cared about right now was getting to his home, where Lilith had practically stayed to live in her human form and shared the days with his mother. When he reached the high walls of the privileged area, he didn't care at all about the security check, and with a powerful stomp he jumped over 300 meters, soaring over the tall trunks that were once part of brilliant and huge mutant trees. When his feet touched the ground, he immediately charged towards home, but just as he had gone a little over 2 kilometers, he stopped when it seemed to him that someone was calling out to him. Bai Zemin looked back and was surprised to see Shangyuan Bingzu rushing swiftly towards him. He couldn't help but feel that today really was a bad day, since he assumed that she came with bad news. Therefore, when Shangyuan Bingzu finally stopped in front of him, Bai Zemin finally asked in a serious voice, "Bingzu, what happened?" "You ask me what happened?" Shangyuan Bingzu looked at him suspiciously before asking in a puzzled voice. "The correct question would be what happened to you." Bai Zemin looked at her in confusion, to which she responded, rolling her eyes. "I was on the shopping street when a gust of wind sent over 5 food stalls flying. Curious, I went to see who was the sole evolver that was causing minor trouble, but what a surprise I got when I climbed up one of the nearby buildings and found your figure zigzagging through the alleys as if you were a thief who had just escaped from his victim's house." Bai Zemin really didn't know what to say in this moment and couldn't help but feel a little awkward. He had forgotten that running at high speeds in tight places would naturally cause the gusts of wind produced by the explosive speed to compress more and push sideways with greater force before bouncing back and pushing in the opposite direction again with only a little less pressure. Therefore, Bai Zemin had overlooked that by doing what he was doing, some people's lives would naturally be slightly affected, at least for a few seconds or minutes. Remembering the matter at hand, Bai Zemin quickly shook his head and hurriedly said, Bingzu, you help me compensate those people affected because of me. Give them some red or yellow food coupons depending on the damage suffered. I have to go. Bai Zemin had barely turned around, but even before he could explode with great speed again, Shangyuan Bingzu's voice stopped him. Wait, letter 1D00 small cap N letter 1D0F letter 1D20 letter 1D07 small cap L. What is it now? Bai Zemin looked at her with wide eyes and couldn't stop his voice from rising a little. Shangyuan Bingzu kept her mouth tightly shut, surprised by the reaction of the always calm and composed Bai Zemin. The person in front of her was completely different from the Bai Zemin she knew. However, Shangyuan Bingzu was not only a very beautiful woman, but also very intelligent and a brilliant observer. Can you tell me what is troubling you? Maybe I can help you, she said softly. It wasn't hard for her to connect the little dots and realize that something bad must have happened, otherwise there was no way Bai Zemin would break his own rules without even realizing it. Besides, judging from the direction he was heading just now, Shangyuan Bingzu estimated that it was something related to his family. Bai Zemin hesitated for a moment, and he really wanted to tell Shangyuan Bingzu that they better talk later. After all, he didn't think she could do anything about the situation he was currently in. However, seeing those two beautiful blue eyes looking at him with such a gentle expression, and remembering that usually those same eyes were as cold as ice to 99.99% of people, Bai Zemin's heart softened, and in the midst of anxiety, he couldn't help but not wanting to waste the goodwill of the woman in front of him. After a few seconds of silence, Bai Zemin sighed and nodded before he began to explain to Shangyuan Bingzu what was going on. Although Bai Zemin was talking fast and like a locomotive that would stop at nothing as a product of his anxiety, Shangyuan Bingzu listened to every word, and when he stopped, she finally nodded with a serious expression on her face. Since the matter involved the little life inside the egg Bai Zemin had been guarding so cautiously all this time, Shangyuan Bingzu managed to understand and comprehend his concern and lack of attention to minor matters. Therefore, Bingzu, we will talk later. Help me solve these small problems I caused due to my carelessness. I need to go see Lilith to have her help me find a solution. Shangyuan Bingzu's expression changed slightly but quickly returned to normal. She didn't give Bai Zemin time to turn around this time, and as she took a step forward, she softly said, "Wait a moment, let me see if I can do anything. Who knows, maybe I can find where the problem lies, and that will save you from having to run several kilometers." This. Bai Zemin hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and nodding vigorously. All right. Shangyuan Bingzu not only had better control over the mana than Bai Zemin, so perhaps she would be able to identify where the problem with the gray egg was. But there was also the fact that even if Lilith could identify the problem, she could do nothing about it since the soul record would not allow such a thing. Shangyuan Bingzu received the metallic-colored egg with a serious expression on her face, and when she held it in her delicate hands, she could not help but want to treat it with care. This was probably because she knew that this egg, or rather, the life inside it, was very important to Bai Zemin. Bai Zemin felt like an ant being exposed to the sun under a magnifying glass, fidgeting no matter what he did as he stared at Shangyuan Bingzu. He, despite being young, had already made up his mind that he would soon have a little daughter to take care of, and therefore, Bai Zemin had imagined many scenes and had even thought of a good name for her. Consequently, he didn't want something bad to happen, or else it would be a big blow to him. After a few seconds, Shangyuan Bingzu's eyes sparkled, and she couldn't help but smile as she raised her head and said with enthusiasm, "I know what's wrong." "Really?" Bai Zemin shouted so loudly that several people who had gone out to walk pets, or just to stretch their bodies, a bit stopped to see what was going on. He didn't mind any of this and quickly asked with twice her enthusiasm, "Bingzu, what's the problem? Tell me quickly." "Actually, it's not serious. At least for now, that is. It will be a problem in a day or two," Shangyuan Bingzu said in a serious voice before slowly explaining. "It seems that the little life in is very greedy, and after eating all the mana that the previous queen left behind, she is still not satisfied and wants more." This. Bai Zemin blinked in astonishment, as this was something he did not expect. The mana that the previous queen of the Weaver Ants had left behind was quite a large amount. Bai Zemin was sure of it because he had been there practically from the beginning. However, the future queen did not seem happy, and after eating all that mana she was still looking for more. Bai Zemin was secretly glad that the little life inside the egg hadn't tried to absorb the world's mana. That unrefined mana would probably kill her after all. "Bingzu, give me the egg. I'll give her my mana for her to absorb in that case. Okay. Shang Yuan Bingzu knew she couldn't argue here, so without another word she returned the egg to him. Bai Zemin immediately went to work, and once he received back the metallic-colored egg, he began to release all the mana in his body through his hands. He had no fixed target, he was simply spending his mana points. However, the life inside the egg reacted immediately, and those red veins that had been still immediately seemed to catch their breath as they glowed slightly, and at surprisingly high speeds began to absorb all the mana Bai Zemin was releasing. Seeing that the method actually worked, Bai Zemin subconsciously sighed in relief, and as he continued to feed the egg with his mana, he raised his head to give the woman in front of him a smile and eyes brimming with gratitude. Backslash 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 backslash. Chapter 755, Daughter's Birth and Accidental Situation, Part 2. Shang Yuan Bingzu watched the situation unfolding in front of her, and subconsciously released the air she was holding in her chest in the form of a sigh of relief. Although she believed she had found where the problem was, Shang Yuan Bingzu wasn't really 100% sure either. While she was an even higher genius than Bai Zemin when it came to comprehending the energy called mana, even though her mana was ironically lower than his at the beginning of the apocalypse, Shang Yuan Bingzu was just like Bai Zemin when it came to hatching mutant ant eggs. She didn't have the slightest clue about it. She just didn't want Bai Zemin to go in search of Lilith for everything. Shang Yuan Bingzu wanted to show him that they could fix their own problems without relying on an unknown existence that didn't even belong to the same world as them, and whose goals were mysterious and unknown. Fortunately, she succeeded. Bingzu, you really saved me this time. Bai Zemin sighed and suddenly felt his legs felt weak. Shang Yuan Bingzu took a step forward and easily held him by the arm while looking at him with amused eyes. I wonder what all existences you killed, and that fourth Order Usra Emperor, who could only watch you leave under his nose helplessly, would think if they saw you in such a pitiful condition despite not being on any battlefield. Bai Zemin was not embarrassed at all, and as he straightened up with her help, he said with a snort, "This is also a battlefield, the battlefield of a father fighting for his child's life." Shang Yuan Bingzu almost burst out laughing when she heard his words, but after thinking a bit about her past and all the hardships her father went through in order to raise her alone, she felt it was not a matter to laugh about. Bai Zemin, who had actually only said those words to lighten his own still nervous mood a bit, was a bit surprised when he saw Shang Yuan Bingzu's serious expression. I guess you're right, taking care of a small child is also a battlefield in itself. But Bai Zemin was also smart. He was quick to realize what was going through the head of the young woman next to him. After all, Bai Zemin was aware of Shang Yuan Bingzu's past. In an attempt to change the subject a bit, he looked at the metallic gray egg in his hands and said in astonishment, "Still, I must say that this little dude sure devours mana like crazy. I've already lost over 100 mana points, but it's still eating non-stop." Shang Yuan Bingzu paused to think for a moment before suggesting, "What do you say about going to my place?" "Go to your house." Bai Zemin looked at her in confusion. "My house is only 2 streets away from here, while yours is more than 20 kilometers from here," Shang Yuan Bingzu explained calmly, and while pointing at the surroundings with her eyes, she indicated her purpose. "We can go to my house and there you will be more comfortable to provide mana to the little life inside the egg. I don't think it would be convenient to stay here if the future Ant Queen is born today." Bai Zemin followed Shang Yuan Bingzu's eyes and finally understood what she meant. In fact, there were some people in the privileged area who were watching curiously and murmuring, while looking at the strange glowing egg that clearly belonged to some kind of mutant monster. Bai Zemin even listened as a 6 or 7-year-old boy asked his mother to buy him one of those eggs so that he could raise his own dragon and become a dragon rider in the future. "All right, let's go to your house." Bai Zemin nodded without much thought. Although he didn't mind these people seeing the egg, it would be something completely different when the little life inside it hatched. Bai Zemin did not know what kind of appearance his daughter would have when she hatched from the egg, however. What he did know was that she would probably have various ant-like characteristics, perhaps antennae, bulging eyes, scythes near the mouth, insect legs, etc. Whatever the ant characteristics were, these survivors living in the privileged area would definitely be scared to death, and within hours, the entire base would learn that a person had brought a mutant creature into the establishment. This could cause several problems that, while they could be solved with a few days of effort, Bai Zemin preferred to avoid them if they could be avoided. Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu looked at these people with cold expressions before releasing just a hint of killing intent, causing the faces of those closest to them to turn pale and subconsciously take a couple of steps back before lowering their heads without daring to look anymore. It wasn't that they wanted to intimidate the weak. Both he and she weren't bored enough to waste time like this, nor were they immature children after all the hardships they had been through. It was just that this was the only way to show everyone that the two of them were powerful soul evolvers, which would also imply that they had certain privileges that the normal privileged survivors did not. Only then would these people not start spreading false rumors. Letter 1D00 small cap L, small cap N, letter 1D0F, letter 1D20, letter 1D07 small cap L. After walking for 2 or 3 minutes in silence, Shangyuan Bingzu led Bai Zemin to her house, and once he entered, she looked around cautiously before locking the door. Bai Zemin had already been to Shangyuan Bingzu's house once in the past. It was when he finally started moving again after a week of peace and quiet with his then newly reunited family. It was also when he first learned that she had already broken to the Second Order, and even at such a high level. This house was perhaps a bit larger than the house belonging to Bai Zemin's family, but also considerably more luxurious. It was the house that Wu Keqian and Sun Ling had arranged for her. In fact, if not for Shangyuan Bingzu rejecting several oversized houses that had been offered to her, she would be living in a more spacious place. Bingzu, why did you decide to stay in this house instead of a more luxurious one? Bai Zemin asked when she entered the living room. Shangyuan Bingzu did not answer right away and instead put some water to heat in the kettle before walking to the opposite seat where Bai Zemin was sitting. She looked him in the face and calmly replied, "An overly large house would look too lonely for just one person." As he continued to feed the egg with his mana, Bai Zemin looked into her eyes for a few seconds before sighing. "You know, Bingzu, sometimes I can't help but wonder what kind of person you'd be if that piece of trash of a father that life gave you had been a bit more of a man and more responsible." "Who knows? But I'm not complaining." Shangyuan Bingzu shook her head, and while looking at him with glittering eyes, she smiled slightly. "A certain someone once told me during our first night hunt in a mutant forest that hating those who did us wrong would also be hating ourselves. After all, those people who surely helped most to forge our personalities and made us what we are today." Bai Zemin's mouth opened slightly, remembering that the same night that he and Shangyuan Bingzu finally became friends, after having been fighting together back to back for a while, he had told her that he didn't hate the girl who hurt him so much in the past, because it was thanks to her that he was what he was today. However, Bai Zemin also managed to grasp something else from Shangyuan Bingzu's words. "That means you." Shangyuan Bingzu pulled a lock of hair behind her right ear with a graceful movement and replied to Bai Zemin's unfinished words. "I can't say I don't hate that man. I'm not that good of a person, let alone a saint. However, if he understands what is convenient for him and obediently surrenders after we beat him up, then I will allow him to live." Bai Zemin's eyes flashed with a bit of relief, but also with various complicated emotions. He didn't want Shangyuan Bingzu to kill her father, because while she might hate him to the bone today, her feelings might change as the years went by. Maybe she would hate the man named Xuanyuan Wenchen for 100 years, maybe it would be for 500 years, maybe even for 1,000 years. However, if Bai Zemin achieved his goal, or perhaps Shangyuan Bingzu herself achieved it on her own, then they would live eternally, eternal beings who will not be corrupted or corroded by time. Eternity was too lengthy, too much time. In an eternity, the feelings of people could change over the years, and Bai Zemin did not want a person as important to him as was the woman sitting on the couch 5 feet away to live an eternity of bitterness due to actions of her younger self. Now, however, a new problem had been born. "Bingzu, you know it won't be easy to force Xuanyuan Wenchen into surrender, don't you?" Bai Zemin remarked with a serious expression. Seeing her nod calmly, he nodded back and continued. "Xuanyuan Wenchen is a man who was in the highest position in all of China for too long, and even in the entire world of the past, there was no one who dared to disrespect him considering his position and power. In this new world, he is very likely to be a powerful soul evolver, even if he cannot manage to compare to the two of us, not to mention the fact that he must possess a great deal of military might, and even a few million survivors under his control." Actually, Bai Zemin also suspected that the person who had managed to acquire a nuclear facility was Xuanyuan Wenchen himself. Although it was only a suspicion, and he could not confirm it for sure, Bai Zemin had always had good instincts for danger, so he was quite confident in this suspicion of him. But he did not tell Shang Yuan Bing Zhu, as it would not only be meaningless but would add more weight to her conscience. She had just made such an important decision that she needed time to relax a bit. Bai Zemin did not want to be a cause of pressure for her. Bai Zemin, even the most talented general of all, can only show his talent if he possesses an army to lead, Shang Yuan Bing Zhu pointed out. Her eyes flashed with a glint of coldness that even chilled Bai Zemin's blood as she said in a low voice, "And the strongest swordsmen need their hands to wield their swords, or else they will be nothing but useless." "You?" "I said I'll let him live, but I never said I will let him go easily." Shang Yuan Bing Zhu stood up and walked to the kettle, which announced that the water was boiling with a loud whistling sound. As he looked at her elegant and slender back, her calm but full of coldness voice sounded inside the silent room. "That man, Xuan Yuan Wenchen, always loved swordsmanship, and as my mother told me, he trained with the sword from a very young age. That's why I also practiced with the sword, because I wanted to beat him in every aspect of life. I'm aware that in the past I was being obsessed and that such a thing would never happen, but things are different now." Bai Zemin was silent, and after Shang Yuan Bing Zhu returned with 2 cups of tea brimming with the scent of lemon, he said in a calm and composed voice, "So, you want to cut off his arm so that he can never touch a sword again in his entire life?" Shang Yuan Bing Zhu put down one of the cups in front of him before returning to her seat. She took a sip before nodding slightly. "Yeah, I want him to never be able to touch a sword ever again in his life. He loves swordplay as much as he loves his life. Then I'll take away what he loves most, and if he can't live with it, then it's up to him whether he chooses to live or not. Forget about taking away the arms of a person who loved the swords and swordsmanship as much as he loved his own life. Cutting off the arms of a soul evolver in this world, where dangers lurked in every corner, was not much different from cutting off the wings of a bird." However, Bai Zemin was fine with the decision she had made. At least, if Xuan Yuan Wenchen died, it would not be under her daughter's sword. Bai Zemin and Shang Yuan Bing Zhu discussed various matters and began to go over important details that needed to receive some adjustments. There were only 2 days left before the expedition to the south would officially begin, and in fact, while the two of them were meeting here, there were 400 soul evolvers who were preparing to march south in less than 48 hours. Backslash 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 backslash. Chapter 756, Daughter's Birth and Accidental Situation, Part 3. After an hour, Bai Zemin's face had become as pale as a sheet, and his vision blurred, so he had no choice but to lean back and let his back rest on the back of the couch. "That little one is still swallowing your mana?" Shang Yuan Bing Zhu asked in a low voice, but with impossible to conceal astonishment as her blue eyes locked onto the metallic gray egg in Bai Zemin's embrace. "It looks like we underestimated her appetite," Bai Zemin replied in an exhausted voice. He had been giving his mana to the little life inside the egg, but Bai Zemin hadn't expected something like what he was experiencing right now. His mana reserves were high, monstrously high for a first-order existence. However, even with his 800-plus total mana points, it seemed like it wasn't enough. "It feels like a black hole wants to swallow me whole." Bai Zemin forced a smile and gently shook his head as he said wearily, "At this rate, I will be forced to use overlap regeneration." If possible, Bai Zemin did not want to use overlap regeneratio in this situation. That second activation of his regeneration skill was practically his main lifeline, and while everything was currently calm, no one really knew what would happen within the next instant. This was not the Earth of the past. Everyone knew that from one second to the next, a terrifying enemy could appear at the gates of the base and start a merciless massacre. Therefore, all the most powerful and 1+ hour cooldown skills of each soul evolver were reserved for moments of real crisis, and no one used them casually. Shang Yuan Bing Zhu paused in thought for a moment to think of a solution. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she immediately told Bai Zemin her idea. "How about giving me the egg so that I can supply it with mana while you rest and allow your mana to slowly recover? That way, if my mana reserves turn out to be insufficient, you'll already be quite recharged. Maybe you don't need to use overlap regeneration then." Bai Zemin's eyes lit up in the same manner as Shang Yuan Bing Zhu's, and he quickly nodded. "That's a good idea. Your mana should be higher than mine, so you should be able to resist longer than me. You should be able to recover at least a few hundred mana points in the hypothetical case that you run out and this little glutton keeps asking for more." Without further delay, Bai Zemin passed the metallic gray egg to Shang Yuan Bing Zhu, putting it carefully in her hands. Neither of them had any kind of reaction when their hands touched, and when Bai Zemin cut off the mana supply, Shang Yuan Bing Zhu immediately began to expend hers, using her mana as food this time, and thus allowing him to recover a little. Time passed quickly. Occasionally the two would chat about different things, but mostly they were silent, with the accompanying sound being the wind blowing against the closed windows, and the water of the pool located a couple of meters outside the living room. When two people were alone inside a room and remained in silence for a long time, it was normal for both of them to start feeling a bit anxious and even uncomfortable with the silence. However, this was not the case for Bai Zemin and Shang Yuan Bing Zhu. To begin with, they were both people who valued words in their own ways, and when there was not something important to say or something interesting to tell, they preferred to be silent. In addition, the two were very comfortable sitting close to each other in silence, which was very rare between two individuals, especially since they were of opposite sexes. In the eyes of many, the fact that two people did not speak and remained silent was a sign of a lack of trust. However, Bai Zemin did not see it that way. To Bai Zemin, the fact that he and Shang Yuan Bing Zhu could enjoy silence in each other's presence meant that the trust between the two had reached such a high level that words were not necessary to understand each other. If a person could not be comfortable with themselves in solitude, then that person would never be truly comfortable in the presence of others. If two people could be comfortable in silence together, then there was no doubt that the trust between those two people was as high as the heavens themselves. After several minutes of silence, Shang Yuan Bing Zhu opened her mouth and calmly said, "2 days ago, while you were still in your workshop, I had a conversation with Chen He." Oh, Bai Zemin had been looking towards the window, but when he heard Shang Yuan Bing Zhu's words, his interest immediately piqued, so he turned to look at her and asked, "Are you talking about what I think you're talking about?" "I probably am," Shang Yuan Bing Zhu nodded. Seeing that Bai Zemin wasn't asking any more questions, she asked, "Aren't you curious to know what happened?" "I am curious, of course," Bai Zemin replied in a voice that suggested obviousness. Even during the time when they were all normal students, Bai Zemin had heard many things about Shang Yuan Bing Zhu and Chen He. After all, the two of them were simply too popular. Putting aside their identities and status within the university, Shang Yuan Bing Zhu was the #1 beauty, and Chen He was the most handsome guy on campus. They were often seen together so naturally, there were many rumors that the two were a couple. Even Bai Zemin himself had seen them together a couple of times. Although many things had changed, Bai Zemin was still curious about Shang Yuan Bing Zhu and Chen He's future in terms of romance. After all, regardless of all the changes of fate, Bai Zemin was only a young man in his 20s. He was also a bit gossipy about certain matters. However, it's just that despite my curiosity, I don't think it's right to ask questions about a subject that, if we're honest, doesn't really involve me, he explained calmly as he looked into her eyes. Shang Yuan Bing Zhu closed her eyes slowly, remaining silent for a few seconds before opening them again. She sighed and couldn't help but speak the words of her heart. "You know, despite being born into an ordinary family and living your whole life in the middle class, your education and tact are much higher than most upper-class people who receive tutelage from top professionals in various fields." Bai Zemin chuckled, knowing that Shang Yuan Bing Zhu's words were not meant to offend him, but quite the opposite. The main education is provided at home. Then it is up to the individual to accept what he or she has learned or not and modify it to form his or her own personality. My parents would have beaten me up if I had strayed from the path they showed me, so I learned from my mother's flying slippers and my father's kicks in the butt. Shang Yuan Bing Zhu did not expect such words at all, which was why her eyes widened for a moment before the inevitable finally happened. Hadohata. Her laughter was clear and sweet, not loud but strong enough for those who heard it to know that she was laughing from the heart and not pretending. Ha ha ha. She continued to laugh for almost a full minute before finally starting to calm down a bit. Looking at Bai Zemin on the verge of tears from laughing so hard, Shang Yuan Bing Zhu said with a big smile that was as bright and beautiful as the summer sun, "If your subordinates knew that the all-powerful god of war they worship so much actually got caught by flying slippers and kicked in the butt, they would probably drop their jaw until they hit the ground. Meh, this daddy is lord of the house now, and I even sit at the head of the table during dinner. If that old man tries to kick my butt, I'll personally make him remember the spanking grandpa used to give him," Bai Zemin said with an air of smugness. Shang Yuan Bing Zhu's eyes sparkled, and the smile on her face grew more and more. She had just used some words that a polite and demure lady would never say, but far from pointing it out, Bai Zemin took it as if it was something normal. Shangyuan Bingzu was used to being treated like a goddess, a flawless and perfect fairy. But little did the others know that she simply wanted to be treated as a normal person, not as something she was not. And what about the flying slippers? Those attacks can't be dodged. Oh, for what reason? Letter 1D00 small cap L, small cap N, letter 1D0F, letter 1D20, letter 1D07 small cap L. It's because the mothers will get angrier if you do. Hadohasa. Whatever Chen He and Shangyuan Bingzu had talked about, it was temporarily a secret to Bai Zemin. He didn't ask, and Shangyuan Bingzu didn't say anything either, which meant that there were probably some things that were not so easy to say. Be that as it may, the two of them were too weak to avoid being controlled by the threads of fate. If something was meant to happen, then it would happen. If something was meant to come to light, then someday it would see the light. About 2 hours later, Shangyuan Bingzu's face had finally turned 80% pale, which was a sign that it wouldn't be long before all her mana would drop to really critical low levels. What kind of little monster is growing in there? She muttered in total shock. Bai Zemin was as shocked as she was. That little one has absorbed far more than 2,000 mana points from just the two of us, but it also ate all the mana and records that the former Ant Queen left behind. Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu looked at each other, and both noticed the wariness in each other's eyes. Although Bai Zemin wanted to take care of the life inside the egg as his daughter, it was unknown if that little newborn ant would identify him as her father. Considering the amounts of mana and records that the life inside the egg had absorbed so far, if at birth she became an enemy, it could be no small problem. Unfortunately, Shangyuan Bingzu's mana turned out to be insufficient as well, so Bai Zemin had to relieve her 10 minutes later. How much mana did you manage to recover? 426 points. Let's hope it's enough. However, it wasn't enough. Approximately 30 minutes later, Bai Zemin's face had turned deathly pale and his lips had lost all color. How much mana have you recovered? I think you'll have to use overlap regeneration. Bai Zemin sighed upon hearing Shangyuan Bingzu's words but finally nodded. He somehow was expecting such a thing to happen. Now he could only pray that a single activation would be enough. Under Shangyuan Bingzu's shining eyes, Bai Zemin's body was soon surrounded by that wonderful golden radiance, and his entire being seemed to undergo a transcendental change. However, the duration was too short, so she did not have time to appreciate this state for too long before it disappeared completely. That skill of yours, overlap regeneration, it really is a mystery. Bai Zemin, it really makes you look like an omnipotent being every time you use it, she said with a sigh that contained emotions difficult to decipher. Shangyuan Bingzu didn't know that overlap regeneration was actually the second activation of a skill, and Bai Zemin didn't say it. Not because he didn't trust her, but because there was simply no need to, since nothing would really change. Bai Zemin said nothing, and continued to give his now replenished mana to the gluttonous egg in his hands. Even though Meng Qi was probably done with the chest plate, he could only focus on what he had on his hands at the moment for now. Approximately 40 minutes later, and just as the two people inside the room were beginning to feel their bodies about to break out in sweat due to nerves, a change finally occurred. The metallic gray egg suddenly released a faint glow of 4 colors. There was red, there was silver, there was black, and there was gold. Bingzu Bai Zemin stood up in fright, and as he looked at Shangyuan Bingzu with wide eyes, he said in shock, "It's hatching." Shangyuan Bingzu was as nervous as he was, so she also stammered as she pointed to the couch and said quickly, By now, put the egg over there better." "Oh, okay." Bai Zemin hurriedly turned around and delicately set the egg down on the couch before backing away, bumping into the small table and breaking it into thousands of tiny pieces of glass. The two were like two anxious children, so they couldn't worry about anything but the glowing egg that, under their astonished eyes, grew to twice its previous size in a matter of seconds. The glow quickly grew, reaching a point that both Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu had no choice but to half close their eyes and partially cover their eyesight using a hand. The sky had darkened considerably at this point, and the survivors who happened to be walking near Shangyuan Bingzu's house stopped in amazement as a bright light of various colors broke beyond the windows. They all looked at each other in shock before silently retreating from that area for fear of being caught up in some kind of mysterious explosion. Inside the house, Shangyuan Bingzu and Bai Zemin finally began to see more clearly once the multicolored light began to dim and recede. When the two were finally able to see everything normally again, what immediately attracted the attention of both of them was that, lying on the couch, was a silhouette curled up in a ball like a small kitten. However, the silhouette was still surrounded by that multicolored light, so it was not possible to see its appearance clearly. A few seconds passed, but the small figure did not move, and both Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu were too nervous to make any move. Not only were they nervous because of happiness, but they were also uneasy, as they did not know whether the future queen of the ants would greet them with a kind smile or with cruel eyes. The multicolored light was disappearing, but before it disappeared completely, the small figure that was curled into a ball suddenly moved. The figure that was at most 1 meter tall sat down with great difficulty on the couch, and even though its face was not visible, both Shangyuan Bingzu and Bai Zemin could feel that it was watching them intently. "I can finally see your faces, father, mother." The voice, clearly belonging to a little girl coming from the figure, was sweet and childish but very polite, and above all, excited, as if she had been waiting for this moment for centuries long. Shangyuan Bingzu and Bai Zemin froze, before turning their faces like rusty robots to look at each other. "Mother, mother, backslash 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 backslash." Chapter 757, A Daughter with Three Mothers, by Shilin. Chapter 757, A Daughter with Three Mothers, by Shilin. Bai Zemin expected to meet a baby with human features but with ant-like characteristics, and therefore, he expected that at the moment of her birth, his adopted daughter would be crying as if the world was collapsing before her eyes. He could have imagined 1,000 different scenarios. However, one thing he definitely did not expect was that when his daughter was born, she would immediately be able to speak, and that her first words would be father and mother. No, no, no. The father thing was fine, as Bai Zemin was her father even though they didn't share blood. However, what about the mother thing? Bai Zemin really wanted to throw himself on the floor, wrap himself in a mop, and roll all over the place so that, in the process of his wailing, he could at least clean up the house a bit. My God, Bai Zemin sucked in a breath of cold air as he looked at Shangyuan Bingzu. She was looking at him with wide eyes, clearly as shocked as he was, if not more. Could it be? Could it be that ants were similar to chickens? Did they identify the first creatures they saw as their parents and protective figures? Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu seemed to have become a single entity, because, as if by prior arrangement, they slowly turned their heads to look at the girl, whose figure had finally been revealed, once the faint multicolored light surrounding her completely disappeared. Sitting on the couch, a little girl that looked 3 or 4 years old at most stared at them with her bright and innocent midnight black eyes. Her small body was not covered at all, but upon closer inspection, one would notice that while her skin was completely white and smooth like that of a baby, what seemed to be black veins adorned her 2 small arms and legs. Her most notable feature, however, was undoubtedly her long, soft, silver-colored hair that cascaded down to just below her small shoulder blades. Bai Zemin took a deep breath, and as he looked at that little doll face, he couldn't help but feel his nerves calm slightly. First, he would try to clarify several things within his means. However, the fact that this little girl was his daughter did not change at all. Bai Zemin slowly approached the couch, his movements closely followed by the little girl, who stared at him as if she was worried that he would run off and leave her behind. He stroked her hair gently, much to the little girl's delight. She even obediently closed her eyes and leaned closer to him so that he had better access to her little head. "Shilin, even though I am your father, she is not your mother," Bai Zemin explained quietly. "Shilin?" The little girl opened her eyes, and while still enjoying his patting, she used her big eyes to look up at him. She asked curiously, "Father, isn't that my first mother's name?" Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu looked at each other, both seeing the confusion as well as the surprise in the other's eyes. After a moment of silence, Bai Zemin resumed the caresses he had subconsciously stopped and said in a gentle voice, "The name I chose for you is Bai Shilin. Bai for our family's surname, and Shilin is the union of the surname and the name of the former queen of the Weaver Ants. I know that our family surname is Bai. Shilin also knows that the first mother's name was Shilin." The little girl nodded, her voice as sweet and pleasant to listen to as the singing of birds on a spring day. "Shilin, how do you know our family name is Bai?" "That's because Shilin knows that the father's name is Bai Zemin. Shilin also knows that the grandfather's name is Bai Delan, while the grandmother's name is Yilinger." "How do you know that?" "That is, of course, because Shilin's records say so." Bai Zemin sighed in his heart, feeling a little relieved that he doesn't have to explain so many things, but at the same time a little sad as he felt he missed several stages of his little girl's growth. Bai Zemin suddenly blinked as he realized something. He looked at Bai Shilin and said in confusion, "Shilin, you know that I'm actually not an ant, don't you?" Shilin naturally knows. You are human just like the second mother, Bai Shilin said while looking at Shangyu and Bing Zhu with joyful eyes. Bai Zemin really wanted to ask more about this matter of first mother and second mother, but for now, there was another thing he needed to clarify in order to get deeper into the subject. He lifted Bai Shilin and sat the girl on his lap, making her squirm with joy. She was as thin as a feather and her body so small and frail-looking that Bai Zemin was afraid of hurting her. Therefore, he was very careful with his hand movements. He was very confused at this moment, because although Bai Zemin knew that humans and ants could not have offspring at least in the stages, he could see that Bai Shilin's eyes were exactly like his own. Even her hair was strangely similar to Shangyu and Bing Zhu's, except that instead of being silver-white, it was completely silver. "Bing Zhu, can you help me a little here?" Bai Zemin looked at who was the only person that could probably help him. Shangyu and Bing Zhu sighed and sat down beside him. She looked at Bai Shilin with complicated eyes. Shangyu and Bing Zhu naturally noticed certain features on the girl's face that were strangely similar to her own when she was younger. "Little Shilin, why are you calling me mother?" she asked as she took the small hands of the little girl who, despite appearing 3-4 years old, had actually just been born. "Mother, I'm sorry. Shilin doesn't understand your question." Bai Shilin lowered her head in embarrassment and looked really sad for not being able to answer her parents' questions. "Oh, don't worry about it." Shangyu and Bing Zhu didn't know why, but she felt the maternal instinct that every woman had inside her begin to awaken. Seeing the sad expression on the girl's face, she hurriedly snatched her from Bai Zemin and hugged her close to her chest while gently kissing the top of her head. "Little Shilin, you can call me mother, mama, mommy, mom, or whatever way you like best." "Yes, mom." Bai Zemin watched the two beauties, one big and the other little, not knowing whether he should laugh or cry at all of what was going on. How the hell was he supposed to explain this situation to Lilith? Just as Bai Zemin was wondering if he would have to sleep on the couch from today on, Bai Shilin looked at him with curious eyes and tilted her little head as she asked in a sweet voice, "By the way, father, where is my third mother?" "Third mother?" Shangyuan Bingzu and Bai Zemin looked at each other, now feeling a little less surprised than they would have been if not for everything that had happened during the last few minutes. Bai Zemin looked at his newborn daughter and asked in a low voice, "Shilin, can you tell Dad how many mothers you really have?" "Looks like you've been quite a gallant, Bai Zemin." Shangyuan Bingzu raised an eyebrow and said with a faint sneer, "To think that you would actually be so popular that your first daughter really has so many mothers." Bai Zemin rolled his eyes at Shangyuan Bingzu's words, but instead of replying to her, he simply waited for his daughter's response. "There are 3 of them." Bai Shilin stretched out 3 little fingers forward and looked at her father with sparkling eyes. She looked like a puppy waiting to be rewarded after doing a good job. Bai Zemin gently stroked the left side of her face as he asked softly, "So, would you mind telling me who your mothers are and the reason why they are your mothers?" "Shilin's first mother is the one who previously led the Weaver Ants. It was she who gave me most of my current records and who gave me life. My second mother is Xuanyuan Bingzu, who shared large amounts of her mana with me and in the process shared part of her records," Bai Shilin said as she put a finger to her mouth and began to suck on it like a pacifier. Shangyuan Bingzu looked at Bai Zemin, and a glint of understanding flashed in the eyes of both of them as they looked at each other. Now, they finally understood what was going on here. Bai Zemin said nothing for several seconds, and as he took her finger out of her daughter's mouth and told her that that was not good, he asked, "So, who is your third mother?" "That is, of course, the father's wife." "Father's wife?" Shangyuan Bingzu narrowed her eyes, and before Bai Zemin could say anything, she continued to stroke the soft hair of the daughter she had inadvertently gained as she asked in a soft voice, "Shilin, who is father's wife?" "Mother Lilith," Bai Shilin answered immediately. There was not the slightest doubt in her voice, and this also made Shangyuan Bingzu let out a complicated sigh. She believed that she had at least gotten a little ahead of that woman, but it didn't seem to be that easy. Besides, she said Lilith, not Lily. "Shilin, how do you know Lilith?" Bai Zemin asked in confusion. Father." Bai Shilin's eyes sparkled. She replied in a very low voice as if it was some sort of secret that needed to be taken care of from outsiders. "Actually, Mother Lilith often hugged me when I was still in the egg. She spent many hours talking to me about all sorts of things while you and the others slept or fought goblins. Even though Lilith Mommy has no records in common with Shilin, Shilin really loves her very much because she told me a lot of funny stories, and she is the second most time I have spent with after father. Bai Zemin closed his eyes and sighed in relief when he heard his daughter's words. He was very nervous before, after all, Bai Shilin calling Shangyuan Bingzu mother was something that shouldn't have happened. In Bai Zemin's mind, he planned to introduce the newborn to Lilith and gradually teach her that she was her mother, but not everything always went as one wanted or had planned. The matter of mana was something Bai Zemin did not expect, and far from being a baby, Bai Shilin was very intelligent and wise despite her 3-year-old appearance. This was the first time he was dealing with a life born after the apocalypse, a mutant life that was not fully human, so it was to be expected that unexpected things would happen. Fortunately, Lilith was also one of Bai Shilin's mothers, and the fact that the former queen of the Weaver Ants was also one would serve as a kind of spring that would cushion the fall when she learned that Shangyuan Bingzu had also become the mother of the newborn little girl. After a moment of silence, Bai Zemin smiled, now clearly relieved, and said happily, "My dear Shilin, welcome to the family." "Yes, Daddy." Bai Zemin froze, and the smile on his face was plastered there, as the corner of his lips contracted fiercely. Fortunately, and Shangyuan Bingzu was looking at him in confusion, not knowing what was going on, or else, Bai Zemin feared, he would have already been frozen to death right there and then. Had Bai Shilin heard Lilith's voice that night? Or maybe he was overthinking things. Whatever the case, Bai Zemin did not dare to ask the reason why Bai Shilin suddenly changed the way she addressed him, because he somehow feared that the answer would cause Shangyuan Bingzu to slap him to death. Determined to change the subject quickly, Bai Zemin's eyes sparkled as he realized something important. "My dear Shilin, could you tell me your current level?" he asked, because even with the purity of his soul power, he was unable to make any estimation of Bai Shilin's level. Bai Zemin's level was only 50, but except for those beings whose soul power was tremendously pure or exceeded him by around 100 levels, he was always able to sense an approximation of the level of his enemies and allies. For example, he could not sense Shangyuan Bingzu's level, not only because she had a level far higher than his, but because her soul power was very pure as well. Then, was Bai Shilin's level tremendously high, or was her soul power too pure? /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Bai Shilin blinked as she looked at her father for a few seconds. Then she wiggled a little on her second mother's lap to raise her head and look into her eyes for several seconds. Shangyuan Bingzu and Bai Zemin exchanged glances, feeling puzzled by Bai Shilin's weird silence before she softly asked, "Little Shilin, is something wrong?" "This, Bingzu mom, dad." Bai Shilin looked really confused and did not know how to express what was on her mind. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she quickly spoke so that she wouldn't forget the words that had occurred to her. "Shilin is level 55, but Shilin can tell that mom is at level 90 while dad is at level 50. But then why can't mom and dad sense Shilin's level?" Level 55. Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu looked at each other in shock, therefore. They could not immediately answer the question that Bai Shilin had asked them. They were not shocked because the level was too high. On the contrary, they were shocked because it was low considering the huge amount of mana and records that Bai Shilin had absorbed before her birth. However, the main source of shock for the two was something else. Despite being at level 55, Bai Shilin could sense Shangyuan Bingzu's level without a problem, while at level 90, Shangyuan Bingzu could not sense Bai Shilin's. Didn't this mean that Bai Shilin's soul power, her soul records, were much purer and of higher quality than Shangyuan Bingzu's? Although it was hard to believe considering that Shangyuan Bingzu had the purest soul power Bai Zemin had ever seen in a living being other than himself, this was the only reason they could both think of. No, wait a moment. Bai Zemin's eyes flashed at the thought of a certain possibility. "Shilin, do you have any skills?" Bai Zemin asked as he played with his daughter's small fingers. "Oh, Shilin naturally has skills." She nodded with enthusiasm and asked quickly, "Does the father and mother would like Shilin to activate one of her skills?" This, Bai Zemin gave Shangyuan Bingzu a sidelong glance before shaking his head. "Shilin, don't do it. Better just tell us the function of each of your skills." Bai Zemin didn't want to take any risks. if his beloved daughter, brimming with innocence, ended up activating a strange, destructive type skill. The destruction of Shangyuan Bingzu's entire household would no longer be the real problem, but probably many innocents could be affected. Besides, judging from the way Bai Shilin was talking, she even had more than one skill from birth, as expected from the highest and never-before-seen genius in the entire history of the ant race. With Shilin's records, part of Bai Zemin's records, and part of Shangyuan Bingzu's records, Bai Shilin was undoubtedly a little monster that in the future would be a source of terror to her enemies despite her sweet and cute appearance. Bai Shilin took a few minutes to check her own records. She was new to all this, so while opening and closing her status window was easy, surfing through the records that made up her total existence to find a few specific ones was no simple task at all. A single ruin could have over 10,000 records composing it. One could only try to imagine how huge a number of records a living, intelligent entity must have. After about 10 minutes, during which both Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu remained silent while looking at Bai Shilin's serious little face, she finally opened her previously closed little eyes and said with enthusiasm, "Okay, I found them." She quickly continued, "Shilin has a skill to see the future. This skill is weaker than the skill Shilin mother had when she was still alive, and I can only see up to 10 seconds forward but with a 2-minute cooldown. I also have a skill called Ice Maker, but it is already in the 3rd order. This skill Shilin has thanks to the records of Bingzu Mom. Also Dad, Mom, Shilin finally knows why she can know your levels. It's because Shilin has a passive skill that allows her to sense the levels of any living being within the same order or below. Lastly, Shilin has a skill called Overlap Strength." Overlap Strength? Ice Maker? Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu gasped in shock. The most surprised, however, was undoubtedly Bai Zemin. Overlap Regeneration was the second activation of a skill, not a skill per se. However, his newborn daughter had acquired a skill with a suspiciously similar name. What was this all about? Bai Zemin really didn't understand anything. Bai Shilin's entire birth seemed like a miracle in itself. She could even see the future up to 10 seconds ahead with 2 minutes of cooldown. Such a thing was simply insane. With 10 seconds ahead, Bai Shilin would even be able to read all of Bai Zemin's future moves and take him out of the game in seconds easily if she played her cards right and Bai Zemin got careless. "But Dad, Mom, this skill of mine, Overlap Strength, isn't as good as the Overlap Regeneration Dad has." Bai Shilin looked a little embarrassed as she lowered her head and whispered softly. When Shilin was trying to eat the records Dad transmitted during the last few minutes after activating that powerful skill, many green messages started to fill my eyes, and in the end this skill Overlap Strength was the only thing I could have because my soul wasn't too powerful to have Overlap Regeneration. After hearing Bai Shilin's words, Shangyuan Bingzu couldn't help but look at Bai Zemin out of the corner of her eye. Her eyes glinted strangely, her thoughts unknown. As for Bai Zemin, he remained silent for a moment, trying to digest his daughter's words. After a few seconds, he looked into her eyes and asked curiously, "Shilin, what is the benefit Overlap Strength grants you?" Bai Shilin tilted her little head and looked at him blankly. "It seems that despite her intelligence, at most it's only that of a 5-year-old. Bai Zemin judged silently, after realizing that the overly complicated words seemed to be somewhat difficult for his daughter to understand. "When you activate your skill Overlap Strength, what happens?" Bai Zemin rephrased with a gentle smile. "Oh," Bai Shilin clapped her little hands and swung her little feet as she replied with enthusiasm. "When Shilin activates her Overlap Strength skill, Shilin can take 50% of a stat except for health and convert it into strength points for 1 minute. It was a powerful skill, there was no room for doubt about it. This was especially the case considering that Bai Shilin was at least 50% of the Weaver ant race, so her strength was definitely not something to scoff at. It was just that Bai Zemin wasn't too surprised because his Overlap Regeneration was much more flexible. Of course, he was still surprised and couldn't help but praise Bai Shilin several times, telling her that in the future she would be a great ally to everyone. The little girl was so happy that she began to laugh and giggle with joy before throwing herself into her father's arms, much to Shangyuan Bingzu's frustration. ////. Approximately 40 minutes later, Bai Zemin said goodbye to Shangyuan Bingzu and left her house to head to his family's home. Although the Ice Princess was a little reluctant to part with little Bai Shilin, she understood that Bai Zemin wanted to introduce her to his parents, so she very reluctantly nodded. Although Bai Shilin was a high-level soul evolver, and her mutant ant blood helped her fight the night cold much better than normal humans. Neither Bai Zemin nor Shangyuan Bingzu was willing to let the girl go out naked in the fierce winds blowing from all directions as a result. Little Bai Shilin ended up looking like some kind of strange creature after being wrapped in several woolen blankets that Shangyuan Bingzu used to cover her. "Father, is this our house?" Bai Shilin asked, snuggling into the embrace of her beloved father who carried her like a porcelain doll wrapped in the woolen blankets. "We will have many houses in the future, Shilin." Bai Zemin smiled slightly, and as he walked to the entrance he added, "But we will have only one home." Bai Zemin opened the door, and both he and his little adopted daughter were greeted by the warmth and lights inside, as well as the voices and giggles coming from the living room. "That home will be where our family is." Bai Shilin's eyes sparkled as she heard her beloved father's words. Even though she didn't understand very well what he meant, somehow she felt her heart warming up when she heard those last words, so she couldn't help but close her little eyes and rub her little head on his chest as if trying to get even closer. Meng Qi was sitting on the couch and was waiting for her turn to play the snake game. It seemed that she had also joined the small gamer team of Luo Ning and the Wen twins. She had arrived about 2 hours ago after her brother disappeared from the workshop and had been waiting for him, but so far there was no sign of him. Just then, Meng Qi noticed out of the corner of her eye a figure entering the living room and immediately jumped to her feet. "Ah, big brother, you where?" Meng Qi's words caught in her throat as her eyes subconsciously moved from Bai Zemin's face to the ball of wool he was holding in his hands at chest level. That was definitely not a normal ball of wool. It was moving and there was silver hair bulging out. Bai Delan and Linger were chatting with Lilith in her lily form, especially with Bai Delan, and Lily being the two most talkative since it was about the journey of conquest that Bai Zemin was about to embark on. The three of them had been talking about it for quite a few hours, and although Linger and Bai Delan had tried to convince her, Lilith tactfully turned them down, saying that her place was wherever Bai Zemin was. The fact that she said such words naturally earned several sighs from Bai Delan and an even stronger look of approval from Linger. Only a woman who had the will to accompany Bai Zemin in dangerous times and to suffer hardships in the outside world would be accepted by both of them. Neither of them would look favorably on a woman who sought only to stay at home doing nothing, eating and enjoying luxuries ostentatiously. Just then, Meng Qi's voice calling out to Bai Zemin attracted the attention of Bai Delan and Linger. But when the two of them turned to look towards the entrance of the living room and saw what Bai Zemin was carrying in his arms, they froze completely. This was because, in contrast to Meng Qi, Bai Delan and Linger could see a beautiful, small doll-like face looking towards them with two large, shining, midnight black eyes. Bai Shilin squirmed a little in Bai Zemin's embrace, and taking this as a sign from her asking him to put her down for a moment, he obediently put her down. Bai Zemin didn't even have time to arrange the blankets or tell his daughter to be careful about tripping when she unwrapped herself and ran out to one of the couches located further east in the spacious living room. "Lilith, mommy." Lilith was already on her feet and immediately went down on her knees as she waited for the little girl who ran towards her with her arms wide open, bright eyes full of joy, and a smile as big as a child's receiving the best gift of all. Bai Shilin practically bumped into Lilith as she stepped into her embrace and immediately giggled happily as she felt the soft, warm arms wrap around her. "Shilin, now we can finally talk properly." Lilith smiled lovingly and put a delicate kiss on the girl's silver hair, something that caught her attention slightly. Bai Shilin raised her head as even with Lilith on her knees she was still smaller. Her eyes sparkled as she said with a happy smile, "Lilith, mommy, this hug feels even warmer than when I was in the egg." "Silly girl, that's because now we can both feel each other's body heat." Lilith smiled tenderly and explained. "Hezeli." Bai Zemin watched the scene with a gentle smile on his face. His subordinates, especially those who had stood beside him on at least one battlefield, would definitely not be able to believe that the cold and bloodthirsty Bai Zemin, who did not hesitate to blow up the bodies of his enemies into bloody mist, would actually have such a gentle expression in his ever-indifferent eyes. He was not worried about the fact that Bai Shilin had called Lilith by her real name. After all, it was a matter that could easily be solved by saying that Lily was an abbreviation since everyone had called her that since she was a child. But in fact, there was no need to worry about it at all since regardless of whether it was Bai Delan, Linger, Meng Qi, Luo Ning, or the Wen twins, they all looked at the little girl who looked to be around 3 years old. Although each of them had their own thoughts and emotions, the shock was the same for all of them. Bai Shilin's eyes moved to Yilinger, and when Bai Zemin's mother saw those two beautiful black eyes, she didn't need anyone to tell her anything to know that this little girl was somehow or other related to her and her family. Grandmother, grandfather, Aunt Ming-Chi, my name is Bai Shilin, and I am my father's daughter, said Bai Shilin with happiness to be reunited with her loved ones and pride in announcing her identity as Bai Zemin's daughter. Backslash 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 backslash. Chapter 759, Heading South, Beginning of the Conquest, Part 2. Zemin, Yilinger called out to her son, her eyes still fixed on the eyes of the little girl who had just called her grandmother. This young lady. Bai Zemin looked at his mother, and noticing her lips as well as her trembling eyes, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Yilinger, just like Bai Delan, had always been worried about Bai Zemin's future. Not about his studies nor about getting a job, since she knew that her son was a person who would definitely not give up in the face of life's difficulties. Yilinger's worries lay in the fact that her son never looked at any girl again for many years after what happened during his high school years. Would he be able to start a family? Would he find a good wife to be his confidant and partner in times of trouble? Would she ever see a grandchild? Would he be alone forever? There were many questions about family that Yilinger always asked in her heart every time she saw her son. After all, the parents would not be there forever, and Yilinger did not want her son to be alone by the time they were no longer there for him. Bai Zemin naturally understood and was aware of his parents' anxieties, but there was not much he could do about the matter. After all, the heart was a realm where the brain had no right to step in. It was ironic. It was very ironic that thanks to the appearance of the soul record, things began to change for the better from a certain point of view. Mom, this is Bai Shilin, my daughter. Bai Zemin nodded, confirming the little girl's words. Yilinger's body trembled, and her mouth opened and closed as if she wanted to say something, but could not put it into words. Bai Zemin had already explained to them the situation regarding the metal gray egg. Therefore, everyone in the house knew that someday he would appear with a little girl in his arms. However, the little girl they were looking at had Bai Zemin's eyes, and except for the black lines covering part of her little arms and slender legs, there was nothing to differentiate her from a normal human. At a loss for words to express how she felt at that moment, Yilinger leaned forward and called out in a soft, careful voice, as if afraid of scaring the little girl, "Little Shilin, can you let Grandma hug you?" Bai Shilin smiled sweetly and rushed out to Yilinger, burying herself in her embrace and catching her a little by surprise. Yilinger's arms moved of their own accord, wrapping around Bai Shilin's small body and hugging her as if she feared she was going to disappear in the next instant. "Grandma, Shilin really hoped to see you all really." Yilinger lowered her eyes, meeting the shining black eyes of the unexpected but welcome granddaughter her son had just given her. "Child, if you keep saying such things you'll make this old woman start crying." Yilinger forced a smile and kissed Bai Shilin's forehead, causing her to giggle. Bai Delan watched everything in silence, but his stare was fixed on Bai Shilin's small figure. There were several times when he had to close his eyes for a few seconds because he felt his eyes start to itch. Bai Zemin sneaked up and whispered, "Hey, old man, you can cry if you want to. The man of the house is me anyway. I'll really kick your ass, you rotten shameless brat." After several minutes, everyone was sitting on the two large couches. Yilinger was still clinging to Bai Shilin and occasionally hugged her so tightly that the girl started squirming in her lap, pouting and muttering under her breath. "So, we could say that little Shilin is your real daughter and not adopted?" Bai Delan asked, trying to act calm as he looked down at the little treasure, who occasionally looked up at him and waved her little hand in his direction, pulling at his old heartstrings. "Well, in theory, that's the way things are," Bai Zemin nodded. "Even though Shilin wasn't born by the methods we know for obvious reasons, she shares some of my records, and that's why she has little traits, especially her eyes, that look so much like mine." "I see." Bai Delan nodded and said nothing more. Although he maintained a calm expression on the surface, everyone who knew him well was aware that his heart was definitely not so calm. Ming-Chi was also very happy as she looked at Bai Shilin. She would occasionally lean forward and grab the girl's nose, using her thumb to pretend to steal it, which ended up causing Bai Shilin to jump in fright several times to everyone's amusement. "Whoa, big brother Bai, now you're a father too," Luo Ning exclaimed with wide eyes as she looked at Bai Shilin in surprise. Wen Yun suddenly thought of something and approached Luo Ning, whispering something in her ear in such a low voice that only Lilith knew what she said, and couldn't help but laugh at this little girl's mischief. Ah, Luo Ning cried out in fright and her face turned pale, astonishing everyone. Little Ning, what's wrong? Bai Zemin looked at her in a daze. Be big brother Bai, you have a daughter now. Doesn't that mean? Doesn't that mean that little Ning can no longer be the princess of the new kingdom? Luo Ning whispered. She looked at Bai Zemin with puppy dog eyes full of tears that threatened to fall if he said anything she didn't like. When Yun you. Bai Zemin looked at the girl who simply stuck her tongue out at him and really had to fight the urge to slap her butt until she learned how to behave. Little Ning, don't worry. It doesn't matter if I have one daughter or 1,000 daughters, since I promised you that when I am the king of China you will be a princess, then you will be a princess. Have I ever lied to you? Bai Zemin said in a sincere voice. Luo Ning looked at him, trying to look for some trace of falsehood in his words. However, it was true that he had never lied to her. Therefore, she finally shook her head and her tears receded so quickly that Bai Zemin even thought she deliberately did it. Lying on the bed in Bai Zemin's room, Lilith and he were cuddled together under the blankets. Even though she didn't need to sleep, she was slowly getting used to enjoying these little things that she had forgotten over time. Your parents really love little Shilin. They even asked that we let her sleep with them tonight, Lilith whispered softly, sounding especially appealing in the middle of the night darkness. Bai Zemin caressed her shoulder gently, pulling her closer to his body, and said softly, My parents always wanted a grandchild. Now that they have one, they will naturally become attached to her. Besides, considering that in 2 days we will be leaving for the south, they won't see little Shilin again for a few months, so they will want to spend as much time with her as possible. Bai Zemin planned to begin the conquest of the entire country without delay. He would probably not see his parents again for at least half a year, starting directly with the most difficult target and expanding from there. Fortunately, with the Sky Destroyer being left behind, he could always use the ship's communication feature to talk to them on a daily basis using the ring of the commander. Lilith was silent for a few minutes, but when she sensed that Bai Zemin was about to fall asleep, she whispered quietly, Say, Zemin, Shilin's silver hair. Bai Zemin slowly opened his eyes as he heard the words of the woman beside him. Even without Lilith finishing, he already knew what she meant. Shilin's silver hair is a result of Bingzu's records, he said in an honest voice before he started explaining everything that happened without omitting anything at all. Lilith listened to everything silently as she snuggled into his embrace and enjoyed without a word the gentle caresses he gave her small shoulder and right arm. I see, so that's what happened. I understand now. She nodded calmly once he stopped. Bai Zemin gently moved to look her in the face and asked carefully, Are you crazy? No, not at all. In the entire base, probably only Shangyu and Bingzu and that girl named Feng Tianwu possess enough mana to help you get little Shilin born smoothly, and unfortunately, I couldn't do anything even if I wanted to. The fact that little Shilin considers me her mother despite not sharing records with me is a sign of my victory. It shows that she appreciates me more than her other 2 mothers. Lilith smiled sweetly and gave him a small kiss on the cheek. She blushed a little and whispered softly, Besides, in the future we will have our own children, won't we? Bai Zemin sighed in relief in his heart, finally feeling the stone weighing on him disappear after hearing Lilith's words. He gently kissed her forehead and said in a serious voice, Of course we will. After I reach my goal and there is no longer a threat to us, we will have our children using normal methods. Bai Zemin knew nothing of Lilith's past. It was a complete mystery to him. She never initiated a conversation of her lived experiences, and Bai Zemin never asked questions either. However, this did not mean that he was unaware that she definitely saw and experienced things that would probably be more than enough to make most living beings collapse. Furthermore, considering that she never mentioned her family, Bai Zemin naturally judged that she did not have one. That was precisely why he was determined to give her a beautiful family at any cost. That's more than enough for me. Lilith smiled gently and closed her eyes, feeling happy. She had lost everything, and only she knew how much she longed for a family. Knowing that losing everything was painful was not the same as losing everything. Between Lilith and Bai Zemin, the pains he had experienced were nothing in comparison. I look forward to that future, she murmured before falling asleep. ////. The next day, Bai Zemin went to check the records of the chestplate that he and Meng Qi had built in teamwork. The armor was deep red, as if it had been dipped in a pool of blood for several thousand years, and all the blood had been assimilated by it. Just like the pants, the armor seemed to be covered by dragon scales, and on each of the 2 elbows was a scythe that in the past were part of the most terrifying armament of the Third Order Weaver ants that Bai Zemin faced in the hall where he gained control over the Sky Destroyer. Solitude's Armor of Infinite Trials. Upper Armor. Rank 2. Physical Defense, 4700. Magic Defense, 3420. Physical Attack Power, 2100. Durability, 8000. Special Options. 1. Reduces its weight by half when the wearer's agility exceeds 900 natural points. 2. When hitting with the elbow, the chance of inflicting critical hit is increased by 20%. 3. Reduces the damaging effect of shock waves by 30%. 4. When fighting in a battlefield alone, the physical and magic defense is multiplied by 2. Description: upper body armor forged from the bones and scales of a second order Komodo lizard and reinforced with rank 2 mithril. Both the blacksmith and the rune engraver gave 100% of themselves to forge this piece of equipment, which is at the top of its kind within the same rank. The nightmare of warriors and the despair of mages on the battlefield. The armor was magnificent, to say the least. When Bai Zemin saw its records for the first time after it was completely finished, he was jumping for several minutes at how high the armor's defenses were, but what gave him the most joy were the options. Despite being a heavy piece of equipment, option number 1 helped Bai Zemin not feel reluctant to wear it at all. In addition, options number 3 and number 4 would greatly increase Bai Zemin's chances of survival, while giving him more opportunities to make more dangerous attacks, and thus be able to take the victory in difficult battles. That same day, after putting on all their equipment since the current Earth was definitely several times more dangerous than before, Bai Zemin and Shen Mei left for the north in the morning, and when Bai Zemin returned in the dusk, Shen Mei was gone, but her place had been replaced by Kang Lan. He had left Fu Zufeng in charge of the base in the north, and to cushion the loss of such a powerful mage and healer as Kang Lan was, he brought Shen Mei to take her place. Kang Lan was crucial to Bai Zemin. Even with Zia Ye at his side, Kang Lan's position had not wavered at all. Although Kang Lan was a little confused after seeing Lily at the base, she did not ask too many questions and obeyed Bai Zemin's arrangements, because there was no point in making it too complicated considering that the next morning they would be moving out. She stayed at Kai Jingyi's house. Even if Kang Lan wanted to walk around the base to see the faction's new establishment, she was tired as she and Bai Zemin had faced several enemies while running at high speeds for practically the whole evening, so when her exhausted body hit the bed, she immediately fell asleep. The next day, as had been prepared for a week earlier, a team of 400 soul evolvers had gathered outside the south gate. This small team was destined to make history, being the main vanguard that initiated the assault on the various human establishments, conquering them one by one, and expanding unstoppably in all directions. The conquest of the country had finally begun. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Goodbye in 1 week. The winds were still cold, and just as Bai Zemin had predicted a week ago, it looked like the Earth would be undergoing major changes soon. Even though it was not yet winter, and even though snow was not a normal occurrence in this part of the country, the previous night had been a great indication that it might soon begin to snow. Although it was just after 6 a.m. and the sun was in the sky, a thin layer of frost covered the land as far as the eye could see. However, despite the extremely low temperatures, there were several survivors who had gathered near the south gate, so the soldiers armed to the teeth had to be extra careful to avoid any kind of inconvenience. As for the reason why these survivors had gathered there, I heard that the new leader will be taking a troop of several hundred soul evolvers to the south. I also heard that rumor. It seems that the new leader is aiming to conquer new territories and help our compatriots to get out of misery. The current situation is already so bad. Wouldn't it be better if everyone stayed here? The base has been receiving attacks from zombies and mutant beasts on a daily basis for the entire last week. What if because of the new leader taking the most powerful troops, this settlement ends up falling? I knew the change of leader wouldn't be a good idea. Shut up. What do you know? The new leader has already conquered the north of Beijing and saved thousands of compatriots there. Do you expect someone powerful to stand by while many brothers and sisters suffer? I didn't say that. There were many voices, so it was difficult to know who said what. However, it was true that the movement this time was no longer a secret to anyone on the base. Outside the walls, Most of the soul evolvers carefully selected to accompany the leader in this conquest operation were spending as much time as they could with their loved ones, because they knew that, at the very least, it would be several months before they could see them again, and in the worst-case scenario, they might never see them again. In the part closest to the gate, Bai Zemin was also saying goodbye to some people. "Zemin, do you really have to go?" Yilinger asked. She had to bite her lips several times to stop the tears she was holding back from falling. Bai Zemin sighed. He forced a smile, and as he caressed his mother's face, he said in a soft voice, "Mother, I have to. I need to start somewhere to get somewhere. Wasn't that what you have always taught me?" But Yilinger bit her lip hard, and the reluctance in her eyes was getting stronger and stronger. She knew her son had great goals, and considering his strength, he had what it took to complete them. However, despite knowing that he would soon be departing far away, only now did Yilinger realize that she was unwilling to part from him. They had only met a month ago at most, but only spent half of that month together. Now, not only was Bai Zemin leaving, but Meng Qi was leaving with him as well. Knowing that she would not see either of her two children for who knew how long, Yilinger felt as if a pair of cruel hands were squeezing her heart, tightly trying to break it into pieces. "Linger, that's enough." Bai Delan's voice sounded from the side, surprising Meng Qi and Yilinger a little, since he was usually the one reprimanded and very rarely spoke in that angry tone of voice to Yilinger. Only Bai Zemin understood Bai Delan better and knew the kind of man his father was, so he was not surprised like them. Bai Delan looked at his wife and said in a deep voice, "Our kids are talented and strong. They possess the ability to build a truly safe place for all of us, but for that to happen they need to work hard. We don't need to add more burdens to them than they already carry, don't you think?" Yilinger was surprised to hear her husband's words. However, she soon understood, and realizing what she was doing, lowered her head in embarrassment. "I'm sorry." Meng Qi bit her lip on the verge of tears and quickly moved forward to hug her mother, while whispering that there was no need to be sorry for anything, and that she loved her very much. "Old man, if you make Mom cry, I'll beat you up." Bai Zemin raised an eyebrow at his father as he said those words. "Brat, if one of these three ladies suffers some kind of injustice along the way, you'd better bury yourself underground and don't let me find you." Bai Delan snorted in response. "Hee, it's okay, Grandpa, my father will protect us all," Bai Shilin said with a happy smile. She was currently being carried by Bai Delan and was wearing a beautiful white dress, white woolen stockings, white shoes, a large white feather coat, white woolen gloves, and a woolen cap with a pompon, also white. She looked like a little angel. Bai Delan kissed the girl's forehead, and as he handed her to Lilith in her lily form, he said with a gentle smile, "Shilin, Grandpa will miss you." "Shilin will miss Grandpa too." She smiled sweetly, and her eyes curved into a crescent shape, making the hearts of everyone nearby become warm. Approximately 5 minutes later, Teng Hua approached the family group, and after greeting everyone with a friendly smile, he turned to Bai Zemin. "Leader Bai, we are all ready. We can leave at any moment." Bai Zemin nodded and looked behind him. Leaving aside his men's familiars, about 50 meters away were exactly 400 soul evolvers, among which there were 9 second-order existences, and the rest were all first-order powerhouses that had formed up orderly and were waiting for his orders to depart, along with 10 majestic-looking beasts. These 10 beasts were actually 10 of the roaring flame tigers that Bai Zemin's group had encountered in the Sky Destroyer, but unlike their small and adorable sizes of the past, they now looked much more dominant and powerful. Each of them had been carefully nurtured by second-order existences, and under the constant hunting of powerful enemies, as well as the absorption of extremely pure soul power, these 10 roaring flame tigers finally became mounts of at least level 27. Except for one of the mounts, the other 9 were occupied by the 9 second-order existences that would be forming the 9 pillars that would accompany Bai Zemin on this long and dangerous journey he was about to embark on. Shangyuan Bingzu, Teng Hua and his tamed snake, Zheng Yun with his great mass control skills, Kai Jingyi, Zhangde, Nangong Lingxin, Chen He, Feng Tianwu, and finally Wu Yijun, who had broken the second order 3 days ago after obtaining an item called Forest Heart that belonged to a level 70 mutant tree, which she managed to kill on her own with great difficulty. Each and every one of these soul evolvers wore armor with at least 500 defense points and possessed weapons with at least 600 physical attack points. In addition, most of them possessed an electromagnetic rifle on their back that would be used to keep their enemies at a distance in case of need. As for food, that would not be a problem from now on, only the weak would starve. The strong could hunt in any forest. It was time to leave. Bai Zemin took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He did not want to look weak before his family or subordinates, so he could not afford to shed tears in this place. Father, mother, remember that if anything happens you must head to Sky Destroyer immediately. Bai Zemin turned to look at his parents and said in a deep voice, "Within a maximum of 6 months, we should be able to meet again unless things get a little complicated. Until then, be safe please." He didn't wait for his parents to say anything. Bai Zemin was afraid he wouldn't be able to leave if he waited too long. "Little Snow, Ming-Chi Lily, let's go." Bai Zemin advanced with firm steps, being closely followed by a giant snow-white dog, and 2 women, one of whom was carrying a beautiful little girl whose silver hair was partially contained by the cute woolen cap on her head. Ylinger subconsciously took a step forward with the intention of following them, but Bai Delan grabbed her by the arm and shook his head silently. She, seeing the tears running down her husband's stoic face, finally understood that she was not the only one having a hard time. Therefore, she silently sank into his embrace and began to sob softly. Ming-Chi jumped on Little Snow's back, who at this point looked more like a white wolf than a dog, and soon after Kang Lan joined her. On the other hand, Lilith in her human form and Bai Shilin were helped by Bai Zemin to climb on the back of the last roaring flame tiger. There were several eyes that focused on Lily and the little girl in their embrace, but no one said anything. Everyone now knew that this woman was actually the leader's woman, while the little girl was the daughter the 2 of them had adopted. Only Chen He and Wu Yijin looked at Bai Shilin with eyes full of complex emotions, since unlike the others they knew the truth about her birth. Bai Zemin ignored the stares of his subordinates and advanced to the front of the lineup of troops. Fully equipped, his cloak flapped lightly even though the winds were frighteningly powerful, and strangely enough, the temperature around him was warm and pleasant, causing the frost under his feet to melt with every step he took. Reaching 20 meters away from everyone, he turned and shouted aloud, "What are our targets? Conquer. Save our compatriots. Slaughter the zombies. Reclaim our lost lands. Search for our families." Hundreds shouted aloud. The roars of approximately 400 or so soul evolvers whose average level was 35 was no joke at all. The ground shook and the survivors behind the giant walls felt their hearing go numb, finally making them fall silent to the relief of the soldiers. Bai Zemin nodded and did not say much more. Once the place was quiet again, he slammed his cloak back, causing it to flap loudly, and turned to face the distant plain that would lead them into the unknown. Move! Bang! With a mighty stomp, the ground beneath Bai Zemin's left foot cracked and then exploded as his body shot forward. Bang, 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 bang. With the leader advancing and leading the path personally, the 391 soul evolvers on foot did not lag behind, and with powerful stomps turned into flickering shadows that in seconds crossed hundreds of meters. The roaring flame tigers and Little Snow were naturally more striking, turning into 10 black shadows with glowing fire, and a single impurity-free white shadow that quickly overtook the others. Although the most powerful ones controlled the speed at which they ran so as not to consume too much stamina and separate themselves from the others, the speed at which they were moving was definitely over 100 kilometers per hour. Therefore, the families who had gone to say goodbye to their loved ones soon found themselves filled with sadness as they watched the small dark dots getting smaller and smaller in the distance. As the minutes passed, some began to leave, and by the time 30 minutes had passed, most had returned home. However, even after an hour, there were 3 people who were still staring into the distance even though there was nothing there. Wu Keqian sighed. Looking to his left, he saw Bai Zemin's parents still staring into the distance, just as he had been doing a moment ago. He approached them, catching Bai Delan's attention, but Yilinger's eyes, now red from crying, were still focused on the horizon, as if waiting for the return of those who had just left. "Brother Bai, we should return." Wu Keqian sighed again and shook his head. "You shouldn't let your wife stay out so long in this weather." Bai Delan nodded and whispered something to Yilinger, slowly bringing her out of the dazed state she had fallen into after her children's departure. "Lord Wu," Yilinger nodded, her voice raspy and weak. "Forget the word Lord. Just call me by my name. In the future we might be family after all." Wu Keqian tried to lighten the mood, but unfortunately he failed. He sighed as he saw the miserable appearance of not only Yilinger but also Bai Delan, and while patting the latter's shoulder, he said in a complex voice, "At least you two have each other. I was not only left by my daughter, but even my wife decided to join this journey of conquest." Brother Kekian has his second wife, at least you won't feel lonely. Bai Delan tried to make him feel better. However, Wu Kekian smiled bitterly and shook his head without saying anything else. He now somewhat understood the reason why Bai Delan was unwilling to casually take just any woman and preferred to focus on just one. He had taken a beautiful woman as his second wife, however. It was today that Wu Kekian finally realized that feelings are forged over time or with shared experiences. It was not something that was born just like that. While he was feeling sad looking off into the distance, his second wife returned to the house after only 15 minutes, saying it was too cold for her to be outside. Not that this was a bad thing, but Wu Kekian finally began to understand Bai Zemin a little. What was the use of having thousands if none of those thousands were there when you really needed them? So far, except for that time when he was almost lost in the infinite space after the collapse of the cosmic gate, Wu Yijin had not been able to prove to Bai Zemin that she was really willing to do anything for him. Therefore, Bai Zemin paid no attention to her feelings. Wu Kekian made a mistake, because instead of focusing more on feelings, he focused more on beauty. That was why his heart now felt as cold as the cold winds that cut his face. The three of them returned to base, to their respective homes, feeling sad for the same, similar, but at the same time different reasons. And just like that, a week passed in an instant. During this week, Bai Zemin's group faced many dangers, and with this being the first time such a large operation had been carried out since the second evolution of Earth, this was the first time they realized that they needed to be careful in every step they took if they did not want to be wiped out even before they arrived to their first destination. ///////////// Chapter 761, Attack and Conquest, Unstoppable, Part 1. Chapter 761, Attack and Conquest, Unstoppable, Part 1. The winds blew hard, the land was covered with snow no matter which way the eyes looked. The huge mutant trees were bathed in the cold of the nights. The night frost froze their leaves, and the snow began to cover part of their trunks. However, they were still as strong and firm as ever, swaying before the world as if they were announcing that they would never give up in despite of the difficulties. The roads had almost completely disappeared, everything was covered by snow. With the ground dyed pure white, the skies tinged with gray, and with fog covering the surroundings, it would be a miracle not to lose the path. Amidst the howling wind, the sound of footsteps soon broke the natural silence. In the distance, partially covered by the fog, a team of what seemed to be about 20 silhouettes appeared, bringing some life to the desolate snow-covered desert. Some of them carried rifles, others carried swords or iron spears. However, they all wore coats that covered practically the entirety of their shivering bodies. Shit, those bastards from Squad 2 must be enjoying the Flower Palace while we have to shit ourselves cold and go out to get some fucking meat. Cursed allowed a sole evolver of the group as he pulled tighter the woolen cloak covering his body. We too can enjoy the Flower Palace if we find some good prey, so we'd better pay attention in case any mutant beasts cross our path so they don't get away from us, said another as he tightened his grip on the sword he held, trying to stop himself from shivering out of cold. All the others remained silent, especially the militants with firearms that were suffering the most in this cold, so they had to conserve as much energy as possible to avoid freezing to death. "Hey, there are people ahead," shouted suddenly one of the soul evolves. The group stopped immediately. Swords were drawn, and the militants raised their guns with arms trembling not from fear but from cold. The man who appeared to be the leader had his head shaved to his great dismay, but thanks to being a level 41 soul evolver, he was able to handle the cold well. He stepped forward and shouted loudly, "You three, stop immediately or you will be shot dead." The other party had also seen them, and perhaps thanks to the warning as well as the numerical difference between the two sides, they stopped more than 40 meters ahead. The group of 20 men approached cautiously, and when they finally managed to break through the obstruction of the fog, they realized that the group was composed of 3 men who appeared to be in their early 20s but whose actual age was unknown. The leader of the group immediately noticed the leather chest plates and treasure rings on the fingers of the other 3 men, as well as the swords clearly of better quality than theirs. A glint of greed flashed in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it and introduced himself in a deep voice. "My name is Hong Yan, leader of New China Exploration Team No. 9. I wonder who you are and where you are headed." The leader was a wise man. He knew that a group of 3 people who had managed to survive so far in the midst of this environment could not be normal. Besides, the colored rings were clearly treasures from the soul record, which identified them as probably high-level soul evolvers. The three people looked at each other for a moment, seemingly unaware that there were more than 5 rifles pointed at their heads and 15 soul evolvers whose level was descent slowly surrounding them. One of them finally looked at the bald leader and said in a deep voice, "My name is Su Lei, Soul Evolver of the Advanced Soul Evolvers of the Blood Spear Legion, belonging to the Transcendent faction under the leadership of our leader Bai Zemin." Blood Spear Legion. Transcendent faction. Bai Zemin. The expression of the 20 men abruptly changed when they heard these 3 points. The militants subconsciously put their fingers on the triggers of their weapons, while the soul evolved stiffened as they glared at the 3 men in front of him. Hong Yan's expression turned tremendously ugly, but he quickly regained his composure. Trying to inquire normally, he carefully asked, "I see. So it's Brother Su Lei. I wonder what are you doing in these lands? You are quite a ways south of your territory, and I'm afraid that might cause some misunderstandings." It had been a week in total since Bai Zemin and his 400 men departed from the southernmost base of the Transcendent faction. Although they had only arrived in Hadean District 3 days ago, the name of the Transcendent faction had already been heard in the plains north of the district. Su Lei's expression was serious, and as he looked at the leader of the other party, he said in a grave voice, "Brother Hong, I am sure that you have also heard the transmission sent by our faction. One of New China's forts has already fallen into the hands of our Transcendent faction, and our leader is currently raiding a new establishment located to the west, if he hasn't taken it down while we are talking." What? These guys attacked again? Hong Yan's pupils contracted to the size of a needle, and his men's expression turned ghostly white with the word disbelief written all over their faces. The faction under the name New China was a giant colossus that not only ruled Hadean District, but were also the kings and lords of Kaiyang District, Shijingshan District, and Zicheng District. The Lord President, Qiunyuan Wenchen, was even currently leading a small army in the direction of Zicheng District that would probably fall into their hands completely within the next few days at most. With over 3 million survivors under New China's control, over 700,000 well-armed troops, countless weapons of war, and a large troop of soul evolvers, the New China faction was undoubtedly the top dog to regain the lost lands. Their enemies almost always surrendered obediently, and those that did not were slaughtered mercilessly. With several establishments around the 4 districts under their control, some of them counting above 400,000 survivors and at least 50,000 armed troops, as well as at least 1,000 soul evolvers, the faction established by President Qiunyuan Wenchen was rapidly expanding in all directions. However, just as they were smoothly expanding northward, one of their bases was attacked and crushed in a single night by an unknown group that later learned they called themselves the Transcendent faction. "Brother Su, your Transcendent faction really wants to go against President Qiunyuan's faction." Hong Yan's voice became serious, and a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he subtly gave a signal behind him. One of the soul evolvers standing next to Su Lei laughed out loud, and as he looked at the other team, he sneered mercilessly, "President Qiunyuan, when your president whatever comes face to face with our leader Bai, let me see if he pisses his pants first or if he explodes in blood mist like everyone always does. LL? Fu. CM. Bang!" Followed by the sound of a gunshot, all the militants opened fire with the intention of ending the lives of the enemies before them. Although they were all wearing soldiers' uniforms, it was clear that they had not been receiving military training for a long time from their movements. "It looks like the negotiations have failed," Su Lei said indifferently as the bullets ricocheted as they hit the yellow-colored magic barrier surrounding his body. "Su Lei, were you really trying to negotiate?" Another laughed as a broken bronze bell floated above his head, protecting him from any damage. "Tusk, since they attacked us with killing intent, then Deputy Leader Shangyuan won't give us a hard time when we return to base." Su Lei charged towards the enemy group and shouted loudly, "Kill all of them except the leader and 3 others." Several magic skills flew in a straight line in the direction of the trio, but even though their level was only around 35, the 3 soul evolvers of the Transcendent faction showed superiority in all aspects immediately. Bullets bounced off the magic barrier, but magic skills and physical attacks were not stopped. Still, with agility clearly higher than someone at level 35 should possess and comparable to the agility of level 40 soul evolvers, the 3 moved in irregular patterns as they decapitated the soldiers or cut the mages in 2 halves with their sharp swords. The warriors on the other side tried to keep up, but after 3 minutes, all the mages and soldiers had fallen. 2 minutes later, The only one standing was Hong Yan, but his body was riddled with wounds, and he was panting heavily as he stared in horror at the three soul evolvers whose bodies were thin compared to his. "Fucking monsters," Hong Yan muttered as he clutched at a bloody wound on the left side of his abdomen and collapsed onto one knee. "Monsters?" Su Lei raised an eyebrow before looking at his two teammates and saying with a strange smile, "Hey, guys, this dude is calling us monsters. What do you guys think?" Well, one of the two looked at Hong Yan and the corpses, as well as the other three who had lost consciousness, before saying indifferently, "Compared to these guys, I'd say we're monsters. The soul power of these people is too bad." The last of the three shook his head and shrugged. "Thank God and Leader Bai stopped us from killing useless zombies to level up, or else we could never have made it this far." While it was true that one of the main reasons they had won was due to the three broken bronze bells the three of them possessed, the purity of their soul power was undoubtedly what allowed them to take on almost 3 times as many enemies as they did. However, the soul evolver who had spoken regarding the comparison narrowed, and his eyes glistened slightly as he said in a chilling voice, "We only rank in the bottom 30 when it comes to strength among the main assault troop we brought along this time." "Impossible," Hong Yan roared, ignoring the blood running down the corner of his lips. His eyes were bloodshot as he shouted helplessly, "I am one of the 100 strongest soul evolvers in base number 5 with over 2,000 soul evolvers." Su Lei and the others exchanged glances for a brief moment, thanking the idiot for sharing such good quality information. "Believe it or not, that's the truth." Su Lei shrugged and moved forward, stopping only a few steps away from the collapsed Hong Yan. He looked down at him and said in a cold voice, "Let's hope your great chairman has better warriors, Brother Hong. Otherwise, it will be a great disappointment." Bang! Hong Yan's world went dark after receiving a fierce kick to the head, and he immediately lost consciousness before he could say another word. 2,000 soul evolvers. One of the soul evolvers in Su Lei's group frowned at the realization of the enemy's power. And that was just one of their bases. Meh, so what if it's 2,000 or 4,000? Su Lei took out several mutant beast tendons from his bag and tied Hong Yan's hands and feet tightly as he sneered. "Those really strong ones can annihilate entire armies of tens of thousands, while leaders can annihilate hundreds of thousands. Our leader Bai can even annihilate millions with his fire skill. The downfall of these fellows is only a matter of time. If that old thing surnamed Chunyuan knows what's good for him, then he will obediently surrender, otherwise." Su Lei's eyes flashed like lightning in the middle of the night, and he said coldly, "I'm afraid that the former president of China will learn the hard way that times have changed, and that his previous position is no longer more than a joke in the face of the supreme might." The other two looked at each other after hearing Su Lei's words, both seeing relief in each other's eyes. Shrugging their shoulders, they too pulled tendons from a first-order rhino and bound the limbs of the other 3 enemy soul evolvers. After collecting what could be collected without hindering their journey, the 3 disappeared into the fog once again, without even bothering to bury the corpses of their enemies after tearing the soul stones from the heads of those who had won. After witnessing the one-sided massacre and subsequent surrender of the enemy base 2 days ago without losing a single man in the process, they were all certain that the advance of their transcendent faction was unstoppable, and soon China would be crowning a new lord for the first time in centuries. Backslash 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 backslash. Chapter 762 Attack and Conquest, Unstoppable, Part 2. Chapter 762 Attack and Conquest, Unstoppable, Part 2. Hadian District was undoubtedly the second largest district in Beijing after Kaiyang District. In the past, it had more than 5 million inhabitants, most of them being employees who worked in the IT industry field. Being an IT-rich district, communications throughout Hadian District were undoubtedly among the best when it came to intercommunication. Even when the apocalypse broke out, thanks to the high-tech devices at their disposal, the power of the higher-ups did not collapse so easily, and the army with the support of the government managed to hold out for the first few weeks before the mutant beasts and zombies began to evolve at speeds far beyond that of mankind. It was when the human establishments began to fall one by one, a little over a month later, that the person who brought salvation to humanity in Hadian District appeared. This person was none other than the former president of China before the collapse of the known society, Chunyuan Wenqian. After unifying the entire Hadian District under his banner in just 1 month, slaughtering those who opposed him, and making those who followed him prosper, Xuanyuan Wenchen had planned to continue to the north instead of the south, since the north would definitely be easier to dominate in the current stages, but a bigger headache in the future due to the terrifying number of survivors, mainly students, who lived there, and had most likely turned into zombies. Unfortunately, a problem occurred in the south when another faction unknown to all but the top brass attacked the main base of the new China faction. Most surprisingly, the enemy seemed to be powerful enough to force Xuanyuan Wenchen to change his plans, so he had no choice but to backtrack on his plans to conquer the north and began to push to the sides, expanding slower in terms of territorial reach, but establishing much firmer bases. Even so, with the well-established base that Xuanyuan Wenchen had set up throughout Hadian district, and after leaving a total of 5 establishments in charge of relatively trustworthy people, the power of the new China faction never wavered. Until a few days ago, when a new and unknown enemy appeared out of nowhere from the north. This enemy was clearly not someone to be trifled with, as in just one night, one of the 5 bases in Hadian district had been taken over by them. In Zhejiayuan subdistrict, one of the 5 bases of Hadian district stood proudly. Its walls were a mixture of large-sized mutant beast bones and large-sized mutant tree trunks. On top of the 500-meter walls were watchtowers over 100 meters high every 600 meters from each other, and there were at least 1,000 Type 88 heavy machine guns only on the east gate. Every 20 minutes, all 4 gates would open briefly to allow 1 scout team per gate to leave. An hour later, those teams would return, and 20 minutes later, they would be replaced by another. Security is much higher compared to the base we took down before. Standing on a snow-covered hill over 3 kilometers away from the east gate, lying on the ground with his body covered by a thick white blanket and several layers of snow, Bai Zemin silently watched the other party's movement while holding a pair of military-grade binoculars. "Big brother Bai, why don't we go directly and crush them all?" Lying on the ground and also covered in the same manner Bai Zemin did, Luo Ning, who was dressed like a total warlord and wore a pair of binoculars identical to Bai Zemin's, proposed in a sweet but rather neutral voice considering the content of her sentence. Although the little girl was not doing it on purpose, Luo Ning was also slowly being affected by the domineering attitude of the entire Transcendent faction. She spent too much time with the soldiers and soul evolvers after all, and just like their leader, they believed that if they wanted a territory, then that territory would be theirs while the nuisances would be crushed. It had always been that way, and no one doubted that it would continue the same way. "Let's wait a few more minutes," Bai Zemin said in a relaxed voice. "Little Ning, I will memorize the points of the soldiers and soul evolvers at sight. You know what to do, don't you?" "Hee, big brother." Luo Ning's eyes sparkled as she said, with an innocent smile that didn't match her next words. "Little Ning just has to track down the hiding bad guys using my shadow wolf skill and kill them all, right?" That's right. Kill as many as you can, and if your wolves are destroyed by the other side, point the way for me. I'll destroy them myself." Akule. Although Luo Ning's deceased parents might not agree with the lifestyle their daughter led, Bai Zemin was different. The him from 2 months ago might have preferred Luo Ning not to become a soul evolver. He might have preferred her to study to become a biologist, mutant plant botany expert, alchemist, etc., even as a singer or any other job meant for wholesome entertainment. But now that Bai Zemin realized how abnormal Earth was, he preferred that all those closest to him become soul evolvers willingly. Only then they could be at least a little safer without his presence. It was probably also because of the aforementioned that Luo Cheng, Luo Ning's elder brother, said nothing, and supported his sister's growth from the army of unevolved humans. 10 minutes later, and with another patrol change, Bai Zemin stood up and shook off the snow that was on his body. "Little Ning, get ready to move." "Yes." Bai Zemin took out his great cloak of infernal fire from his storage ring, and as he put it on, the temperature around him immediately rose, causing the nearby snow to slowly start turning into liquid water. Not even 30 seconds had passed since Bai Zemin and Luo Ning stood up when the enemies in the distance noticed them. But how could they not be noticed when all the snow more than 50 meters around seemed to have been swallowed up by the earth, and a dense cloud of steam rose into the sky? "Big brother Bai, I think in the future it will be better if you don't use your cloak for this kind of situation." Luo Ning stuck out her tongue and laughed nonchalantly before jumping onto one of her shadow wolves. Bang! With a powerful bang, the summoned creature charged towards the base in the distance. Bai Zemin shook his head and followed close behind Luo Ning without caring whether they had been spotted or not. The enemy was clearly waiting for them anyway. Or else, why else would there be so many armed soldiers on the walls and war tanks near the gates? Bang, 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 bang. Entering the 1,500-meter range, the various war tanks located in the vicinity of the eastern walls of the base pointed their cannons in the approximate direction that the handlers believed to be correct and opened fire without a second thought. In addition to the war tanks, the snipers with skills also raised their firearms and tried to take aim, but after realizing that the other side's agility was too crazy, they simply fired at random hoping to get lucky. In just a brief second, both Bai Zemin and Luo Ning became targets to be eliminated at all costs. In war it didn't matter gender or age, there was only winner of loser. Heh, Bai Zemin sneered, and with a mighty stomp, the muscles in his right leg swelled up, propelling him swiftly forward and overtaking Luo Ning by over 100 meters in just an instant. There were only 2 of the shots from the war tanks that posed a threat to Luo Ning. All the others had failed to even come close to the target, miserably at that. Under the terrified eyes of the soldiers, Bai Zemin's eyes flashed, and he fearlessly extended both hands forward. Boom! Boom! A cloud of dust, snow, and steam rose up covering the area for a brief moment. The next second, however, the obstructing cloud was swept away, and the interior was finally revealed. Holy crap! One of the battle tank pilots felt his eyes almost fall out as he watched the scene in the distance. That monster really stopped the tank shots with his hands. Bai Zemin was forced back a couple of steps, but except for feeling some pain in both hands and arms, his body was completely unharmed. The current him no longer feared the kings of the earth and their weapons. Bai Zemin immediately chased after Luo Ning, quickly overtaking her. He zigzagged around, avoiding the barrel bullets to prevent his footsteps from being stopped, and when he entered the 800-meter range, he finally pointed towards the sky with one hand. Little fire. No one knew when, but at some point, a small blue-colored flame had appeared just 500 meters above the first enemy defense lineup. Sensing Bai Zemin's command, the endless blue lotus flame immediately went to work, and just like a machine gun began to shoot hundreds of arrows of deep blue fire without any specific target. 30% of the battle tanks exploded in the first second, and half of the soldiers of the first and strongest enemy defense line collapsed in an instant. The flame spread, and by the time the soul evolvers of the new China faction appeared, the entire battlefield was dyed blue. A team composed of 100 men whose average level ranged from 21 advanced cautiously, walking through the places where the flames had not yet reached. However, the sea of fire was spreading so fast that they had no choice but to retreat. Water mages. Where are the water mages? And where the hell is the enemy? The sensors and heat detection skills aren't working because of these damn flames. While everyone was stirring like ants in a frying pan, not wanting to be burned alive, Bai Zemin and Luo Ning had long since broken through the perimeter that the enemy had set up beforehand and were now fighting against the second line of defense, inside the base walls. "Big Brother Bai, will we let those evil people live?" shouted Luo Ning amidst explosions and gunfire. "Don't worry about it. Focus on your mission, little Ning," shouted Bai Zemin with a fierce look. The enemy had greeted them with grenades and landmines, but fortunately he was already prepared for something like that, and with a mighty stomp he managed to make all the landmines explode. As for the grenades, in the hands of Bai Zemin and Luo Ning, there were several rings, and some of them were the same. One of the rings on Luo Ning's right hand glowed, and as the grenades were about to hit her and her summoned beast, they suddenly spun in the air and went back the way they came. Boom, 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 boom. More than 20 explosions accompanied by cries and wails resounded in the midst of the chaotic battlefield. The roofs of two-story buildings located at the edge of the road that Bai Zemin and Luo Ning were trying to cross collapsed, burying a dozen soldiers waiting hidden inside. Bai Zemin did not bother with the grenades. They were not worthy of such a good treasure activation. He coldly snorted, and with a thought had a giant blood hand appear in the middle of the path. The grenades exploded, and the blood sizzled with steam filled with the smell of iron rising into the sky. An instant later, the hand closed into a fist, and under Bai Zemin's control struck the Soul Evolver team that had just turned the corner. Boom, 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 boom. More than 10 men were sent flying, spitting blood, and only one of them managed to stand up. However, an instant later, A wolf as black as night jumped out of his shadow and with a powerful bite tore out his entire throat, ending the man's life. Bai Zemin and Luo Ning did not stop even for an instant. The two of them were like unstoppable machines. It didn't matter if it was soul evolver, advanced machine, or experienced soldier. Everyone who crossed their paths was slaughtered mercilessly. Big Brother Bai, hidden in that building over there, is a powerful soul evolver. Luo Ning suddenly shouted as she looked 1,000 meters in a northerly direction. She had just lost connection with one of her shadow wolves. Bai Zemin didn't say a single word, and instead clenched his right fist tightly, before beginning to strike at the speed of light on the same spot a total of 100 times in just 1 second, using 100% of his strength. Boom! Followed by a powerful explosion. The top of the building in the distance suddenly exploded into countless small fragments of debris. The survivors of the base were terrified, and there was already chaos everywhere, even though they had been warned not to leave their homes, and the government had kept them away from places they thought might become a war zone. No one could stay calm after seeing a 15-story building being mysteriously raised in half. Defense line number 2 has fallen. Defense line number 3 is down. Defense line number 4 is about to collapse, requesting reinforcements. I repeat, request. In the center of the base, inside a basement 4 meters underground, a group of people with dark faces listened in silence the bad news after bad news coming out of the small military radio that rested next to the table. On the table were 6 small monitors with wide views of the current situation east of the base. But the images that these men, who always walked with pride and disdain, had wiped the arrogant smiles off their faces. It had only been 9 minutes since the enemy had made their appearance, but thousands had died, and among the losses were at least 42 battle tanks, 12 howitzers, 60 IFVs, and at least 100 military vehicles. The mayor of the city, a person Chuanyuan Wenchen trusted enough to leave his position, had a face as white as a sheet at this point. Even when he had sent out so many soul evolvers, the other party simply crushed them like ants, and many of them didn't even have time to display a single one of their skills. Should he continue to be stubborn? The mayor knew that what the enemy was seeking was not total war but the surrender of the base. But wouldn't he be beheaded by Chuanyuan Wenchen if he surrendered here? At that moment, another person inside the room suggested in a deep voice, "I feel that surrendering is the best option. That red armor monster must be the enemy leader. There is no way we can stop him with our current strength. I think Sir President will understand our situation once he knows the strength of the other side." This person had released a hidden message in his words. That hidden message was to let the two monsters face each other when they finally meet in the future. This was not a battlefield for them. Although they had approximately 30 combat helicopters and many more troops waiting to be mobilized, there was no sense in doing such a thing when the other side was clearly holding back. The mere sight of those terrifying blue flames still burning outside the base made it clear that if the other side really wanted their destruction, then this entire base would become a blazing inferno within minutes. The people inside the room thought about it for a few seconds, seconds that cost the lives of more than 200 troops. There was no way Chuanyuan Wenchen would blame them for surrendering, was there? Everyone looked at the mayor, and after several sighs, finally nodded. The mayor no longer hesitated, and as he grabbed the military radio and pressed all the buttons with trembling hands, he roared, "Surrender! All troops, throw down your weapons. Tell the other side that we surrender and are willing to hand over command of the base." And just like that, the second of the 5 bases of Chuanyuan Wenchen in Hadian district fell under the control of the Transcendent faction. In just 3 days of time, 2 bases had been taken down, and the other side had not even seen a casualty on their side. //////////////// Chapter 763, Chuanyuan Wenchen. Chapter 763, Chuanyuan Wenchen. Bai Zemin did not want to lose the bases he had taken control of, so after capturing 2 of the 5 bases of the New China in the Hadian district, he had no choice but to take a short timeout. Using the Ring of Commander, Bai Zemin linked up to the Sky Destroyer, which was located in the north at the southernmost base in Champing district, and asked Wu Keqian to send 2 different teams of 3,000 soul evolvers each. Of course, they were all reconverted humans who were once zombies in the past, but regained their previous records thanks to Bai Zemin's limitless pagoda. After Bai Zemin conquered the second base, the first thing he did was to communicate with Chen He and Wu Yizhen. The two arrived at the site 3 hours later, and with the help of both of them, Bai Zemin managed to control things better. A day later, and after making sure to plant small bombs on the two legs of all the top commanders just in case, Bai Zemin left Chen He and Wu Yijin in charge of the second base, which was still under repair, while he returned to the first base conquered in Hadian district. Upon returning to the first base, Bai Zemin immediately looked for Shangyu and Bingzhu, and they had a long conversation of over 2 hours before the two decided that there was little point in trying to win the hearts of the top officials of these establishments. Such a thing would take at least 2-3 weeks of time, considering neither of them had a foothold here. Let's wait 3 days. The new troops will arrive in 72 hours or so. When the soul evolvers arrive, we can replace all the upper echelons and occupy the base power positions before continuing to assault the other 3 remaining bases. Bai Zemin culminated. Shangyu and Bingzhu nodded with glistening eyes. Nervous, Bai Zemin asked when he saw that she said nothing. A little, she admitted. I'm sure your mom is fine, don't worry. He tried to make her feel better as he stroked little Shilin, who was sleeping comfortably on his lap, snuggled like a kitten close to his chest. I hope so. Shangyu and Bingzhu sighed and closed her eyes, letting her back rest on the back of the couch. They had captured 2 bases and in total had approximately 300,000 survivors. Finding a single person among 300,000 was not going to be an easy task, and even less so considering that Bai Zemin and Shangyu and Bingzhu could not trust any of the people around them in this district. Therefore, it could be said that the real search would begin within 3 days. Besides, don't forget that it's also possible that your mom is in one of the other 3 bases, Bai Zemin pointed out. I know, she nodded. That's why we've been holding back so much after all. Bai Zemin nodded and said nothing more. The reason why they were holding back their power and massacre potential was because they might run into Shangyuan, Bingzhu's mother, during the war. It would be really disastrous if an attack from them would cause Shangyuan, Bingzhu's mother, to lose her life. Although Shangyuan Bingzhu had told Bai Zemin that her home was south of Hadian district, bordering Kaiyang district, so if her mother was alive she should be at the new China base located more to the south, no one was really willing to take the risk. We've already come a long way in a short time. Let's take it slow and careful so we don't make mistakes we might regret. Bai Zemin stood up carefully as he cradled little Shilin, preparing to put her into bed. Bingzhu, we will definitely find your mother. Then he said something that shocked her. As long as she's alive, even if it's as a zombie, I'll bring her back for you. ////. Zicheng District. Zicheng District was one of the smallest districts in the whole city of Beijing. In the past, the number of inhabitants barely amounted to 800,000. However, 80% of those 800,000 were people with good economic positions, and there was definitely no lack of politicians or members of the army. The Zicheng district had been at war for the past 2 months, a fierce war involving 2 human factions and a 3rd zombie faction. Xuanyuan Wenchen's left-hand man, who held the most power in the Chinese army after him, had decided to form his own faction instead of following Xuanyuan Wenchen. Although the former president was undoubtedly powerful and had the whole of New China behind him, the former state commander's power was no joke at all. With over 20 loyal generals, the state commander had the support of over 500,000 well-trained soldiers, and as if that wasn't enough, he also had the knowledge of where the hidden military armories were located. Therefore, it was no problem to establish himself after the apocalypse broke out. In just 2 months, the number of soul evolvers that the state commander managed to gather was over 10,000, and with most of them being trained soldiers, one could deduce that the combat power of these soul evolvers was above that of a normal soul evolver. Because the state commander had control over a satellite base, he knew that a huge faction had expanded very close to his position therefore, and with great difficulty, he managed to sneak some of his trusted men into the enemy base. Eventually, the state commander learned that the leader of that faction was none other than Xuanyuan Wenchen, former president of China and his only superior. The state commander knew how terrifying the man named Xuanyuan Wenchen was, so he did not dare to make any big moves at first and instead waited for the perfect moment. That perfect moment came when the spies he had in the other side's base reported that the president was carrying out a series of conquests in the north of Beijing. Launching a surprise attack at lightning speed, the state commander managed to take down 2 bases of the other side and take over 500,000 survivors, as well as large amounts of enemy territory, resources, and armament. However, to the state commander's surprise, Xuanyuan Wenchen returned only 1 month after his departure and immediately launched a fierce counterattack. In just 1 month, Qiunyuan Wenchen had regained the territories that the state commander had stolen from New China, and also recovered 70% of the survivors that could not be mobilized to Zicheng district in time, where the state commander's faction operated. 1 month after Qiunyuan Wenchen regained his seized territories, half of the state commander's territory fell into enemy hands when Qiunyuan Wenchen personally led his main assault troop and mercilessly flattened everything on his way to Zicheng district. In fact, had it not been for the zombie race that had been pestering Qiunyuan Wenchen and his troops constantly, it was likely that the state commander would not have been able to hold out so long under the powerful attacks of New China. Now, 2 months after the war had fully broken out, the defenses of the last establishment of the state commander were finally broken to pieces as enemy war tanks began to circulate through the streets with soldiers and soul evolvers armed to the teeth, suppressing any kind of rebellion and disorder. In the southernmost area, surrounded by all kinds of lush plants, and with a large garden in the back, a large 3-story villa was being heavily surrounded by more than 200 armed men and 50 soul evolvers of at least level 40 who watched the surroundings with eagle eyes waiting to pounce on their prey at the moment of their appearance. Inside the villa, usually animated with beautiful maidens moving tantalizingly in revealing clothes, a scene very different from the usual was unfolding. In the wide corridor, 2 heavy machine guns had been mounted on either side with a soldier in each of them, pointing toward the entrance of the villa. In addition, 3 men stood in the center of the 2 heavy machine guns, out of the line of fire, with glittering swords and metal armor. The 5 people were clearly anxious. It was visible in their erratic eyes and trembling hands. A rush of howling wind sounded from outside, and then the large wooden door exploded into countless fragments. The soldiers behind the heavy machine guns did not even wait for an order from anyone as they began firing with bloodshot eyes. The bullets flew at high speed one after another, illuminating the corridor with their golden blaze and the burst of powder from the muzzle of the guns. In the midst of the gunfire, a single person entered with slow steps from the recently destroyed door. Surprisingly, however, when the hundreds of bullets per second came within 10 feet of this person's body, the sound of metal clashing against metal resounded, and a moment later hundreds of bullets fell to the floor. The person continued to advance, his cold, indifferent eyes fixed on the man standing in the center, guarded by 2 powerful second-order soul evolvers. As he advanced and got closer to the heavy machine guns, the more danger he faced, but no bullet managed to touch him at all because, as if there was a strange, sharp force field around him, they were all stopped and cut in half before falling powerless to the floor. The state commander looked in terror at the man who had stopped less than 10 meters ahead, surrounded by flashes of silver light that cut through the golden light of the bullets with ease. The man who had just arrived had dark silver eyes just like his hair. His gaze was so cold and sharp that few would dare look at him for more than a couple of seconds without withdrawing their eyes. Standing approximately 1.78 in height, with a slender body hidden under a sky-blue epic-grade treasure cloth, Qiunyuan Wenchen held his sheathed sword in his right hand, as the bullets destined to claim his life became nothing more than a bad joke. After 2 minutes, the heavy machine gun ammunition had been completely expended by the now more terrified soldiers. As they looked at the man who looked to be no more than 20 years old in front of them in terror, they could not help but pee and fall to the floor on their backsides as they saw the shattered corridor littered with broken bullets and clear cuts that looked like they had been made by a sharp object. Qiunyuan Wenchen looked into the eyes of his former state commander, and the latter subconsciously looked away with sweat running down his forehead. "You ran, look me in the eyes." Qiunyuan Wenchen's voice was not cold but lacked emotion. However, the depth of his voice and the authoritative tone that left no room for negotiation made the powerful state commander, Hugh Ran, subconsciously obey. With his eyes still as cold and sharp as a sword, Qiunyuan Wenchen said in a flat voice, "Remember what I told you 10 years ago, when I made you the man with the highest military power in all of China after me." Hugh Ran's body began to tremble as he remembered the past warning of the person in front of him. Even though Qiunyuan Wenchen looked 20 years younger compared to the past, Hugh Ran would definitely not forget those chilling eyes. "I told you that if you ever dared to betray me, I would personally take care of cutting off your body in 2 and throw your corpse into the piranhas," Qiunyuan Wenchen said, and slowly moved his left hand to grip the hilt of his sheathed sword. Hugh Ran's pupils shrank and he quickly shouted in terror, "Don't let him draw the sword. Kill him quickly." The 2 soul evolvers did not hesitate and immediately activated their skills. The mana inside their bodies roared, and soon both had turned into a 3-meter dragon covered in scales, and the other into a man-beast filled with golden fur. However, these second-order powers did not have time to step forward when their movement suddenly froze. A moment later, their eyes flashed with horror and pain, but they were unable to cry as hundreds of thin red lines began to appear on their bodies. Under the fear-filled eyes of China's former state commander, the bodies of his 2 trusted bodyguards suddenly crumbled into small fragments of minced flesh. Blood splattered all over the corridor, and the mangled internal organs made extremely disgusting sounds as they hit the floor. Ran wanted to open his mouth to say something, however. A wave of sharp pain suddenly assaulted his brain, and before he could say or do anything, a thin red line appeared from the top of his forehead to his crotch before his body split into 2 perfect halves with blood splashing all over the walls. Monster! The 2 soldiers were trembling in fear and had already completely lost control over their bodies. Both of them had pooped on themselves at the bloody scene as several internal organs fell on them. Xuanyuan Wenchen bent down slightly without saying a word and picked up the 2 halves of a bullet. Then, he looked at the 2 soldiers and with a swift movement of his free hand threw both halves. Swoosh, swoosh. The screams of terror ceased as 2 small bloody holes appeared between the eyes of the 2 soldiers. The 2 men collapsed backwards, lifeless, and with eyes wide open full of terror even after death. Xuanyuan Wenchen had no change in his expression even after ending the life of a person who had accompanied and supported him for more than a decade. After finishing what he had come to do, he turned and walked towards the exit of the villa. Lord President. A soldier immediately stepped forward with an expression full of respect and admiration. Xuanyuan Wenchen continued to move forward and ordered in an indifferent voice, "Find some piranhas and throw Huo Ran's corpse for them to eat." The soldier froze for a moment before recovering and giving his confirmation. However, when the veteran entered the corridor of the villa and saw the scene before him, he couldn't help but bow down and vomit up his lunch. This soldier was a veteran who had been on small battlefields, and even before the apocalypse had seen death up close. However, even after the apocalypse, it was hard to find a scene as disgusting, bloodthirsty, and heartless as the one before him. On the other hand, just as Xuanyuan Wenchen was leaving the villa grounds, the military radio in his coat pocket turned on, and the voice clearly belonging to an old man came out. "Wenchen, we have some problems." "Jianhong, what's the matter?" Xuanyuan Wenchen replied indifferently but with a little more goodwill in his voice. The person on the other end of the military radio was none other than the former premier of China, the second most politically powerful person in the country just behind the president, and of course, Wu Yijin's grandfather. "2 of our bases in Hadian district were taken over." /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// skill. Chapter 764, Evolution of the Special Forces Soldier Skill. Hearing the words spoken by Wu Jianhong, President Xuanyuan Wenshin's confident and firm footsteps came to a halt. For a moment, both sides were silent, and it was only after several seconds that Xuanyuan Wenshin's indifferent voice broke it. 2 of our 5 bases in Hadian District were taken over by an enemy. Xuanyuan Wenshin's voice was low and indifferent, but Wu Jianhong, who was listening to him on the other end of the line, knew Xuanyuan Wenshin too well to understand that when his voice became low and slow, it was because he was trying to contain a volcano about to erupt. That is correct, but Wenshin, there is something more important I need to mention. Xuanyuan Wenshin had barely taken 2 steps forward when he stopped again after hearing Wu Jianhong's next words. According to the report from base number 5, base number 1 and base number 2 were both taken down within a span of only 3 days. Also, according to the somewhat messy reports, it seems that base number 2 was captured by only 2 enemies, a young man and a little girl of around 10 years old. After nearly a minute with no response, Wu Jianhong called out to check, "Wenshin, are you there?" Xuanyuan Wenshin took several deep breaths without making a sound, and after a moment he said in an indifferent voice, "Jianhong, prepare the Swift Wind Legion and Bright Light Legion. I will return to the base in a few days, and from there I will personally lead the troops to Hadian District." A sigh of relief from the other side of the line was followed by Wu Jianhong's confident words. "That's good. I'm afraid the other side definitely has a powerful leader guiding them, and unless you or that crazy dog Xiao Tao move, we could face big trouble in stopping this group of soul evolvers." Xuanyuan Wenchen frowned slightly and suddenly asked, "Where is Xiao Tao now?" HMPH, that good-for-nothing only knows how to play with women all day long. Where else would he be other than his villa playing with his harem? Broke Wu Jianhong's unhappy voice. Forget it, it's better for him to keep busy and not make trouble. It would be a shame to kill him considering his combat power. Xuanyuan Wenchen didn't give the matter much thought before saying indifferently, "Prepare a report as detailed as possible about the other party. I'll get in to where you are in 3 days." 3 days, Wu Jianhong replied, startled. As if realizing something, he gasped and said in an incredulous voice, "Wenchen, don't tell me you." He could not finish his words, so Xuanyuan Wenchen did it instead. "I'm done taking out the waste here. Zicheng district is back in the hands of the government, as it should be." Xuanyuan Wenchen announced casually before ordering, "Mobilize 3 government cabinets to take care of the bases in this place. Besides, move 100,000 troops to make readjustments to the military structure." Only by dividing the United could one really win. Xuanyuan Wenchen could have acquired the bases, but he knew that unless he divided and reformed the already formed armed teams, it would be like leaving a time bomb under his bed. Therefore, he needed troops in large numbers to carry out a large-scale restructuring. "Leave this matter to me. You just worry about returning as soon as possible so that this matter can be resolved once and for all." Wu Jianhong sighed, still trying to get over the fact that Hao Ran had died at the hands of none other than Xuanyuan Wenchen himself. Wu Jianhong viewed Xuanyuan Wenchen as if he was his own son, and Hao Ran was Xuanyuan Wenchen's childhood friend, so Wu Jianhong knew how close they really were, which was why Xuanyuan Wenchen entrusted him with such an important position. The fact that between two such close people, such ugly things happened was something that left too bitter a taste in the mouth to get over after a few words. Xuanyuan Wenchen said no more and simply cut off the communication after he finished listening to Wu Jianhong's words. If Wu Jianhong said, "Leave this matter to me," then Xuanyuan Wenchen knew that there was no need to say any more words since his prime minister had never failed him and was always very efficient in his work. /////. At base number 1, located in Zuyua subdistrict, Bai Zemin's days were quite relaxed, since it was not wise to attack other enemy bases at the moment, because the Transcendent faction was experiencing exactly the same problem as the new China faction in Zicheng district. They had no choice but to wait until the new troops arrived. It was just that, unlike Xuanyuan Wenchen, Bai Zemin would not separate the teams, as he felt that Chen He's words made a lot of sense when he told him that separating already formed teams would give him more efficient control, but at the same time, it would weaken the strength of his troops. What Bai Zemin planned to do was to use powerful soul evolvers capable of crushing any sign of rebellion, simple as that. Bai Zemin naturally had no idea of the problems that the Xuanyuan Wenchen side was experiencing, nor did he know that the other side had delegated all those problems to other people, so that he could personally take care of the chaos that Bai Zemin had brought to Hadian district after his arrival. However, since Bai Zemin's plan was to conquer the entirety of Hadian district and finally charge towards Shijingshan district, where he assumed the central base of New China, and the real bigwigs of the government and army were located, he also wouldn't mind if the other party saved him the trouble of having to go looking for them, and decided to come by themselves. The nights were bitterly cold, and the days were bone-chillingly cold but less intense. The snow fell in torrents as the sun went down, and even on its way up, continued to fall more lightly from the sky. Every day, there were 1 or 2 humans who could not cope with the cold temperatures, even when Bai Zemin ordered several stands to be built at key points in the base to distribute mutant beast meat soup to support the survivors. The shortage of warm clothing and wool was a problem, as to use valuable leather coated by a natural layer of mana to make clothing that would later be given to the survivors. The rulers of the 2 bases that Bai Zemin had captured never thought of doing such a thing since, in their eyes, the normal survivors were just headaches and nuisances compared to the mutant beast leather that could be used to forge precious life-saving armors. Perhaps Xuanyuan Wenchen intended to keep his citizens warm, but perhaps due to overwork, he forgot about the snow issue. Of course, there was also the possibility that he also thought like the rest, and that was why he turned a blind eye to what was going on. Or maybe he did not even know, after all. While it was true that Xuanyuan Wenchen used to be the leader of the 2 bases taken over by Bai Zemin, he was not there personally to lead them, so it was natural that he did not know certain things, and that the government left in charge made decisions in his place. Be that as it may, Bai Zemin felt some disappointment towards this man who led his country for many years in the past. However, after giving it more thought, he realized that there was no need to overthink it. Xuanyuan Wenchen was a man who was capable of abandoning his daughter, tossing her aside like a trash bag. There was nothing good that could come out of such scum of humanity. It had been about 60 hours since Bai Zemin had ordered Wu Keqian to send 2 teams with 3,000 soul evolvers each and large quantities of unclassified mutant beast leather that would be used to start producing warm clothing. And while it was true that production would take time, at some point it had to start, as standing idly by was not an option. The night had descended, as cold as the previous ones, and lashing the world once again with beautiful but terrifyingly icy snowflakes. Inside the base's most luxurious villa, Bai Zemin was sitting on a comfortable leather couch as he enjoyed the dim lighting of the room from the wood-burning stove burning brightly a few meters in front of him. Zhangyuan Bingzhu was sitting on the one-seater couch to his left, while Lilith in her natural form was sitting on the one-seater couch to his right. Both women were silent, while the former was reading one of the books found in the third silver pagoda, while the latter was enjoying a book that told of the romance between a cursed prince who was turned into a beast and a beautiful woman who by coincidences of fate ended up in his castle. With her body curled into a small ball and her head covered in silver hair resting comfortably on Bai Zemin's lap, little Bai Shilin had her eyes closed, and her breathing was even as her chest rose and fell gently, a clear indication that she was deeply asleep. With the only sound present being the relaxed breathing of the little girl and the crackling of the wood slowly being consumed by the fire, Bai Zemin enjoyed the warm silence as he browsed through his records in search of something. More specifically, he was looking at his skills. After several minutes of consideration, his eyes finally stopped on 2 skills, both of which required third-order soul stones to evolve. One of them was blood manipulation, while the other was special forces soldier. Blood manipulation was currently at the maximum level of the second order, and Bai Zemin needed to take it to the next order, as it was one of the requirements he was required to complete before he could finally break into the second order and acquire the blood mystic job. On the other hand, soldier special forces was a passive skill that had been with Bai Zemin almost as long as blood manipulation. In fact, special forces soldier was his second overall skill and his first passive skill, as well as being probably the skill that had helped him the most in terms of survival, since without this skill Bai Zemin's combat techniques and knowledge of all types of weapons and war machines would be pathetically low, to say the least. Bai Zemin already possessed everything necessary to evolve both skills. It was just that the cost of third-order soul stones was a bit overwhelming for the current him. Even after killing several third-order enemies, the total number of third-order soul stones he possessed was only 11, and he would need these soul stones to replenish the Sky Destroyer's energy in the probably not-so-distant future, which would be a great loss if he failed to obtain more in that time frame. Finally, and after several minutes of consideration, Bai Zemin gritted his teeth, and while looking at the requirements pulled out what he needed to evolve not one but both skills. Special Forces Soldier, Unclassified Passive Skill, Level 5 Evolution Requirements. Kill unclassified enemies, 5,000 5,000. Kill first-order enemies, 100 Kill second-order enemies, 10 Third-order soul stone, 1 All requirements have been successfully completed. Do you wish to evolve this skill to the next stage? Bai Zemin still kept his teeth clenched, but there was no longer any doubt in his eyes as he nodded heavily. A third-order soul stone immediately flew out of his hand and floated in the middle of the room, releasing a faint but beautiful silver-colored radiance that caught the attention of the 2 distracted women. And just like that, the evolution process of what would eventually become one of Bai Zemin's most powerful skills officially began. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////